What is up, everybody? Happy Monday. It's finally time for the podcast again. Every week that I have to wait for one of these, it feels like I'm waiting 2 weeks between every podcast. Chunk, what face are you George Bushing in the bottom corner? What's
I don't know.
George Bush Sr. down there in the corner?
I was trying to.
Well, welcome in, everybody. Advi, Royal, Arbiter, Valk, Christmas Tree, Forks. Lovely to see you all. If you couldn't tell, the conversation topic... Oh, wait, no, cool, Sarah. How could I forget? We're talking about early access games this week. And I'm hoping we kind of go into their value or detriments to the video game industry and towards consumers as a whole. I am sure we're going to cover several games in depth, and their stories of whether they succeeded or failed in early access. But hopefully, for the most part, we can round it up with a conclusive decision near the end of the stream of whether or not we think that early access is beneficial or harmful to the consumer and the industry. What I would like to do to start off the stream is first answer the simple question, what is early access? Just in case there's people who don't know what we're talking about, I have summarized it in my own terms. You guys feel free to correct me if you think this is an incomplete description. I wrote, early access is terminology for a funding model in the gaming industry. It is unique from other funding models because the game is released for purchase before it's complete, with a promise to complete the game at a later date, hence the name early access. That sound right? You think I'm leaving out any important details? Okay.
Yeah.
What I would like to do...
If I were to just one sentence it, it would be like the ability to purchase a variable demo.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to set up a poll for like 10 minutes. That's just early access, good or bad. Completely up to you guys, chat. Feel free however you want to vote. I'm curious, before we begin at all, what everyone thinks. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Oh.
Thank you.
Please give me uppies. I am desperate. Please lift me from my chair and burp me and make me feel better. I seriously require uppies. I am so desperate. Please, Tebby, I need this, dude. Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
If it wasn't such a pain, I would consider bouncing your camera up a little bit higher than all of us. But I don't want to have to rearrange it. Sheesh, Chunk, what the hell? We're starting podcast here. We can't have Spotify people getting distracted from the content because I'm thanking people for subs.
Please.
Thank you for the gift subs, Chunk. I appreciate you.
Chunk wanted to give uppies.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know what's happening in chat, Big Chunk just like laid out so much hentai in chat. It's wild. Thank you.
Oh, a ton of hentai.
Appreciate it. It's so much.
That one's for y'all.
300 gifties. Chunk, you hit 300 gifties.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit. Holy shit. God damn, Chunk. Thank you so much, bro. That is kind of wild. Hi, Draco. Welcome in. We are still doing normal podcast. I kind of want to let... well, now I have the hype train thing in the way and I can't see the poll. How do I access the poll?
Boys.
Oh, yeah, true. It's like, view all.
We've beaten him.
It's... view all. I see it. Yeah. Wait, it didn't do anything.
It didn't do anything for me either. Wait, no, okay.
I got it.
Okay. You do it at the bottom.
Everybody currently in chat that has voted thinks early access is a good thing. That's 6 people so far for good, 0 for no.
You hate me.
Let's see what some of these early messages in chat say. Arbiter says early access can let devs stress test the game because there's always that one person that takes a mechanic and simply says, is there a limit? That's true. We'll definitely be getting into user feedback today, I'm sure.
What's that one channel called?
I feel like I can rebut
Yes.
every positive thing that anyone's gonna say.
I'm excited for it.
The developers were nice to me.
Right there, I already have a rebuttal.
What the fuck?
Royal said, I mean, I find early access as good, but that's because it tends to help me see if I want to spend my time on the full game or the other updates being built on the early access, kind of like how Subnautica did it. And then Advi said, I think I agree with Advi. Early access is easily abused, but done correctly can be quite good. I think that's ultimately
that's more fair.
Yeah.
That's based as fuck, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately my opinion on the subject as of right now. It may change over the course of our discussion. So with that, how would we like to begin? Do we want to like cover some games first, or do we want to kind of go in on like, I have a couple like pros and cons for developers, and then pros and cons for that was a green screen rolling up in someone's background. Don't worry about it.
I know attention to
So I have pros and cons for devs and players. We could start with something like that.
You got ghosts in your house, man.
Or we could just start going into some old games and talking about how early access is represented and like the public opinion of it.
Okay, so do we want to start with like when we say early access, what do you think the top games that people think of are?
Well, okay, how about we define early access for people?
Well, that was how we started the stream.
Yeah, that's how we started.
Yeah. Well, that's true. But like, there's lots of different like variants, right?
True.
You got companies that put out demos.
Yeah.
Which may not necessarily be a part of the game, but instead like an advertisement for it, like maybe a whole separate thing. That's what they used to do. Like back in like the demo disc days. Then you've got like the early access that like there's companies that make you pay for early access, like you have to buy the limited edition or whatever.
That's true.
And then you've
Limited
got, like,
access,
Steam,
early access.
Yeah, and then you've got like the Steam greenlighting.
I feel weird about all of these because all of them have different purposes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the best way I've seen demos described is like when you go into an ice cream shop and you have a sample, because it's like demos are great for the consumer, always good for the consumer. However, they are a detriment and a service for the company, meaning that if they need funding, the demos are only a negative because it's additional resources for people maybe liking your game when you're not getting anything in return. So it's very easy to say, oh, demos are the best because AAA studios can fund demos, no problem.
It's interesting that you say you get nothing in return, because I would argue that it's marketing.
Yeah. It's advertising.
I agree it's marketing, but if someone was interested in buying your game and they're like, oh, I want to try this game out, and then they go and purchase the game, like that's instant money in your pocket.
Here's what I'm saying, or here's what I'm thinking. Yes, that is true. I think in the past, it used to be more detrimental and more of like a service that a developer had to put in to create a demo, because they used to be on like discs and shit. But now that all falls onto the publisher to put a demo on Steam, and it's just one button that you click, and all the dev has to do is put in a spot that says demo over here, thank you for playing, and they're done. And I can speak from personal experience. Within the past 7 days, I went and played the Ultra Kill demo on Steam because Ultra Kill looked like a cool game, but I thought I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. And when I played the demo, I realized, oh, I can do this. This game is really fun. So I bought it. And I think that was just right there immediately a perfect example of a game I would have never touched if it didn't have a demo.
Now, I want to preface this by saying I have a lot of problems with early access. Demos I have no problem with.
Yep.
Which is where it's like...
Today they become two separate things.
Yeah,
They didn't used to be.
But like that, like as I said, like demos have no trouble with the consumer. However, I'm looking at it from a publisher and honestly a game designer standpoint, where if you want to make a proper demo, it's work. Like you have to put in some extra effort for the possibility of someone like trying it and being like maybe you didn't make the demo represent the game enough. Or maybe you literally just take a part of your game and make it into the demo. And it's like
that's what a lot of them were back in the day, right? It's just like a section of the game.
Free content inherently cannot be bad for a consumer, but for the publisher, and let's say like you need to make something to make money to make your game. Let's say I need $10,000 to make a game. Not that much for a game, but I need the money. I can now open it to early access, sell my game for $3, and then make the money to properly finish my game. Compared to releasing a demo, which now has half the people being more interested in the game that I can't complete because I have no
So
money.
you're saying early access is
And-
used like a Kickstarter-esque type.
Exactly. Early access, for the most part, is used as a service to the publisher and the developer, which is why my argument during this whole thing will be early access is great for indie devs and no one else.
Interesting.
Gotcha. Okay.
So actually, on that note, I'm gonna go ahead and very quickly cover. I only have like 2 things listed for each of these. I wrote down pros for game devs of doing early access. You do get immediate funding, which is huge, especially for indie companies, like everyone was just saying. Constant community feedback and suggestions, which can be good or bad depending on how open you were to that feedback and those suggestions in the first place.
Also
I think the
depends on
more
community.
open the devs are to that,
Right.
generally the better early access games tend to fare in the long run. And they have significantly softer reviews when it comes to the game's quality. So like when you release an early access versus fully releasing, reviewers coming in to review your game can't go all out and say your game is trash because the entire community is going to backlash, be like, well, it's not done, idiot.
Yeah.
And you
Okay,
kind
I
of
gotta-
can't review fully a whole access game until it fully comes out.
I got a question. Do you guys know what the most current like big early access is?
Big in what way?
Well, it's
Like
like
most-
the
most
most
user
popular
base?
early access right now. Big one. It just released yesterday.
Oh,
Slime Rancher
yesterday.
2.
2 days ago.
is it Slime Rancher?
No.
Oh,
I have no idea. The Call of Duty?
Yep, that's the big one.
Well,
And
Modern Warfare 2?
the only thing that I would argue that early access has provided is early framework for hackers to ruin the game already. It has done nothing else.
it could have provided an early framework for the devs to see how the hackers would approach the game and
So
deal with it early, but knowing Activision, it's not.
Yeah, the hacker thing.
There's no way to stop hackers.
The
There's,
hackers,
like-
I can't say anything about because the softwares are evolving and developing so quickly that there's so little you can do about it other than doing with what Valorant does.
Yeah,
Just
it-
have like straight up Vanguard
Yeah, kernel
framework
level
on
shit.
your
Yeah.
PC, yeah, which is
I
dangerous in a
actually
whole
like
other way.
that.
I like it.
Honestly,
It's dangerous, but I agree. I did it immediately because I was like, I'm going to.
as long
take
as
the
it's
risk.
proper, as long I think as long as like proper lawyers are involved when it comes to these companies that monitor your computer and the lawyers know what's going on, what you're monitoring, and everything's above board, I have no issue with it. Because like, I mean, yeah, it's invasive, but it's kind of like if proper like precautions are taken, it's the only way to truly stop hackers in an online format, right?
Yeah.
It's like otherwise there's no. I mean, every
People
game has
will
hacker
eventually
issues.
find a way. Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah. So like, because like stopping cheaters is basically a reactive game, right? Like you can only react to what they make. So
It's-
I would say like with a company like with Activision Blizzard,
Mhm.
to put out an early access is ridiculously stupid.
So okay,
You-
I would agree with you if I didn't play it personally. So I bought the game $70 because I want to connect with a really big Call of Duty streamer, and I'm good at games. So I figured being good at the game would bring my chance of playing with him a little higher. So I played it. I've played it since Thursday, and I've played it about every day since Thursday. And literally, like bugs and issues that happened on Thursday were hot fixed in hours. Like there was a glitch where you could jump through an ATM. They hot fixed it in 2 hours, and like that's fixed now. Problems with middle grounds in certain maps, they just patched. They're fixed now. Certain like bugs and lag infrastructure framework fixed in like a few days. So like I genuinely think it as a flight, it was done well. Like, but where problems that were actively there that they could not test unless they had a huge player base to test it on are now just gone within like days. So like I do agree that like for the most part they're too big of a company to not have that much internal testing. But the game is already better after what was it, like a weekend?
Yeah, I would also say that with the because they're also testing out skill-based matchmaking as well, right? Because I've heard a lot of like complaints and issues about that, and like back and forth on whether or not it's good for the game. But like by getting the community involved in it, and like specifically testing it out and seeing how like the MMR system works, and seeing like if there's any like fixes they need to do that before it actually releases, is like a big step because a lot of those games don't have that as much nowadays anyway.
Yeah.
Except for things like Valorant, League, a lot
Yeah,
of
but
those kind
like
of things
more
are
and
actually
more
good.
often, we're not seeing those companies take advantage of that.
Yeah.
We're seeing like indie companies instead going through publishers like Devolver to spread the word of their game. And now we're just seeing more and more AAA companies take advantage of early access titling for just the most shitty reasons. Like there's no like, okay, let me bring back to like New World. Remember New World?
That game
course,
New
was
World
trending
first came in,
yesterday.
yeah. Well, when New World, wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. When New
They
World
just
first,
announced a
got
new
announced,
expansion.
they released an early access of what the game was meant to be, but then its whole vision got changed because of the early access and the fucking dumb casual players that bitched about it.
Yep.
Like originally that game was meant to be way more PvP focused, but the whole game got changed because like these stupid casual players that didn't want to like play the PvP aspect, and so like the whole framework had to get like shifted and
Here's the issue.
It happened.
I think from my perspective, as someone who grew up playing MMORPGs a majority of my teenage years, I've been like surrounded in the MMO community, and I am desperate for a good MMO to come sweep me off my feet. But I think over decades of the PvP fans of MMOs just always getting shafted, they bailed. I don't think there's a lot of people out there.
Yeah, of course they did.
I mean, there is an
Game
audience.
got changed.
Well, I mean, not just on New World. I mean, on like MMOs. Like, I think the market
man,
for
like-
PvP MMO players, it's still there. It's niche, but it's definitely dwarfed by the PvE community. So when that early access came out, and a majority of their responses were from people who have been playing PvE MMOs their whole life, they're like, "This isn't what I want. This is nothing what I
Yeah.
want." But then there's people
Yeah,
like
but it's-
Aravand who are like, "This is exactly what I want," and they ruined it for both people by trying to make it better for the other people.
Nah,
Like,
I full disagree.
you
Fully
disagree? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. The
See-
only people that are gonna why would the people that like the game bitch about it?
Oh, they did.
Like, of course it's gonna get. Well, I mean, yeah, they were complaining about like, you know, fix this bug, fix this
Well, yeah.
bug. The only people who complained about wanting the entire game changed were the PvE players who went into New World having no clue what it was about. Like
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's not a developer issue. That's a you issue. You're stupid. Like you're actually just like a little bit dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you like were one of the people going into New World that was like, I can't wait for this PvE experience because you looked up nothing about it. That like it annoys me that like the players who are excited, me, Aravan, the players who are excited about a more PvP focused MMORPG got absolutely screwed because of that early access.
Mm-hmm.
If the game had just released, I think it would have been fine. Sure, they wouldn't have been like, you know, at the huge players that they got like to begin with. Arguably, that was their downfall.
I don't think we disagree on anything. I think I may have phrased
No,
something
I don't
poorly.
think so. Maybe not. Maybe
I
not.
think we're in total agreement.
Yeah.
I had a huge issue with that because I was following New World since early development. Like I was following
Me too.
before they had that. So they had the 3 betas. They had the one 2 years prior to the first open beta, and I was part of that one. I was part of the first open beta. I was part of the second open beta. I was there at launch. So I was part of New World the whole way. And every time you can feel it get a little less PvP.
Yeah.
And the biggest jump for sure was that 2-year gap. Because before it
Yeah.
literally felt like a PvP experience where you
Yep.
were safe in town, that's it. And I
Mhm.
loved that because I had
It was
good
awesome.
aim and I fucked. So
Yeah,
like
same, bro.
it was great. However, I can see the perspective of if you are bad at games, an MMO player, then maybe you wouldn't like that. And the vocal minority is like the people who like PvP. Like even though
Yeah,
MMOs have
but,
always
like,
had
don't-
people who want it, it's the minority.
That's like buying a first-person shooter and going, "What the fuck? This isn't Farmville."
Yeah, no, I agree. It's like buying Overwatch
It's so
for the-
annoying, and
for the
that
first person.
like, and that's the problem. Like, if the game hadn't had that early access, the first one, right? They would have had more time to just market the game for what it actually fucking was. They wouldn't have released this early access for all the stupid MMO players to go, "Oh, this isn't RuneScape 2."
Well, the problem is they're trying to change the main draw of a genre by making the quality testers the main people in the genre.
yeah,
You can't do it.
Yeah.
You have if you
No.
need to advertise the game as a new and refreshing experience and not just another MMO.
Yeah.
Like they
Yeah.
sadly.
Every MMO falls into that trap of trying to advertise that, like, you guys remember when World of Warcraft was good?
No.
And it just
Yeah.
always, it never fucking works because it's such an outdated game model that everyone
Yep.
continues to try to emulate over and over again. The only one that's come close to success, in my opinion, is Final Fantasy 14, and they're soaring right now.
Well, the ones that came closest to like redoing it is literally themselves because they just re-released the game.
True,
Yeah.
they did just
They
re-release
literally-
fucking
and it
classic.
So
Yeah.
smart. So smart.
What's crazy is that has happened so many. I mean, the game you guys were talking about earlier, it happened with RuneScape. Like
Yeah.
literally, they fucked up and they were like, let's reverse it, boys.
Yeah, but
They-
you know what they didn't do? They didn't change the core game. They left that there for the people who liked it.
Yeah.
And made a classic version.
Yeah.
You know what? Down the line, if New World wanted to appeal to those more casual players,
Mm-hmm.
then make that down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Don't destroy your game from the ground up. And again, it was all early access. I know someone in the chat just said that's more a dev problem. I mean, no, it's not.
I think it's interesting to
like-
consider who is at fault there, because I mean, I don't know if are they self-published?
It's Amazon.
It's
Game
Amazon.
Studios, right?
It's Amazon
Yeah.
Games, right? So
Yeah.
they publish and
Yeah, so
make
they
the
publish
games, right?
themselves, yeah.
So I mean, I'm wondering if there was I have like this small part of my soul that reaches out to the 5 or 6 people who were really fucking passionate on that dev team, had a vision, knew what they wanted to make, and someone at Amazon went, not enough people want this.
Yeah.
Make more people want this.
But the
Yeah.
problem was like those early accesses, like it popped off. So
Yeah.
my question is,
But did they pop off like average MMO numbers, or did they pop off
Yeah, no,
Amazon
they-
numbers?
they-
Because that's
they
what
had to
Amazon.
cut Well, no, it was an early access. They had to cut the servers and they had to like only invite a certain amount of people.
Mm.
The whole point of it originally was to stress test the servers, right? However, what happened was a few people who had no idea what the game was going to be about got into those early access games and said, "Where's all the PvE? Why do I keep getting killed when I leave town? Wait a minute, this isn't the game I thought it was going to be." Because they read nothing about it. They had no idea what they were buying into. And so because of that, Amazon freaks out because the vocal minority starts complaining. And so these corporate motherfuckers who have no idea how games work go, all right, we've seen 3 people on Twitter post about it. All right. Now Twitter's a cesspit. But those 3 people, they posted. So now you're going to change everything. Even though you had a whole community of people who didn't say a word, because why would they? You're not going to complain about something that was going the way you wanted it to go. So like they started like listening to these people who bought the game under false pretenses of what it was going to be, and everyone who was there for what it was meant to be just got shafted.
So my question is then that like, do you really think that the early access was to blame then, or do you think this wouldn't have happened at all if they just straight released the game?
This wouldn't have happened at all if they didn't release that first beta.
I think that
Because okay, so
I don't know. It's
I
kind of
understand
weird.
what
Like
Poppy's saying.
it still could have
because-
ended up shit, even if they didn't change anything. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still could have ended up shit,
But
but
they
it
would have
wouldn't have
followed the
ended up
vision.
shit for the reasons
True.
Yeah.
that it ended up
'Cause
shit.
what he's saying, okay, so what Poppy's trying to say directly is that because Amazon is such a big company, they have to listen to the bigwigs. Because if it was
Yep.
an indie game company and they were like, no, they could just keep following their vision. They could say, fuck you. They could do what the Fez 2 developer did.
Mhm.
Say, fuck you. I'm going to keep doing my thing. If you don't like it, fuck yourself. They can't do that. The player feedback comes in and they say, I don't like this anymore. And the devs who are passionate, like you were saying, and want to make that PvP no longer have that option because stockholders have to listen to community feedback.
Correct. This is exactly what happened to Cyberpunk.
It's another argument of why big companies shouldn't be in
Yeah.
that early access field. They
Think I
should have,
agree.
they should- they
Especially
have
if
the
it's-
money to QA.
Especially if it's your first fucking title.
Well, they
So-
did Crucible. I love Crucible.
I have a
Oh,
fun
yeah, true,
counter
true.
to big companies shouldn't do early access. I don't think that this decision would have made it a better experience for the consumer. However, from a business standpoint, I think Halo Infinite, when they released their multiplayer, that should have been referred to as early access. They should have said, this multiplayer component is early access. The game is not done. We're still working on it. And I think that game would still be doing great. But since they called that like a full release and then released the story mode months later and still haven't released Forge mode, it's like, it just feels like an unfinished game is just floating out there in space and no one's doing anything about it.
What changes if they make that early access?
If they make it early access, then they gain the benefits of critics being less harsh on their content updates because the game is still being produced. That happens with every fucking game, and you can't tell me it doesn't. Games are dog shit. They release a dog shit patch, and then the people who would normally lose their mind get silenced because everyone else is saying, hey, it's not done yet. You can't critique it until it's done. The dedicated fan base of an early access game will defend their early access game until it fully launches to their last fucking breath.
So you should be hard critiquing early access games.
Yeah.
Is the whole point. But
what they should have done is just released a finished game.
I agree. I mean,
So
I'm saying if they had called it early access, I think it
access
could have
solves the
saved. It could have saved some players. Like the state the game's in right now is pathetic, and the updates that they've been putting out are worse than early access.
don't tell
Yeah,
Jess
but it's
that.
been like a year.
I tell Jess that daily.
Even if it was like early, even if it was listed as early access, a year is too long.
Is it?
For a AAA dev team?
For a AAA dev, yeah.
Fucking lootly.
I didn't know it was early access. I thought it was a beta.
It's neither.
Oh.
It's fully released. It's just not done.
Yeah,
So it was full released as multiplayer?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then the
So,
single
okay,
player came out a couple months later.
They're just
And
bad. They're just bad devs.
Yeah,
This
they're
might
just
be
awful.
a bit red pilled, but
Yeah.
do you think it was done specifically to try to like reinvent a new I don't know what to call that, like a new like word for something that isn't quite done, but they want to test it?
No, I think
You're,
they're just bad devs.
so you're saying that they are trying to change the system and basically have it where
Like
it's
they knew it
release
was early
multiplayer
access.
first, and then it becomes a thing that other people
Well,
do.
no, what they were trying to do was just make it live servers.
yeah.
Right, because that's what Overwatch 2 is doing right now. Like they're literally going
Yeah,
to
but-
release the multiplayer component and then the single player component, just
The
like Halo.
difference is, and this is going to sound crazy, I can't believe I'm saying this, Blizzard is far more competent than 343.
Yeah.
That's the huge
It's
difference.
not a high bar, but yeah.
I wouldn't pay
Yeah.
them to not rape women, but I would pay them to make a game.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Jesus.
Like I would
Okay, we
keep
can
my
use better
sister-
examples than that, I'm sure.
I would
I
keep
know
my
that they're
sister
bad,
out
but-
of their offices, but I'll play a game they make.
Blizzard makes good games. They don't treat people well. That's we'll just yeah.
Oh no, they
Um,
treat men fine. It's specifically
That's
women.
Valid.
a lot of Riot is the same way with all their allegations and like their
Yeah.
everything.
Culture shock here. It may seem as such that big corporations are pretty terrible. I know I'm blowing people's minds right now, but
Disagree. I love big corporations.
no, it's okay. You can't
I
criticize them. They're
I
an early
hate small
access
indie
corporation.
developers,
Sonic
and I
fan.
hope they die.
The
They're an
most
idiot.
sane,
Yeah.
the most sane and normal Sonic fan speaking right now.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
So-
it's okay.
Fuck
Can't criticize them.
Nintendo. Fuck Sega.
they're just-
Wait, no.
Blizzard's still in early access. You can't criticize them.
I also have an example of a game that personally I love, and I think a couple of you also really like this game, but I think that I have an example of a game that essentially died because of early access.
Valheim.
Not Valheim. I think that one could come back just because that
Okay,
one
Valheim.
ended up on like a top 10 games of the year list the year it released it. Like it was a pretty successful game. If they finish it, then I think it has a future. But the game I'm thinking of is already out of full release and is struggling, and that's GTFO.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
True.
GTFO hit
Hang on
early
1
access in December of 2019. Full release 2 years later. They had 4 major content updates in that time. So 6 months apart from each other, they had major content updates that completely replaced all the content in the game. But it wasn't enough to keep people's attention over 2 entire years. Like, realistically, the things that they have changed in GTFO since they entered early access was there are a couple more guns now. There's one new type of tool. There are booster shots laying around. And there are enemies that do the the poison damage or the max health damage. That's it.
Yeah.
That's like those 4 things are like all they fucking added to that game in 2 years of early access.
But that's the thing, right? Is that like these are things that like I feel like could come out from a normal game without having like.
Sorry, the Poppy's camera is dark in the corner, so in our VFO it looks like he came out of your camera. In fact, it is. It's scared as shit.
You didn't know that? Like he's
I
right
just-
there, dude.
I went and gave Chunk a little.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, continue.
But no, I was just gonna say that basically I always thought about GTFO because like even though it was early access, they kept swapping rundowns, right? Like it progressed and like they would swap out entire like layouts and stuff and like have like these new missions, and it didn't make any sense because that's stuff you do until the game's already released and
Yeah,
you're like
exactly.
updating a patch for like a new season to interest like people. Like there's no reason to not just full release at that point.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense. It's not like trying to fund. It's not trying to like solve any like bug fixes or anything. Like it to me, it's like games like that are like I don't even know what it's abusing. It's like, what is it doing? Is it just hurting itself?
They needed the funding, is what it was. I've actually
they? I didn't know
personally
that.
spoken to the dev team of GTFO, so I'm actually very familiar with their whole cycle they went through. But yeah, it's a team of 8 dudes that made that game. They were an offshoot of the team that made the stealing co-op game, Payday 2. The team that made Payday 2.
Funding?
7 or 8 people moved over from the Payday success and used their money from the success on working on Payday to make GTFO, ran out of funding, released a trailer 3 years before the game was ready, and then went into early access. Halfway through their early access, sold out to Tencent for more funding. And yeah, I feel like it was that day. I think that was the turning point. I feel like when they sold out to Tencent is when all the creativity fell out of the game and they just started making more maps. As much as I love GTFO and the dev team, they're really nice people.
I have like a kind of a weird opinion about GTFO, and it's like not a very me opinion, but the game's too hard.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow,
Like,
that's
wow.
not a you opinion. I've
Like,
clip that.
Can I get a clip? Yeah, chat, clip that shit. What the fuck?
So
Never heard
for
Airman
me-
say that.
This is early access Aravind.
yeah.
We gotta
For me, the
iron
game
those
is
kinks out.
fine. For me, I think the game is great. I love the challenge it brings. The absolute hardest level I ever played in the game got me so mad. I shut down as a human and just complained for an hour and a half straight on stream.
God, it was funny though.
Nonstop.
God, it was so funny though.
The game is
What?
very, very, very hard, and it was D4, fucking rundown 7. or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, fuck that entire mission, dude.
So the game is really, really hard for sure, but I don't really mind that. However, if you want a successful game, you can't make it that hard.
Mm-hmm.
Even like B1 is pretty hard.
Well, that's the worst part about it too, is like there is a market for that difficulty. Like there is a niche of people who crave a co-op experience that is
so-
that challenging, but it's not big enough to like succeed exclusively on those people, I feel like.
So you just said the correct thing. There are situations that times 2.
Okay.
So literally now have they carved a bit of the market of people who like really, really hard content. They carved even smaller bit of the market who like really, really hard content that's horror based. And then an even smaller part of the market, which means that you can only play that horror-based, really hard game if you have 3 other people that want the exact same thing.
That's true. Playing it solo
Wow,
is
That is in my opinion why they fucked up right there. That
Yeah.
last one.
You
It's
cannot
way too
play-
niche.
They are so bad at balancing the game. They cannot scale the game for individuals. So if you play that game with 1 people or 4 people, is the exact same difficulty, which is cool in concept if you really fucking hard games, but awful if you want to make a lot of money.
Yep.
Yep. I actually really, dude. That's nailed it on the head.
Mm-hmm.
So it's too hard. It's not a me opinion, but it's if they want to make more money, they need to make it easier.
Yeah, it can be that hard, but you need to be able to scale it to players.
Yeah,
to the
you
amount
can't-
of players playing.
Because I want
like,
to play it alone.
everybody's
and I
gonna
fucking
have like
can't.
a full man squad like every single time, or like every single night even. Like even if
They
you
might.
have like people to play with, you may not have them every single night.
Yeah, and
Like,
if you don't
you-
have the same people and you have to like replay the first like 5 levels with them,
That's
like
just rough,
20
yeah.
hours.
There's such a good example here of a game that's so similar, but it's not horror based, and it's Payday 2.
Yeah, true.
Payday 2 is a great example,
example.
of like that.
I didn't
game,
find it as
but you
challenging,
can
though.
also play it. Well, that's yeah, it's not as
Yeah,
challenging.
I lost the
It's
challenge thing
similar.
was what got me into GTFO. So the lack of a challenge in Payday, and to be fair, there's probably just like way harder difficulties you could play on.
There are you
There
wouldn't
definitely
have
are.
gone to like the max
I think-
difficulty.
I think my issue with Payday 2, and this could still be a thing with GTFO, I was just on the other end of it. My issue with Payday 2 is that every time I played it, I played with people who had thousands of hours in the game. So it was just me walking in and them saying exactly step
Telling you
by
what to
step
do.
what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which can be a thing in GTFO as well. I just think
I
that
will
GTFO
say-
is open enough to where you can kind of improvise your own strategies on the fly. Whereas Payday feels very much like this is the right way to do it, or that's how it felt to me.
If you go into Payday 2 with 4 new players, and the idea is that you learn each of the missions with those 4 players,
It's probably really
and
fun.
like it's super fun because you have to make your own plans. You're like, okay, we know that if this guard's in this location, he's gonna follow this loop, right?
Mhm.
So we need to time everything. It's so fun. You actually feel like you're making a heist. Like
I just gotta find people who've never played it.
The early days of Payday 2 are why that game is hailed as one of the greatest success stories of an indie dev. Like it was amazing,
It did. It popped off, like, especially early. And the fact that they did it on the engine they did it was even more incredible.
amazing. Yeah. So, I think that's a good example of like, and you could play that solo. You 100% can. In fact, they had missions specifically designed for solo play.
Because, like
I think that was the key.
Payday's the example of if they take GTFO, make it a little easier, make it so all the missions that you already could play before, you can play now, quadruple the guns, quadruple the melee weapons. The game's
I
fun.
disagree. I disagree with the difficulty. They just had difficulty settings that were properly balanced.
Yeah,
If you
okay,
play
so
that
if
game
it-
on the
if it
hardest
failed.
difficulty, it's fucking stupid. But if you know what you're doing, you can survive.
Well, all of the games that I've done research on tonight, I went ahead and went out of my way to find as much data as I could to like confirm where they are now. So to wrap up my GTFO thing, I'll tell you where it's at right now. In 2018, it received Best Cooperative Game Award at E3. It currently has very positive reviews from recent and all-time on Steam, and it had its all-time peak of 18,000 players during its most recent patch in May. So there is a chance that a big enough update could bring people back, because it seems every update they've done since launch has just been a bigger spike, but I'm not too sure about the longevity of that.
Can I get a I don't know if you have access to this information right now.
Sure.
How many people are playing right now?
Yeah, I got you. Give me
Also-
2 seconds.
It's weird how much I feel GTFO and Overwatch kind of share the multiplayer aspect in the way that like Overwatch and GTFO are some of the worst experiences you could have in gaming playing solo, but some of the best you could have with a good group of multiplayer people.
Great.
It's like the difference between that is
Thanks, Trevor.
astronomical.
Here
You
we
know what
are.
game?
I will bring this up on stream for everybody to see.
I've got one example of a game that I think succeeded so strongly, because this is the only example that I'm going to bring up of a game that succeeded so powerfully because of early access, and I'll bring it up after this.
Well, yeah, here's the answer to your question. Oh, this is the all-time player chart. What I can show you here from my experiences of being on this chart, this is when the game entered early access. Or sorry, no.
Are you
It
bringing this?
was...
It's on his stream.
It's on a stream.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sharing
right.
my stream in oh, am I not sharing in Discord?
No.
No,
Oh.
that's
Oh,
okay.
it
we
said
can
I
see
was
them.
sharing my screen in Discord, but it also said that the stream had ended.
Oh.
Well, there you go. Now it makes more sense for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this right here, I think it was technically around this, no, it was December of 2018, but there's like no stats right here. But it entered early access in December of 2018, so I'm very confused about these. And then this is when the first big patch released that everyone got into the game. I think this was Rundown 2. And then over time, they would release some big patches here and there that would get some attention. But this was the full launch of the game. And then this was the only major patch that has come out since the launch of the game.
So I'm gonna say something crazy right now, right? Early access killed this game. So
That's
hard.
crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Crazy.
I think early access murdered GTFO.
Yeah. So what happens is, it's like, okay, let's say a new TV show's coming out on Netflix, right? There's 2 new TV shows coming out on Netflix, right?
Mm-hmm.
One gets released weekly, the other gets dropped all at once, right?
Yep.
Now, what happens is the one that gets dropped all at once, right? They're usually a massive success because people can binge it all,
Mm-hmm.
and then they can go talk about it right away, right? Whereas I've noticed more often than not, these shows that trickle out, unless they're like a god tier show, like obviously like there are exceptions to the rules. These shows that trickle out, what happens is because they inevitably are going to have a slow episode, right? And if that happens early, you lose people that just aren't willing to wait that extra week to find out what happens.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happens with these early access games is you trickle out content, players beat that content, then they go, oh, new patch. They beat that patch in like an hour and they go, okay, anyway, I'm done with this game.
So that's
And
the epitome of GTFO. I don't know how familiar
that's the
you are
epitome
with
of-
how the game works, but they have this
No.
system called the rundown system. They're currently on rundown 6, and I think one of the reasons that they barely got they didn't release a lot of new content to the game because every major patch includes a new rundown which removes all playable levels from the game and replaces them with brand new handcrafted levels along with the patch that they released. So it like doubles their dev time every single time they want to make a patch because they have to manually
sounds
make new
awful.
levels
It
completely.
doesn't make sense.
And
Why
you know
not
what's
have it, like,
crazy?
on the back burner or like have it?
You know
swap
what's
out?
crazy? I doubt they're getting that many new buyers.
Yeah.
I'd say a lot of the people that are like playing it are like long-time players.
Mm-hmm.
So they're putting in all these man hours and they're not really getting much in return, which is
Yeah.
probably why they started to slow down their dev shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably what made them lose, like, lose creativity because they're just not seeing fucking returns. That's because of the trickle down. Yeah, I think that, and it's the same shit with Valheim. Like, look at, like, can you pull up Valheim's peaks and lows?
Sure.
And
Valheim is an early access success story, right? But look at this. Look at that peak and look at the all-time peak and now
Oh,
look at
God.
the place. Yeah, like it kills games. Early access.
God
There's only one game that I know of that has succeeded through early access, they changed the game entirely to make it work.
I know many games that succeeded through early access.
One of the biggest games of all time succeeded via early access.
Yeah.
Fortnite.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say that at all.
Fortnite
Also,
was what I was thinking of.
it didn't really succeed on early access. It succeeded on being a different part of the main game.
No, it succeeded
No, that
because of
was
early
early access
access.
stuff for it.
Yeah.
Well, what
So
I was
what
going to say
happened
is
was
Minecraft.
Minecraft. Was that early?
Yep.
Yeah. guess
I was
so.
actually going to
Well,
ask
that
it
is
was
such-
earlier
that
if
is
we
such
consider it
exception
early
to the rule, I
access.
feel like.
If
Yeah,
you look,
that's a weird one.
if you look at Minecraft early access, back when I played Minecraft in like 2006, Minecraft was only multiplayer. You could only play it in multiplayer, and it was
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but this goes back to what we were talking about a few weeks back where we were talking about how Minecraft is less a game and more a game engine.
Mhm.
And I think that's why, like, I don't think you can ever truly, this is where the lines get crossed. Or like, what is early access and what is full release? Because really, right now, there's no difference in what Minecraft is now compared to what it was 10 years ago. It's still 2012 Minecraft was early access, right?
Mhm.
So what's the difference between that and this, other than the fact that they've got an end credit sequence now?
I think early access
because
doesn't need to
like,
be just
what-
games though. Because
no,
I mean,
no, let's-
the
let's-
biggest
let's
engine in
be-
the world right now, Unreal Engine 5, has been in early access for 2 years.
No, well, let's stick primarily to Minecraft, right?
Okay.
Like, if we talk, like, let's say 2012, it was in early access, but now 2022, it's full release. There's no difference. It's a game that has slow updates.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same. It's still the same thing. So did it leave early access? Are you sure?
I feel like
'Cause
the
we just
line.
got told it did, but then nothing changed.
I actually have it in my notes to discuss when we think a game should clarify that it's finished, because I feel like that's an important thing for a lot of early access games, especially like survival games. Like, when the fuck are you done making Rust, right? So when it came
God,
to a
I
game
hate
like Minecraft, I feel like looking back at its history, I think as weird as it sounds to me, I think it was like a Halloween update that added in the Nether where I considered the game full release for the first time, because first of all, they stopped calling their updates beta. They left beta version whatever and just entered Minecraft 1.0. And then from that point forward, like Jamie said, nothing changed at all. They could have, it could have just been beta version 45 at this point, and it would make no difference. But I think the difference, not for us, is that internally they started marketing and viewing the game differently at a certain point, and started like advertising buy Minecraft, and not like, hey, opt into our game. It's not done yet, but you know we're working on it. There's like a vibe change there for sales.
See, there's one massive thing that early access grants developers. And this is where Fortnite comes into it. When you buy into early access, you are not buying into the game that you have. That is not what you're buying into. You're buying into supporting the developers. You're not buying into the game that you have. Because early access stipulates that at any point in time, for any reason that they want, they can change the game entirely, and you are not allowed to have your money back because you bought in with that stipulation already agreed to. And that's what happened to Fortnite. Now, Fortnite is a massive success story, obviously. They changed the game entirely and it succeeded. However, I know so many people, and this is what annoys me about early access. They go, oh, I don't like Fortnite. They screwed me over. No, they didn't. They were very upfront. The fact that they can change the game at any point in time. You were just too lazy to read that stipulation.
I agree with that to a point.
Yeah.
Because I've seen a few games straight up die because of that, or like proliferate in a different way that I hate. Great example that I always bring up is The Cycle, because that game was just straight up a unique, like I guess you can call it like a battle royale, an objective based battle royale, and then they changed it into what's that game you guys like with like the monsters and the old time guns?
Oh, Hunt. No, it's not Hunt. It's Tarkov.
Hunt Showdown. No. The Cycle right now is exactly like the Hunt Showdown, like nearly to like the creatures and everything.
Wow.
I disagree. I played both of them. The Cycle is far more like Tarkov.
Really? What makes you say that?
So it's loot based. Like the entire reason you go into a lobby. So with Hunt Showdown, the entire reason you have an objective, a clear cut objective. You go in, kill the boss, leave. Right? With Hunt, it's go into the map, stay as long as you want, get what you need, fuck off. That's what the game is, right? So Hunt Showdown has a clear objective. Cycle does not. It's just go in and make some money.
Well, so regardless, I fucking hate the game now. And before it was, the whole point was you have 15, 20, half hour, you have a certain amount of time, get as many points as you can, and then extract at the end. If you can successfully extract with the most points, you win. It was fantastic. Perfect system. If they just kept going with that development and then started on a different game that was what the Cycle currently is, I'd have no problem.
Or a new game mode.
Yeah, or another game mode or something like that. But
game
I
mode
can't complain about it. I can't say anything about it because the incompetent, horrible devs over at the Cycle have that little stipulation. They have that little. It was early access, so we could have changed it any time. And
that's my argument, Aravan. I agree with you. That's why I hate early access. Yeah. Because you're not buying into the game.
I have a fun question for this point of the conversation. Actually, I wrote down, because of exactly the conversation we're having, should early access to some extent, and I could not think of a better word to use, and I hate that this is the word that I ended up going with, but should early access be policed to an extent? As in, should there be somebody who is holding early access developers accountable for their promises, for their assurances, for refunds if things go south? And then to follow up on that question, if we do believe that early access games should be policed, who does that responsibility fall onto if like a mistake was made in purchasing a game? Is the consumer expected to do more thorough research on every game? Is the developer held responsible for making certain promises or claims? Or is Steam held accountable because they are providing the service that sold that game to somebody? And I feel like games on Steam have like, if it's on Steam, it should be a video game of a certain quality, right? At least that's how I feel about it. But
yeah, I don't think one party's at fault. I think it's a combination.
Yeah, it is always a combination. I think in my eyes, I would say if I had to pick like one more than the other, I would say honestly Steam, because, and this is kind of a weird comparison, but like there's stuff like Facebook marketing stuff that has like advertisements and or like Google advertisements that like thoroughly have to vet those things to like make sure that they are legitimate or they don't fall under like certain stipulations
And
or
even-
guidelines or rules.
And even more
You
direct.
should be able to do that, right?
Yeah.
It's Kickstarter. They have like what you just explained, Chunk, but literally for the situation early access would bring.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that Steam should be held accountable for these games that are on its platform
But they
doing
are.
that kind of thing. They are doing that.
Yeah. Well, okay, this is a great time to bring up the game that Devi mentioned earlier, which was War Z.
That is
so
an
War Z
exception, I
came
feel
out.
like, though.
Oh, now there have been other games that have done it, but the thing is, right? Like, at
There
the
are
end
a
of the
few
day-
exceptions, sure.
At the end of the day, Steam does what it needs to do, which is tell people that they're buying into early access, which means the game can change at any time. It's the people that don't understand what they're buying into that are at fault, and that's a lack of education on their part. And that's not because of Steam; that's because of them.
But do you think Steam doesn't present it in a clear enough way into
No,
what
let's
these
find
games
out.
that are getting into?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they have on their thing that there's
7 days is that was what I was gonna
stipulations.
bring up.
So if we do this,
Yeah, there
it
it is, it's right
says
there, it's
early
right
access
there, yeah.
game, huge text box right
Yep.
above the buy now button.
Yeah.
Get instant access and start playing. Get involved with the game as it develops. Note, this early access game is not complete and may or may not change further. If you are not excited to play this game in its current state, then you should wait to see if the game progresses further in development with a learn more button. That's pretty solid. And
I agree.
what developers have to say. A small paragraph from the developers, I guess. Oh, this is just a summary of the game. Never mind. I was kind of hoping that would be like their assurance, like, we're gonna finish it.
No.
Well,
My thing is
yeah.
that I mean we could go on to talk about 7 Days to Die because it's a whole shit show fiesta as
Yeah,
far
I'm
as
down.
like
I have
being
notes on
stuck
that one.
in early access. Like it's awful. It's been stuck.
So-
I specifically hate survival-esque games for this reason. They're stuck in early access.
Yeah, bro. I don't trust
Subnautica
a
was
single
also
one.
in early access for
It
like
was.
ever,
Nautica's
right?
a success story, though. Yeah.
The forest as well.
True.
The forest.
Yeah,
Forest,
the
yeah.
forest. Like all these survival-esque
Farm
games because they know that they can endlessly have those patch updates that give like small updates or like things that release, and just I don't understand the process or thought behind it or why they would stay in early access for so damn long.
Because it clears them of all, like, this is what you were saying before,
All
where it's like,
responsibility.
yeah, this is why I was saying that they shouldn't be cleared of all responsibility. By putting early access on there, they can be the biggest scumfuck assholes about this shit, take people's money and have no responsibility.
Yeah.
And then everyone goes, oh, it's okay, you can't judge them, they're in early access. Fuck that, judge
hard
the fuck
agree.
out of them.
Yeah.
Scamming fucks.
Yeah.
This is why I hate early access.
So this
'Cause
is
it's
my
just-
big reason
you're,
with.
you're signing away your right to not be scammed.
But what if it's free?
Then it's not an early access. Early access you buy into.
The
That's
cycle
that's
was
the whole
free
point.
for a year and a half before,
The cycle is more a demo then.
and it's free now. It's always been free the whole time. But it's
Then you're not buying into anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's not as much
no
risk
there.
associated, so
There's
it
no
doesn't really
risk.
matter when it comes down to like the discussion of who should be held accountable if you're not
actually, I
given what
kinda
you
did-
paid
no,
for.
Actually, wait. No, they've got paid currency. So if you buy in using paid currency and stuff, then they change it on you.
coming from someone who spent $50 on paid currency that no longer exists.
Yeah. Well,
I
no,
have
in
a
that,
very
in that
hard
sense,
sense in it.
in that sense, yeah, because they have paid currency. If the game was entirely free with absolutely no like way to put money into the game, then okay, sure, who cares?
Yeah.
Right. But if you put money into the game in any way, shape, or form, it's a scummy fucking thing to do to change the game up on those people. But you can't judge them because they're early access. Fuck
So-
that shit. It's like a scammer shield.
Let's go into 7 Days to Die for a minute. I get the feeling Chunk has a few things to say on this one specifically that he hasn't already said. But for some stats and information for those who are interested, or if you've never heard of 7 Days to Die, 7 Days to Die released into early access on Steam in December of 2013. 9 years later, it is still in early access and even hasn't reached the beta stage yet. It is actually on alpha version 20.4 as of yesterday. In 2016, the early access version of the game actually came over to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
You
And
shouldn't be allowed to do that.
this really confused me. The reviews on console are all like 20s and 30s, but the reviews on Steam are all very positive with well over 100,000 reviews.
I will
Do you know
say
why?
specifically, the console versions hardly worked, legitimately.
I see.
Yeah.
And then the
But there's
last
another
bit of
reason.
information I have, despite still being in an alpha stage, it did place within the top 100 games sold on Twitch in on Steam in 2017.
I have a reason for like one of those, right?
Sure.
What was the second point you raised? Sorry.
The second one was that it's 9 years into development and it's still an alpha version 20.
Oh man, and there was like something you said there that I sorry.
I
combination
also
of
talked
Ryan
about
and
it being
ADHD.
shifted over to console.
That one there.
Yeah.
Now, the reason that it would have really high success on Steam but not high success on console, mods. Modders, they fix your game for you. You know how many people
Is 7 Days to
have
Die
I
have mod
heard-
support?
Yes, it does.
How many? You know how many people I've heard that I go, dude, Skyrim is a shit game. And they go, yeah, but it's not shit if you mod it. Yes, it is.
That's a shit
It's
game,
just
yeah.
a little bit better.
That's a shit
An
game
engine.
that you have to make a good game.
Yeah.
So
It's like, yes, it is still shit.
I actually know why 7D and like Rust and stuff popped off so much on Steam. I watched a video essay about it recently. It's actually YouTube. It was entirely YouTube. Like content creators just straight up like popularized the game, similar to what happened with Apex and Twitch streamers.
Yep.
Wait, what game is this?
7 Days to Die and
All
Rust.
these.
Yep.
They
Little-
popped the
I mean,
fuck off because of YouTube.
Survival games of any kind are always going to be like interesting to like some extent, right? Because it's like a new world. There's lots of things to explore, lots of like different like things like interactions in the world, and it creates a lot of like, especially if it's like open world multiplayer, then you can get a lot of your friends in. It's easy way to create content. It is.
Yeah.
So it's like there's no reason not to do that. The problem with like, in my opinion, with the 7 Days to Die and the way that they've done things is that they legitimately, and a lot of the survival games do rely on mods, like he was saying earlier. Like it's insane the amount of like minimal effort and minimal changes that come out patch by patch that add anything new or even like fix anything. Like it's been insane as far as like if you go back and read like a lot of the patch notes, it's like sometimes there's like 1 to 2 updates and it was like 3 months later. And it doesn't make any sense.
Now, there's a point that got brought up in chat. I normally save these to later, but it's very pertinent to what we're talking about right now.
This is
Ace
the
Angel
guys,
7.
what's your thoughts on
Ace-
PP Pooper?
yeah, that's definitely it. PP Poo Poo, big thumbs up. Big
Yeah,
thumbs
huge
up.
thumbs up. Yeah.
I love the alpha, the beta, and I like the full release of my PP Poo Poo.
And we jump 3.
No, it was Ace Angel 73 says, not just mods, but on console it's nothing like PC. They don't update on the one on console. This is the reason, didn't get a chance to say it before, this is the reason I hate that the early access games go to console. Do you know why they don't get updated as fast as Steam? Because on Steam it's free to update a game, on console it's not. So why
Really?
the fuck would you, it costs money to update your game.
I didn't
These,
know that.
these
It also-
developers don't have much of it.
It depends
So
on
why
what
the
engine you use as well.
Yeah. So why the fuck would you put a game that requires constant updates onto a console that costs money to? Why?
This was
My-
a huge problem with Terraria in the early days. I don't know if you
Yes.
guys remember that. Where
My
literally
assumption.
Terraria
And
2.0
Minecraft.
came out before Terraria 1.0 was finished being patched on console.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like 2 years behind.
Minecraft as well. It's why the console version's so far behind.
Yeah.
I have to assume that they either, like, speaking for the 7 Days to Die devs, they either just maybe they didn't know or didn't realize how much the cost would add up when they ported a console, or they assumed that they were opening themselves up to such a wider audience that they were going to make it back on console, like that money
There's
was
no
like
way.
it was going to pay for itself.
I mean,
Maybe they thought that.
You
I-
asking me for verification on what I just said, because I can go get it, but it'll pause my interaction on the podcast. But it's very openly known. That's not a hidden thing.
I
They
think
don't hide
that
it.
was their guess. I think they were guessing verification was the issue
verification,
with
okay.
console
Yeah,
patches.
That might
Yeah.
be because
But listen, I'm happy to prove my point. I know for a fact.
speaking from light experience, you don't accidentally port something to console. It's-
No.
it's quite a process from what I've done.
Oh,
Like,
right.
I tried to make one of my like little 2D platformers on mobile, like just porting it to mobile,
Mhm.
and I had to remake the game. Like it wasn't like You just have to remake the game
Well,
essentially.
Yeah, you're also working with like different hardwares, right? Like that's one of the things we talked about. I think another week when we were talking about like updates for stuff is that games a lot of times when they're in development and stuff, they're working with like a lot of different pieces and stuff for like like computer parts of
that's for
PCs and stuff.
PC, not for console.
Yeah.
And that
Well,
sense, it should be easier to update for console than PC.
But then you're more limited, right? As like PCs continue to evolve and you start adding more and more assets, it becomes hard to port those things over to console, which are more limited.
Then you should never put it on console.
Yeah,
I agree. That's kind of why I'm getting
Yeah,
at. Though.
okay.
It's so annoying too because there's so many game devs that have to change things. A perfect example of a game that's been in early access for fucking half my lifetime and literally changed game engines halfway through
Star
development is Star Citizen.
Yep.
That game was literally on a different game engine 5 years ago. And now
I want to say this as well.
console.
This is going to sound super hypocritical. This is going to sound super hypocritical. I like Star Citizen a lot, and I stand for everything they do. And the only company that I give leeway for early access, and that's because that when you invest in Star Citizen, you're not just investing in the game; you're investing in the future of gaming. The shit that they make,
Absolutely.
the shit that they make, they don't just keep to themselves. They create and develop brand new mechanics that have never been seen before on any other game, and then they sell those to continue funding their endeavor.
Exactly. They invent amazing tools for developers in the same field they're in, then make them open access and sell them to fund the ability to continue doing it. It's sort of like Amazon, where like you think Amazon's a store service until you realize 60% of the money they make is from AWS. It's from their fucking server side. They're making most of their money from something you don't even think about.
So
I told you I was ready for this. I told you I was ready for this conversation, Debbie.
I
Did you
just
know I
like to
didn't
be
know- I
well
didn't know-
researched when I go into conversations like this. So
Oh, no,
I've got
100%.
Star Citizen
I-
stats too.
I didn't
Go.
know
There's the
study
stats guy.
leading up to this podcast because I've been looking into this for years.
So
Because it's something that's shitted me off for years.
I'm gonna slowly go through these so I don't just info dump like I did 7 Days to Die, but I'll just kind of keep listing these off as and letting you guys chat about them. Star Citizen is the earliest game announced on my entire list of games that I have here, being announced in September of 2012, not 2012.
Yep.
And the first thing that I could find, or the earliest mention of early access, I actually found a forum post by the lead director, which is, I have his name here somewhere, but I can't remember his fucking name. But anyway, the lead director referred to Alpha 3.0, which was released in 2017 as akin to early access. So that was the first time that got mentioned in that game's development cycle that I could find.
Do you know why they don't want to use early access?
Why is that?
It's because they have no intention of changing how the game is. From the get-go, they've told everybody what the game is going to be, and they don't want anyone to feel like they're getting because of the way that they're building their game. It's very easy for people to call them a scam. So the reason they don't use early access as a word to define their game is because they don't want people to feel like that they've got those stipulations that early access has. That's why they've never said they've gone into early access. They've gone into akin to early access because they want people to have full trust in the game. In order to have full trust in the game, they have to be completely and utterly transparent, which is why I respect.
And they are.
Yeah,
Like,
they are very
have
transparent.
They have followed this umbrella banner, which I stan. I fucking love this
Love 'em.
term, and that is in development.
Mhm.
I fucking love the term in development because it's broad, but it's very purposeful. Like you
Yep.
understand that this game is moving forward in a direction that we're going to constantly, continuously talk about, and we just need your support.
And my favorite part is they create a roadmap. They stick the fuck to it.
Yes, they
That
do.
is
I
an
mean, it may take
admirable
them an
thing.
extra. It's like Elon Musk style, where it may take them an extra year, but they're fucking doing what they're talking about.
Yep.
I thought this would be a fun one. I found a quote from a writer at Polygon named Charlie Hall. He said, he compared Star Citizen to No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous by writing that last time I checked, Star Citizen writ large was a hope wrapped inside of a dream buried beneath a few layers of controversy.
Yeah, but he's a game journalist, so he probably doesn't even play games.
I just found that quote funny.
The fact that he's a game journalist, all of his integrity's gone out the window to begin with.
I mean, fair. I also think that's not necessarily like negative praise or negative feedback on the game. Like,
No,
I feel
not.
like all of those games, there was like a period of time where there was just endless space adventure video game, bam, here you go, Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
Endless space adventure game, bam, Star Citizen. Endless space adventure game, bam, No Man's Sky. And it's like all of them kind of felt like they couldn't possibly deliver on what they were offering.
Yeah.
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 Yep.
I hate
That's
this guy so much for that reason.
Mhm.
Because I don't know about y'all, but as a gamer, I don't care about like the endless opportunities. I care about unique like opportunities, right? If I go into a world and it's like, oh, this world's exactly like the thing I was at 2 worlds ago or whatever the fuck, like in that game.
But this one has
Why am I gonna
green
care?
elephants on it.
I
The
want
lazy
to
game
ask a
design.
question. When's the last time you played it?
No, I mean, to be fair, it's been a while. It was
Yeah, I
like
think
right
the
beginning
game
of
is
its
good now.
release.
I respect
No,
the
no,
shit
no,
out of the
I
devs for making it
understand
good
that.
now. Yeah.
But
On
still,
launch,
like,
it was a
whenever you
very
do that,
different
you
story though.
have- I mean, it's like again, it's like Cyberpunk, right? It had all this
I
hype
gotta-
and like journalism and
I got-
like events coming into it, like promising all these things that didn't
I
live
got
up
a
to.
video. I got a video to show you that perfectly explains what happened.
Is it the
that
like
game.
documentary behind the
The
scenes?
internet
Is that
historian one?
There's the Ingoodening. Have you ever seen
Yes,
it?
the Ingoodening and No Man's Sky is like one of the best videos on YouTube.
Let
Period.
me make sure this
Yeah,
is the
straight
one I
up.
think it is.
It's so good,
It's
but
40 minutes long, but
Okay,
it-
then
it's
yeah, I
not,
think
you don't
I've
watch
seen it.
now. But it's very good. And what I have to say
Oops.
about what
Yeah.
your opinion,
Yeah,
Chunk,
I've seen this.
I agree that like this planet has pink elephants, this planet has green elephants. Like that sucks. However, if the mentality is everyone has the same planets, like and oh this is the green elephant planet. Okay, I know my friend landed here a few days ago. He's probably in a nearby star system. Something like that. That's really cool to me. And that's like
and that is a thing now as well.
yeah, it has been for like I think
So-
2 years now.
Yeah, so like I'll give a quick synopsis of what actually happened, and it kind of explains in that video. So what happened is, these guys made a couple of games. They're called Joe Danger, right? And this mobile game, and it was massively successful. And then they at first they worked. I think they worked for EA. I think the guy who like made the game overall, he worked for EA, right? And what happened was, he goes and starts talking about this game that he's making. He's been studying for years procedural generation because he's very interested in it. He's like, I want to make a procedural generation universe. And everyone's like, that sounds pretty cool, dude. Like, that sounds awesome. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to make a game on this. And then Sony goes, oh, we smell money. And Sony walks in with their fat fucking tush. And they go,
It's big
Alright,
too.
here's
It's
what's
a
gonna
massive tush.
well, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna make you our flagship title. And he goes, oh, that's great. That'll be great for marketing. They go, yep, release it in a year. And he goes, what? And they're like, release it in a year. You have to release it in a year because we've now told our stockholders that you will release it in a year. And he goes, they've got like this conundrum now where it's like the publicity from Sony is huge.
Yep.
But now with a dev team of 5 people, they've got to try and finish something that's never been done before.
In a year.
year.
Yeah.
And even worse is they don't have a marketing guy. So the guy that's getting dragged all over the world to publicize this game is a game dev with social anxiety.
Not only did they not have a marketing team, they had no PR at all.
Yeah,
Mhm.
none.
Like
This
marketing
guy-
is hard enough, but he was put in front of every camera in America.
And he
With
has
no
social
ability to
anxiety.
yeah.
Yeah, he has
How
social
old was this
anxiety.
developer at the time, like that he was getting this offer and stuff, and like going
Like
through
late
all this?
20s, early 30s?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
like
no,
early
no,
30s.
yeah. No, he's mid-20s.
Oh, mid 20s, yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought,
when
I
this
thought you
game,
said his
no,
kids
when
were
this game
older.
was being announced, he was mid-20s, I believe.
Oh, wow.
And you know what? He sold his whole house just to fund this game. He remortgaged his house
Mhm.
in order to like make this dream come true.
And he
And so
has
what
kids.
happened was people's expectations. Let's imagine it like a train, right? People's expectations go like this. They go like this, and they go like this. Then the game's due to be released, and they plummet. And like every inch that hype builds up, it then just comes falling further and further off of just these railroads. And all the hype that got built up is just like a further fall. and it wasn't their fault. Like they
It's
needed
entirely
the,
on
they needed
Sony.
the time. Yeah, it's entirely on Sony because otherwise the game wouldn't. You look at reviews now, they are hailed as like a god tier dev team.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
it's like they
loved.
did the correct thing. The correct answer was to shut the fuck up, not say a word, and just
Get to work.
finish the game. And they did.
Do you
They
know-
didn't.
do-
They
do
didn't
you know what
say
the-
we promised. They just did it.
Do you know what the lead dev did?
What did he do?
He told all of his employees that they weren't allowed to check social media. He had all of their social media funneled to him. He started creating a Excel spreadsheet of data from people's tweets, like, you know, all the people that were like super angry. He would like, instead of just taking them as criticisms, like angry words, he took them as criticisms and he started stockpiling all these criticisms and like was like, okay, this is the stuff that we need to address straight away. These are the things that people wanted that were disappointed they didn't have, and he used that as data to further fix the game. Now, I fucking rate this guy so highly. I think he is like one of those people that like, when you look at game devs who fucked up, he didn't lack responsibility. He took it all on his own chest. He sheltered his like his workers from it, and then they fixed the game.
Yep.
And they never went into early access. They never did an early access. They wanted to finish their game from the beginning. They just weren't given the time to do it because Sony is so shit.
So here's my question then. Was it like, did they sign a contract like agreeing to be like the flagship title, or was it just thing that Sony, like, without talking to them, without doing anything, just was like, this is happening because they were under them in some sort of way? Because that seems like a thing that they would have to contractually agree to, right? Like, for that kind of level of advertisement.
My memory of watching the Ingoodening was, it's been quite a while, but from my memory, I don't believe that. I think there was some mistake made along the lines. I think that they had made an agreement where Sony was like purchasing No Man's Sky essentially to be like a flagship title.
Yeah.
Guy was just
get, like,
tiny
funding and
dev
stuff,
team,
I'm
super
assuming, right?
fucking pumped to get Sony funding and Sony exposure, and then
Yep.
I think like a little down the line, Sony kind of made their
The-
due dates more clear,
There
and the
were
team was
also-
like, "What the fuck?"
There were also big problems from the fact that he was bad at like talking and didn't understand that like if he slightly mentioned something, every player that was excited for this game would take it as gospel and it was meant to be in the game.
Yeah.
He's like, someone's like, so is there going to be multiplayer? He's like, yeah, we would like there to be. And everyone's like, okay, great. There's going to be multiplayer. It's confirmed. I'm so excited to play this with all the boys.
Yep.
And like that kind of shit was just constant. Like people go, oh, is it possible to like, you know, run into your friend while you're experiencing a solar system? He goes, yeah, that could be an option. And everyone's like, beautiful. It's massively multiplayer online. That's what we always wanted.
It was
And
like
so
it was like a
everything they took
movie.
is gospel.
It was like comedic almost, where like
Yeah.
like the littlest thing would be instantly blown up into like a marketing point.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't watch this
Yeah.
video, but based on like what I'm hearing and stuff, it sounds like, one, it's incredible that he turned it around at all.
Yeah.
To like come from that and like actually make it like what he originally like desired it to be, regardless of like everything that's happening and everybody talking shit about it for like God, how long? Whenever it came out, like it seemed like nobody would
Still.
drop it for like people
like
dropped
people
the
still
game, but
trash
wouldn't
talk it.
drop talking shit about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like I think that's really impressive, but I also think that there's a very key like misstep on his part of like just underestimating business in general, of like agreeing to that contract. And even you could say he's like, young, he doesn't know any better and stuff, but like there's, when you're creating a game of like that scale or any game at any point and like someone's wanting to fund you, there's always going to be stipulations that you have to look into further, right? Without just being like, yeah, I agree because I want funding or I want like, you know, advertisement. It's like you have to consider there's always going to be a return of investment that you have to know what the details are beforehand.
He's never denied that. He took full responsibility of it.
Yeah.
He never tried shifting the blame. He never did anything. He said, this is on me. We're going to shut up and fix this.
He prioritized his family
Props
above
to-
all. Like he
Yeah.
made sure it was very known that him having mortgaging his house was a huge gamble, a huge risk, like because he has a wife, he has kids, he has a whole life at home, and Sony walked up and said, here, I have the key to fix your entire life. All you have to do is something that anyone on earth could reasonably expect a human to be able to do. And then you go, okay.
Mhm.
Like, because if someone's going to sell you a cure for your life and all you have to do is take some shit for it,
It's
I would do it
literally
too.
it's
Like-
literally the conundrum of signing a deal with the devil. It's like, would
Yeah,
you sign
that's
a
kind of
soul
my
to the
thoughts.
devil if it solved all your problems?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it's and Sony makes a great devil. They make a great devil.
That's fine.
But yeah, like, you know what though? He did it. He can't knock the guy. He didn't bail on the game.
Yeah, the fact that they stuck with it, that's the part I admire. I think it was a bad decision overall from the beginning to agree to the Sony thing, but I do think in the end it worked out in his favor in the long run.
100%, because they still had the funding from Sony.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of people that still liked the game for what it was.
So we
It's not like it
actually,
was a massive failure.
I'm surprised we got more into No Man's Sky than Star Citizen, the game that we started the conversation on. Because I know Aravan has a lot
To
to
be
say
fair,
on this.
I
so-
know nothing about Star Citizen. Like,
Yeah.
in general.
I know a bit.
America loves a comeback story.
Well, I can tell
Yeah.
you another piece
Well,
of
like,
information
comeback
about
story.
Star Citizen that we can discuss, which is that I'm not super familiar with how much your average early access game makes. That information's kind of hard to just get. But Star Citizen has raised well over $500 million through crowdfunding. And given that it's technically not in early access, but as their dev says, akin to early access, I feel like that's a fuck ton of money. And I feel like given that it's been a decade, I expect more than what the game currently has to offer. I mean,
Now, hang on. You said you haven't played it.
I
You
have
don't know
played
much
it.
about it.
I own the game.
Oh, you do own it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
bought
thought
it.
you said you didn't know much about it.
That was
I just
Chunk.
want to add.
I think that was me. I didn't. I
Oh,
said I
sorry.
didn't. Play them.
I
No,
just
you're-
have 3 points to make there, Dev.
Sure.
And one is the game is 5 years in development because they switched game engines 5 years ago.
Ah,
Yeah.
right.
So actually, it's only been 5 years of development, and
Which
they
is where that
basically-
funding goes.
It's been
Yeah,
5 years twice.
It's been 5 years twice. So they worked for the 5 years, and they realized that the scale of what we want to do and how we want to do it simply cannot be done to this engine. As much as we fucking hate hearing it, we're switching from Twitch to YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's like that type of vibe where it's like,
Yeah.
even though I gotta fucking start over, we have to if we want to do the things we want to do.
Yep.
And I respect them for it. That's
And
one
they
thing.
never lied. They've never lied.
Not once. They one time they may have said that they were like, it's not even about the game. One time there was a lie where an employee was fired for a reason they weren't entirely truthful about because they didn't want to
Yeah.
slander the employee. And like that's the one thing they always bring like well, they're not 100% truthful. It's like, bro, if you're trying to save someone's skin, you can say that someone was fired for misconduct instead of saying that they touched one of their coworkers or
Yeah.
whatever. Anyway, also another big thing is most of their development like money, like even though they make new stuff and they make new ships that they continuously sell, it's not like they're like, okay, here's another Kickstarter, we need another 500 million.
Sure.
They've been using the 500 million the entire time to the
Yep.
point where they grew the team huge. They grew the team to like, what was it, like 50 people? And then they were like, okay, we're seeing a lot of overlap here, and if we continue with the pace we're doing, we're not going to get the game with the money we have now. And they're really smart with money, so they fired a bunch of people. They had to. They got rid of a bunch of people and shrunk the dev team a little bit to make sure they can make the money they have last. Because it isn't like they're like, oh, we have 500 million now. Let's make a fucking Apple warehouse and get this shit done in a year. They're like, we want this vision to be realized, so let's take this money and fucking stretch it as far as we can. People aren't gonna like how long it's gonna take, but at least we're gonna release a product we know people are gonna love.
Yep.
That's thing number two.
And it's already heading that way. Like you talk to the Star Citizen community. That's
I
I
want
have
the-
I have some very big friends in that community, some of the big streamers, and they praise it. They love it. They hail it as like we know it's not finished yet. But
Mhm.
what we have, we enjoy playing every single day, and we know in a couple of months there's going to be a new update that brings in more stuff that we wanted because we asked them to put it in and they listen to us.
Mhm.
I'm still
I-
very
and-
skeptical.
and then
As someone who bought in, I've already spent my money, and I'm not expecting to get it back. I only paid $30 to own the game, so
Right.
I feel like I win there either way. I've already played it a couple times. It felt really empty when I played it. To be fair, it's been a while though, so maybe if I went back to it now,
I
it'd
was
feel
about
very
to
different.
say, now they have like a full bounty system where you can put bounties on NPCs or players. They've got drug running. They've got full marketplaces.
Yeah, it sounds like there's actually
Also-
things to do now. Last time I
There's
played,
PvP areas. There's PvP areas.
Mhm. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
have you played the game with a friend? Because that also changes it. And you can't
No,
say like,
back when I played it, none of my friends wanted to buy it because they
should
thought
play
it was a
with a friend.
scam.
you know, they always say like, don't judge a game by playing with your friends, because if a game's not fun but it's fun with your friends, then it's not a fun game. They always say that.
Dead Island 1.
However,
I'd hard disagree.
this game
I agree with
exists
that too.
to be immersive.
Mhm.
And if
Yeah.
you're sociable at all, what's wrong and what's not immersive about playing with friends?
Mhm.
So anyway, the third point I was going to make earlier is you can't put a price tag on something that doesn't exist. And this is a completely new process. And even though it's sad, you don't want to hear it, something that's new spends a lot of its money in R&D. You're going to spend a fuck ton of money in R&D regardless of what like, I guess not genre, regardless of what field you're working in. But R&D sucks up so much money to figure out like what works and what doesn't.
Yep.
And
It's
nothing like
wild how
exists
much
until
we
it exists.
agree, Aravind. It's wild how much we agree. You just like say, I like have points listed and you just bring them up. I'm like, all right. Well,
I mean, one of us has to exist on each side of the globe, so.
yeah.
All right, we have come
with the North
through.
and South Pole.
We've come through a majority of the games that I have listed as mixed feelings that I have, and I know that Jamie's prepared with a lot of toxicity to spit about some especially heinous titles. We'll probably get back to War Z at some point, I'm sure. But I want to, we'll take at least one moment to step aside and look at successful games, at least one or two. So I think one of the biggest names in gaming, especially recently, that succeeded in every way in early access is Hades. And I've seen people in chat already bringing it up before I bring it up today. So Hades was a game entered early access December of 2019, not even a full year. September 2020 was already done. Fully released, as overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, shining golden 9s and 10s across the board from every major publisher, sold 700,000 copies during its early access and an additional 300,000 within 3 days of its full release. And it has received a total of 19 different awards, 3 of which being separate Game of the Year awards. So this is a game that did early access fucking right.
Let me get my boxing gloves on here.
Yeah. Pull out your boxing gloves. Let's see what you got against Hades.
Our game would have succeeded regardless. They didn't need the early access at all.
I
That
think
game
you're
was
right.
made from developers that had already proven themselves multiple times. They had a good publisher behind them. The early access was just cream on the top. That game was gonna succeed regardless.
That's fair.
No, I agree with that. I also think it's the different in types of games, right? Like so many of these early access games you see being those open world, like you know, builder,
the
like
scammers.
Minecraft. Yeah, it's just that.
Yeah.
Whereas like Hades had an intense story and like a specific style of gameplay that they had in their mind already that was very concise of what
And
what
niche.
it's gonna be. Yeah, and niche.
And niche, yeah.
And so it's like you're not gonna have that endless like development hell or like scamming that like all those other things seem to have.
Okay.
Hades was meant to be different from the beginning whenever it was in
Thank you, Advi.
Then we can talk about Subnautica, an open world survival game.
That's fair.
I have an interesting thing about Subnautica, actually.
Sure.
So I'm in a few game development discords, and I'm friends with a dude named McKee. He's like a really good Scottish indie game dev. I literally became friends with him because I liked his accent. But he's like super talented and super like into like the whole field and everything. And he knew one of the Subnautica devs, and apparently the original reason they went into early access was to not price gouge. What's the word I'm looking for? Like community test or something, the prices, because when Subnautica first came out, they actually changed the price a few times. They were originally, it was like $12,
So
then $15, then
they were
$20.
trying to see what people would pay for it.
They
or
were
what it was
trying to
worth.
see what people would pay for it, and then as they kept developing, they were like, "Oh, people keep paying whatever we sell it for, and we're selling it for 20 now, 25. Okay, I guess we'll release it on 30." And then they did, and then it made money.
Yep.
So like literally, the original reason it went to early access wasn't even to test it; it was just to see how much people would pay for an experience that was essentially just being underwater, and
Yep.
it's for some reason classified as horror game. I don't really know why.
I can see why. Like,
Just big fish.
like,
I was
Fear of
being
the
very
ocean.
there's
sarcastic.
different- Oh, okay. I was
Okay.
about to say.
People have thalassophobia out the ass.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. I was like, there's people that are afraid of gore, people afraid of psychological horror, and
We have
yeah,
been afraid
obviously,
of the deep ocean before we were even
the
vertebrates.
deep ocean is just space beta.
Yeah, it's just space.
It's early
but-
access space.
Yeah. Early access
That's a
space.
quote.
It's early access space. Like you can't like there's shit's so deep. You know there's like
You're
like,
saying
there's
the ocean is
life
a scam.
underwater. Yes, absolutely.
Got it.
I'm sick of us not talking about it. All right, don't trust the ocean. It's gonna take your money and run.
Man,
Drew is
People are always
correct.
like-
great brother.
People are always like, man, I can't wait to see all the weird creatures and aliens we find when we find like other civilizations. Like, bitch, have you looked in the water? Like, there's some weird
Yeah.
shit in there.
Bro, look at jellyfish.
So I'm not going to go
What the
over
fuck
all
are
of
they?
the stats
They're
from Subnautica.
Single cell organisms.
Because we all know how well Subnautica went over. It was 4 years in development, overwhelmingly positive, high 80s and 90s reviews, won 3
That's how Debbie and I
awards. Huh?
That's how you and I met.
It is how we met. Actually, it was
Yeah.
Below Zero is how we met.
Let's not talk about that one.
Yeah, let's not talk about Below Zero. I can
I heard that
say
one's on its
Subnautica sold 5 million copies before releasing Below Zero, which is pretty huge.
At a lot of price.
I'll always say this. There are always exceptions to the rule, and I think Subnautica is the one that I can't deny.
So I have a
I
really
agree.
weird fact I learned about Subnautica while researching. And that is that Subnautica was directly inspired by the Sandy Hook shooting. The game, the
No,
lead
I see it.
developer,
Yeah, that
the
makes
lead
sense.
developer has come out and said that in light of the Sandy Hook shooting, he sought out to create a video game that forced its players to solve problems without the use of violence and to circumvent situations by utilizing tools at their disposal, and even went on to like really focus on some form of educational aspect of the game with all the like environmental details and lore building and like the I can't remember the name of them, but there's like the propulsion cannon, and then there's a different one. Like he
The
has
stun gun?
said publicly that he tried really, really hard, despite dozens and dozens and dozens of forum posts telling him to put guns and knives and weapons in the game. He was like, no, I'm not going to let you kill the shit. Find other ways to survive.
I rate that, dude. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's a really interesting
I
random fact.
really, really like that. That is.
And then Drew in chat, Dev makes game with no violence. Me freezes Ghost Leviathan and shivs the fuck out of it for 20 minutes.
True though. The
Yeah,
amount of
that's
fish
a
that
really
kill
cool
with a
random
fucking
fact about
glowing knife.
Subnautica. I really like
That
that.
is actually really cool. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Shout out to him. Never mind. I'm gonna say that.
Just, yeah, don't
No,
shut up.
I, no.
Okay.
The knife is the only weapon, and the game itself tells you intentionally the moment
I-
that you craft it that it's not intended to be a weapon.
I thought the same joke, Chunk. I just.
Me and Bobby are the
We'll
same.
just- Yeah, I think we have the. Yeah, we'll just.
Let me bring up one
Look,
more
guys,
really
we're all
good
the
one.
same.
Let me bring up one more really good one. All right, I am gonna info dump here. I'm gonna info dump here because I don't think anyone here, unless you've never played it, would disagree with any of this. But personally, one of my favorite games of all time came out of early access in 2017, and it was Divinity Original Sin 2.
That was an early access game?
Yeah.
You guys, you're just going down my list of early access games right now.
Divinity Original Sin 2, Chad, if you haven't played it, received universal acclaim with multiple critics and publications considering it to be one of the best role-playing games of all time. It has overwhelmingly
It's the form tabletop.
It has overwhelmingly positive reviews of all time and recent on Steam. Scores are in the high 90s or even 100s across the board with glowing reviews from every source. Mike Williams of US Gamer called it the pinnacle of PC gaming, and this was my personal favorite fact. World famous Twitch streamer Prince Devi gave it a shining 10 out of 10 score on his podcast Joysticks and Mouse Clicks on September 27th, 2022. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't believe they made it.
I'm gonna once again say, I
Wait, that's the thing.
think that game would have succeeded without early access. To be honest, man.
I think it's
really
similar
do.
to Baldur's Gate, where right now they already have a bunch of money from Divinity 2,
Yeah.
but they want to make it bigger and they want to make it better. So they said, let's get funded.
I was thinking about
I-
bringing that
I
up. I
don't-
saw it was an early access.
I don't think they need early access. This is like one of those things
So-
where like
It's so weird because with a game like Divinity, I feel like at a certain point QA isn't scalable anymore. You know? Because like that's
Yeah.
insane. Like the amount of detail put in a game like Divinity is ridiculous.
Also, one playthrough's 90 fucking hours. Like,
Exactly. So like if you're going to do that, I feel like
Same
QA
here.
Like you would need like 5 years and $3 million just for legitimate QA, or
yeah.
you release in the community. For
I
a
think
little bit.
their exclusive reason for early access is, hey, we're a medium-sized game company with a couple games under our belt, and we just want your feedback and bug support. Like, I think that's all it is, realistically.
That's great. If it's a game like Overwatch where it can be much more judged and you can literally walk through every map in less than 15 minutes, that's fine. But like Divinity, like we played that game for 4 months.
Yeah.
Like it took a long fucking time to beat one playthrough, and I don't think we came across a single bug. Like that,
we probably did like 1 or 2 things, but they were so inconsequential and tiny that we didn't even care.
Yeah, like you need way too much money to even sustain for a AAA company to balance a game that big. So if the early access is just bug and feedback, I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
like I think that works.
They've done it well in the past. I think they're doing it well currently with Baldur's Gate. So
I will give you Divinity.
Yeah,
I'll give you Divinity. I concede it. I reckon that is my whole argument would have been that, like, you know, bug fix first, but I think you're right. Actually, I think that game is just so big.
I agree that QA should be done internally for the most part, but to a scale, to like a certain point.
But like, okay, my argument is,
I think that's a problem with most games.
why not
nowadays,
just
though, right?
release the
slowly getting
game
to the point
and
where we
bug
can't.
fix it as it goes?
You get Cyberpunk.
Like
Yeah.
that- Yeah, but like, okay, Cyberpunk is an extreme example of a game
You
that
get
just
Skyrim.
wasn't finished.
well, okay,
Yes,
you get
sir.
Skyrim, but maybe actually try to fix the bugs, I guess.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Skyrim,
That
right?
doesn't sound like them.
That game was functional, right? Skyrim, as much as I fucking despise it,
Depends on
Skyrim
where you
was a
went.
functional game. It was just boring. Like, yeah, it has bugs, but I mean, fuck, it's Bethesda. They're shit game devs anyway. Like, they don't know how to, and like half the bugs they don't even fix. They go, someone mod it out.
Yeah, or
So,
that's
like-
part of the character of Skyrim or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay,
they
so-
lean on that shit all the time.
I would agree
Like-
with you, Jamie, if it was like a Call of Duty length type game where it was like 6-12 hours, or like each of the missions were only like so long. But like, let's say you find a Divinity bug 50 hours into a playthrough that is unfixable, and you just lost that entire save. Like
yeah, that's
that.
why I'm conceding the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
See,
I wonder-
I know that.
the thing about Divinity is so like, do you guys know how the RPG like how the RPG came to be a thing?
I mean, my assumption
so-
would be
Explain.
probably originated from Dungeons and Dragons or something
Yes,
that
that's
inspired
exactly right. So basically, what happened was tabletop RPGs they've been around since like Dungeons and Dragons got
that.
made
Late
in the
70s,
60s.
early 80s,
60s.
60s. Holy shit!
Yeah. So
What
D&D
was
got
out
made-
in? Was it like
the
80?
first release of D&D was first edition came out in the 60s by it was made by Gary Gygax.
Holy
And so what
shit.
happened when video games started to become advanced enough that people were the West, people always attribute like RPGs to, you know, Japan, but it was the West that said, how do we get these tabletop games onto what the fuck did you just eat? Was that
Really quick,
No.
fact check. I did Google it, and it says the original Dungeons and Dragons was published in 1974. And then one random thing that doesn't really matter too much, I want to point out, it only had 3 classes, which were Fighting Man, Magic User, and Cleric.
Yeah, because elf
sorry,
was like it wasn't a race, or right? There was like some things that were like weirdly like classes.
It says
Sorry,
Human,
sorry,
Dwarf,
racist.
Elf, and Hobbit.
Yeah,
so yeah, it was published in the 70s, but it was made in the 60s.
Okay.
So he had the game working in the 60s. He just was struggling to get people, because back then it was very Bible Belt, and people were like, oh, Dungeons and Dragons, satanic culture. Like, it was very hard to get that shit like pushed out. And so
True.
like when it got picked up, it took him ages to get it picked up. But what happened was the West
Stranger
was like, how
Things
do we turn
covered
this
that
into a
too.
game, right? And for years they were like, okay, so this is where the evolution of like the Western RPG came out, right? See, we're talking your Fallout, your Skyrims, anything with like the stat-based, stat-based RPG. Then Japan was like, okay, we want to do that, but we want to do it our way. That's where the turn-based RPG came from and stuff like that. But I would say that Divinity was the first time that we truly saw a tabletop game on as a video game. Like, I was the first.
How differently did like
proper
Divinity
true
1
rendition.
play? Because I've never played Divinity 1.
Divinity 1 is similar, but it wasn't perfected.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Divinity 2
saying. This is
felt
like the
fucking
perf-
perfect. Like,
Yeah,
that
that's
game
what
is
I'm saying.
ridiculous.
It's like the perfected version.
Yeah.
I haven't even finished the whole thing, and I got to, like, you know, when you first get to that first island, I did the final boss on that island, right?
Mhm.
Never really went any further. That's why I've got it on my list to play again.
Bro, you got so
even-
much in store.
I know, I'm looking forward to it. But even having just played that, I was like, this is insane.
It's the
There are
worst part of the
so
game,
many-
too.
So many avenues to get you to where you need to go. So many different experiences each player can have.
Bro,
It really feels like
Yeah, something.
that
After
was
having-
the first time.
after having played Divinity 2 fully through 5 times, and 4 of the 5 times were introducing new players to the game, I am 100% certain that I think my favorite part is when people start to fall in love with the game, which tends to be about halfway through the first major island, Reaper's Coast.
My
And
problem
the
with
realization that chapter is so dog shit compared to the rest of the game, in my opinion. That people are already falling in love at the worst part of the game, and I'm just sitting here like, oh, I can't
Welcome
fucking
to me
wait till we
describing
get to
One Piece to
people always ask why I never finished it. The people I played with were.
Yeah.
They were the kind of people that just were like, oh, I'm gonna go off and talk to every quest holder. I'm like, oh, what'd they say? Oh, I don't know. I skipped all the dialogue.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to
Cool.
keep
Yeah,
everybody
I
together.
don't understand people that do that, honestly.
So I was like, my experience is getting ruined by the people I was playing with. So I told them, I was like, yeah, I don't want to play with you guys anymore. I'm out.
Like, why
I'll
would you
make
wanna
you my
play an
7th
RPG
playthrough,
where, like,
Jamie.
like a majority of the thing is like dialogue and like world building, and then just skip all of everything that is like
Mhm.
being built? It makes no sense.
Because weirdly enough as well, like the guys that I was playing with liked tabletop games. So I don't know why they were doing that.
So I
have-
know.
But
Oh, go ahead, Ervin.
I was going to say my biggest problem, and what. So I played to show my resume. I don't know. For people who don't know, I played Divinity Original Sin once, only once, all the way through with Devi, Brenny, and Baldy. So that was my only experience with the game, and I really enjoyed it. However, there is one thing they could have done that would have fixed my entire experience, and that is you should be able to move when dialogue is happening. That is it.
yeah,
Like that would
yeah.
have fixed the fucking game, because the amount of times where I'm in the middle of doing something that is going to take me 10 minutes and I'm going to waste people's 10 minutes if they don't let me do it while they're doing other shit. It was like half the fucking game. We probably would have finished it like 20 hours faster
True.
if I could just interact with something while someone was sitting there explaining the same thing 4 times in 4 different ways
Wait,
against
so you're
my
saying
ADHD.
that like Devi would be like talking to somebody who would interrupt what you're doing?
So
So
the way
you're
that
a mile away.
You're all in a party, right? I got
All in a
Yeah,
party.
yeah.
You're a mile away. Devi clicks on someone who now is going to give you dialogue for 30 minutes, and you have to sit there wherever you are and do nothing but listen there and go like this, and fucking
Yeah.
die. If you're just
Sounds
like,
like a pretty.
From my
Because-
understanding, they fixed that in Baldur's Gate 3.
I'm
God, I
not
hope
sure. I
so.
haven't played it. I'm excited. I
Because it's
keep
at the
having to
bottom.
turn people down. I've
I'm
had
not
so
playing
many
until it's
people.
out of early access. I'm not
I've
playing
had
until
so
it's
many
out of early
people
access.
invite me to play that fucking game with them, and I'm like, listen, I'm sorry, but I had a team to play this game with before it was announced, so I cannot.
I may need to play Divinity too, and then try.
It's
Baldur's Gate.
really good.
Do you
I'll
want to
play
play
with you.
together, Chunk?
I'll play with you, Chunk.
Can we play together?
Joysticks and mouse clicks.
I'm gonna
Divinity
do it for my
playthrough?
90-hour playthrough.
I'm gonna do it at some point for my website, and I need players.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, just us. Is this the crew?
I'm happy if you guys are.
Let's
be
fucking
honest-
go, Divinity
I'll be
playthrough.
honest. I'm playing the exact same character, like
Okay.
a ranger that summons. I had so much fun with that.
Summoning's broken in that game.
It's
Okay,
so good.
let's
I know.
move on. We've sang praises on Divinity well long enough. We all know that's a
Not
good
even
game.
early access. We're just talking. We're just like, yeah, that's a fucking good game. Let's talk about it.
Let's jump straight into you know what, Jamie, would you rather shit on War Z or maybe like Ark?
Would you rather shit? Oh, please. Okay, I don't ask you for anything. Please shit on Ark. I fucking hate that game.
Yeah, cool.
Oh,
Okay, let me begin.
Do you want me to give some stats or do you just want to jump in?
Lay it on me. Give me some
Lay it
stats,
on me.
baby.
All right. I have a couple of things written out for Ark. First thing, it was released into early access on June of 2015. Please remember that year. It will be important. It fully released in 2017. Okay, so 2 years in development. Not too bad in early access compared to some of the other titles we talked about. However, paid DLC was released for the game in December of 2017, November of 2018, February of 2020, and in November of 2020, totaling 5 DLCs with 1 released before the game exited early access. And then the final thing I have is that the console versions of the game, similar to fucking 7 Days to Die, have like 3s out of 10s from every review source. And the Steam reviews are all very positive. So another game where PC has it good.
It's a cult.
I would complain about the game, but it's early access. They have no responsibility. So I'll just sit there playing my stuttering mess of a piece of shit with paid DLC that works at like 20 frames per second. No, that's a great experience.
That was
got to work?
Ark Survival Evolved was the first game I ever refunded on Steam.
Dude,
Ark is
I
a
legitimately
scam,
like,
and the devs are cowards.
Yeah. It looks fun, is the
I don't
sad
care
thing.
if-
Like, it
if
doesn't
a
look
dev ever
terrible
hears
now,
this-
but
If a dev ever hears this, you are a pussy, you are a coward. Release your game and fucking stop hiding from criticism.
and also meet
You
me
are
at the local
you are a
Comic-Con.
little bitch. All right,
So-
admit your game is fucking finished. Admit that it is as good as it's fucking getting.
And
just
that's not
release your
saying
DLC.
much.
Yeah,
because
Yeah,
it's
it's
still
really not.
shit.
Yeah.
But, you know, might as well release it and just like let everyone know
But that's
that you're
okay.
not
The
doing anything.
community will fix it.
We recommend honesty, no matter how bad it may be.
So I have what we were talking about earlier, where there should be limits for early access, and like Steam should take care of this, and Epic should take care of that. Like, sure, there should be limits set in place, but I think an absolute limit that should be across the board, no matter where you buy a game from, is you should not be able to sell purchasable DLC for an early access game. Who?
I'm so
Who
glad that we're going
thought
into
that
this,
was a fucking idea.
because I have a counter thing to bring up. Not that I'm defending the sale, because I frequently reference Ark when I'm shit talking early access because of that exact thing. But there are a lot of early access games that do paid microtransactions in the game, like Jamie brought up earlier. So my question is, if let's say your early access game releases as free, how much is too much microtransactions in an early access game if that's their only source of income?
None. I don't know. I don't believe that exists. In my opinion, if a game releases for free but it has microtransactions, there is nothing immoral about that.
I agree.
Yep.
I have no problem with it. You're getting a free experience. It's your choice as to whether you want to make your character look pretty.
Well, I mean, okay, so if it's make your character look pretty, yeah. But then if we consider
Sorry, I
something,
should
obviously
stipulate
this wasn't early access, but like, you know, a game like Diablo Immortal, where it's just clearly pay money, win the game. There's not really anything else to spend money
that's
on.
a bad
It's just
game.
That was a mobile game, so it was already immoral.
true.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, what Drew said, only if it's cosmetics. I agree with that to an
Yeah,
extent.
agreed.
I think
My favorite example is Fortnite. I think Fortnite is the most. For a long time I didn't like Fortnite, but I respected Fortnite. And you know, I know it got a bad rap because it's a kids game, right? But like at the end of the day, bro, kids don't have wallets, man, right? So like you're giving these kids a free game that they can play if they want, and their parents are okay with it. They can get themselves some cosmetics, or you can steal mum's credit card. Either way, like I see no problem with that. Like it's cool, like that's all right. But if you're releasing fucking DLC for a game that's not fucking released,
And not free.
And not free, yeah.
Yeah, and not free. What you're admitting is you're too much of a coward to admit your game is finished. It is.
Yeah.
Don't lie. You're not working on it
Yeah.
anymore.
there's literally
Really
no
quick?
realm where you should ever have DLC if your game is not finished, because it doesn't make sense that the entire point of DLC is that you're adding on to a finished game.
Yeah. If you're adding DLC, then that should have been free. That should have just been an expansion.
For the sake of those listening, I'm gonna derail for a split second. Drew Sun in chat just said, Overwatch 2, a free game, recently announced that they're following Apex Legends' example and making you pay for heroes, which drastically unbalances the game with a paywall. Aravan is our local Overwatch 2 expert. Is this true?
I assume it's not actual like money, but you probably can.
It's probably an
Faster?
in-game currency that you
Yeah.
buy, that you can buy.
There's
Yeah, you
no
can.
in-game-
You earn it?
There's no
So-
in-game currency?
There's no in-game currency. They're talking about the battle pass. The battle pass is you have to earn the character. So just like Apex, you go in and okay, so let's say the battle pass is 100 levels. To get the new character, you have to play enough to unlock the battle pass of level 10. All characters for the foreseeable future are free. The other things in the battle pass are not. So just like Valorant, level 1 through 9, unless you buy the battle pass, you will not get. But you'll
Right.
get every 10th level, which is very based and I think is fine overall for
Yeah.
a game
Okay, so
who literally survives off of being cheaper than usual and is now free. However, the newest character coming out is free for anyone who purchased Overwatch 1. So if you purchased Overwatch 1, the newest character is free right away, regardless. And the problem a lot of people are seeing with that is if the meta is being defined by a character that's important, and you need to unlock them, then you may be stuck for a while playing non-meta characters to unlock that meta character. And what I have to say to that is, why does no one complain about that in Valorant? Why is no one
Yeah.
complaining about that in Valorant for 2 years?
There's so
League of
many
Legends.
other like,
I do.
or like, here's my best example of that: Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah,
If you've
another
ever
example.
played that game is atrocious for hiding those like champions or like
Smite,
operators behind. Like it's
DVD.
it's
League
so.
of Legends.
Yeah,
It's like
there's so many games to
there's
do
so
that.
many examples. Rainbow Six
Yeah.
Siege is the most atrocious one because I played well over 20 games, did not even get a eighth of what I
Yeah.
needed to unlock a character.
I would
Yeah, I
say
agree.
that I'm in two mindsets of it, right? I would say that it's a problem with the culture of those types of games.
Mhm.
However, Overwatch, I mean, I know it's Blizzard. They're never going to do this. They should be like looking to be the change in the market. However, if it's true that you unlock the character at level 10 of the battle pass and getting to level 10 is free, oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like Drew also pointed out, there's no way of knowing how long it will take to get to level 10. Like in Rocket League, that's like 5 games realistically because
Yeah,
of weekly
yeah,
and
but
daily
look at-
challenges and
All of the leaks and people who are on the dev team and have leaked information, including one of my friends who I can't release the name of, will say to take about 15 hours a character.
That's not that bad.
So 15 levels basically, because it takes about an hour to level up once.
Yeah.
And, like
And they
League of
release the character
Legends-
every 2.5 months. So if you can't
I'll
play
point
Overwatch
out-
every 2.5 months, like, don't play the fucking game. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'll point out this as well. Like League of Legends. I mean, you play the game, you get like some currency, and you just buy a character that you want. But the problem with League of Legends is the newer characters, which are obviously the better characters, they cost a longer period of time. Yeah, fair enough, Chunk. They cost a longer period of time to get because the newer release it is, the more it costs of the free currency.
Yeah.
However, something that they do really right is they rework old characters, such as a long time ago they reworked Mundo, and Mundo became a top tier champion. He only costs 480 in-game currency, which you earn, by the way. You can buy it or you can earn it.
Expense.
And 480 is like, I don't know, like 3
yeah,
games.
League, I didn't feel it was that bad gathering the currency to buy characters I wanted. I felt that it was an oversaturation of character more so than I feel like it takes me too long to
You
get the
could
character I
argue
want.
when they're gonna
there's
stop.
too much, but
Yeah,
like,
when are they gonna stop? I mean,
I
don't know.
think eventually it's going to get to a point where they're going to have to constantly basically just be updating old champions, and that'll kind of be
Yeah.
the stopping point. Because they're already doing that, where they're constantly, like almost every single time that they announce a new champion, they're also announcing a rework that's in the progress, even including a VGU update. So it's like, it's not just the champions like kit being reworked or like small fixes. A lot of times it's also like the actual design of the champion is being like fixed and like updated to what they want.
Yeah.
So, but also I think a little bit on, just like League in general is that, or any game that like, you know, you can argue like what's meta, what's not meta, but at the end of the day, like whatever is comfortable to you and whatever like playstyle you use is going to be more effective than anything that's technically meta. Because if you use a champion that's meta but you're shit with it, you're going to lose the game anyway. That's just how it is. And I think a lot of like games like Smite or League or anything like that is going to be the same way. Overwatch is just the same way. You could argue that some of the heroes are better, but like I won't use them probably to the same extent that Airman would, right? So
it's also the fact that, like, if it was something that was, I mean, the biggest part of Overwatch is the new characters. The reason the game started dying is because they stopped releasing new characters. Blizzard understood that Activision Blizzard rather understood that the new way of moving games is live service. And if a live service doesn't facilitate making a constant stream of money, which Overwatch 1 did not, because loot boxes were the only way they made money, and it was like it's an unsustainable business model, and it was controversial. So they went away from that, and they started going towards a live service type thing. And I think it's great because I just want everyone in chat who isn't young to put themselves in the mentality of 14-year-old them. ain't got no fucking money. You can't ask your parents for money. If you can still obtain the same thing that I can for $10 for free by just playing a little bit, you're gonna play. You're gonna play the game until you unlock it, and it's free. It's like the main thing in the game that is changing the game. You can still obtain for free. It just, if you have a busy lifestyle and you're an adult with $10 and you want to try the new character, you're gonna do it. And the other things that you can unlock in the battle pass are all cosmetic. So realistically, if I can obtain the thing that's important for free with just a little bit of playtime, the thing I'm paying for is cosmetic, or I'm a busy working adult and I could pay for the thing that you do that is useful quickly, I see no issue with that being in a free game.
Yeah.
That was something we talked about on a previous episode, was that like a lot of times like you have access to these battle passes that kids can kind of max out pretty quickly, but like adults can also have the option to pay for because they have less time to like spend doing it.
Instead of working for the battle pass, like instead of like unlocking what the thing would be for free by spending those 15 hours, you then spend those 2 hours at work, or like the 1 hour at work paying for whatever. Because if it's $10, that is like 20 minutes of work for me. So I trade those 20 minutes of work for a thing I want.
I'm going to refer back to one of our earlier discussions that we had on the podcast when we were talking about microtransactions. And one of the things I said was the worst thing that you can do with microtransactions is hide game mechanics behind them or gameplay. So making a character purchasable like League, like Rainbow Six, like Overwatch, like that. That is something I am horribly against entirely, I think. But being able to unlock it for free is great. So I think Overwatch is doing it this way in a marginally better way than one of my least favorite examples of monetization, which is Genshin. Because I can play that game as much as I fucking want, and there is absolutely no guarantee that I will ever earn the thing that I'm trying to earn.
I've got a quick question. This might be slightly off topic, just leading away from Genshin.
We're already off topic.
Well, so League, yeah, we are a little bit. We'll pull it back in a sec.
Yeah.
League has an interesting thing, and I think they take it a step further in the wrong direction. I actually don't like this at all. So I've recently got two friends, Cornelius and Sod, who I'm trying to teach League of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
And we hopped on the other day, and I was like, all right, boys, I reckon you're about ready to go play some PvP so you can really see how much you don't understand this game. So I was like, well, there's 164 champions, right? Probably more than that now, actually. It's probably more than that. It's probably getting close to the 170. And I was like, all right, boys, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump into a game. I'm gonna show you guys like what it's like to actually play PvP. And I was like, all right, let's hop into draft pick. Oh, you need 20 characters to be able to play draft pick. Well, that means you guys can't play it because you don't even own a single character. Now, blind pick is pretty much not played. Nobody plays blind pick because there's too many characters that are just straight overpowered. In fact, people have been talking about how draft pick needs to go from being able to ban 10 characters to being able to ban 20.
Yeah, I remember when you only banned like 3.
3, yeah. So my thing is, an entire game mode, which is the popular game mode and pretty much the only playable one, is locked from those players being able to play it.
I agree with this.
Until they've bought enough characters, and that's fucked.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. And yep, Krusky is confirming they also lock ARAM behind it, which was my bigger complaint, because that seems like the fuck around
that
game
doesn't
mode.
make any sense.
Yeah. That's like the most casual mode, so I don't understand why they would do that. But recently,
my theory for that would be because what you could do is make new accounts by a single character that you like, and then you have a really high chance of always getting that character.
That's fair.
On a fresh account.
I was going to actually argue in favor of League here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the new player experience is pretty different now from what I've seen, and it feels like while you're not given 20 characters, they do hand out several characters at the beginning, right?
They do.
Yeah.
But those characters do not count towards being able to play draft pick.
Oh,
you have to own
okay.
20 characters.
I'm pretty sure they do.
No, they don't.
Sure they do.
No, they don't. They specifically don't.
No. You're thinking
characters.
of two. So there's two different things you're thinking of here. I'm not talking about the free-to-play ones that they like give you that are like random unlocked and they swap like every week. We're talking about the ones that when you first start an account, if you play like a single game or whatever, and like the tutorial, it'll legitimately just give you a champion that is unlocked. You get the picked one.
Yeah. Not like the weekly rotation. I'm not counting those.
They don't give you many of those because
No, they don't give you enough to like play draft. Which
I thought you
think
got
would be
like
a way
5.
to fix that.
can the things be obtained in a reasonable amount of time and
No.
unlimitedly
Fuck
per
no.
day?
No.
You can
No.
obtain
No,
them
no,
fairly quickly
no,
if you
Chuck,
literally
no.
bought not.
No,
Okay,
no.
no, hear me out before you say no over and over again. You literally can if you buy all the ones that are the cheapest, but that doesn't mean those are things you want to play, so it's
Right.
not reasonable.
Right.
I don't
No,
think it's reasonable
I
at all.
disagree. You cannot unlock that amount of champions in a day.
You can. I've done it. You literally what
You
you
can
do
unlock
is
20 champions.
if you go, because what they do is whenever they give you those champions at the beginning, you can actually select the most expensive ones and then disenchant those into more essence, and then go through and get the 450 champions and unlock all of them.
So it's like a.
But granted,
it's
it
like
depends
a-
on how much you play. You'd have to play for a few hours before you even got to that point, but still.
So you have to play for many hours, like already have
Yes.
knowledge in the game, be doing well, and have the background
Yeah.
knowledge of know how
That's
to.
the difference, right? Is this is knowledge I have, a lot of people wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. So that's unreasonable. So and
Yeah, I agree.
you can earn unlimited a day, right? Like you can earn as
Yeah.
many as you want.
Okay, now-
that's important.
Well,
I got you.
Based
No,
on how many
listen
games
up.
you can play in a day, right?
Listen
Well, I
up,
mean, I
listen
was
up.
talking more like Battlefront 2, where they
Sorry.
literally max you out
Ah, I
after a
see.
certain amount of currency.
All right. So, you can earn 350 blue essence per week if you play one game a day and win it. Right?
Sure.
Now, you are limited to the amount of missions you're actually allowed to complete in a week. If you can earn only 350, let's say you play, and that's with the first win of the day bonus, right?
Mhm.
If you would have to play for, oh man, the math on this is disgusting. You'd have to play for more than 24 hours, I think. If, let's say, on average, a game goes for 25 to 30 minutes, you'd need to play more games than you have hours in a day to be able to get 20.
Again, you're just
Well,
going
yeah.
straight off of the blue essence you get out of games. I'm saying if you disenchant the champions you get outside of those games, like you do in the tutorial, you can actually get a little champion shard that says unlock the champion, but it also gives you the option to disenchant.
But that's like RNG. What if you only get like really shit ones that give you like
It's not RNG, they're set
100 blue
champions.
essence? Are they?
They are.
Because Sod wasn't getting set ones.
Unless they changed it recently, it should be.
I think they might
usually
have.
almost. Maybe they did. I will concede that. It's been a little bit since I made a new account. Maybe it has.
While we're on the league
I-
topic, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then when I
Go
get
for it.
back,
Yeah,
we can
easy.
hop back onto the subject. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Because almost every single time that like through the first three levels, it would always give you like stuff like brand, Lux, Fizz. Fizz is the most expensive one. You would get like 1,600 for disenchanting him, which then you
Not
can buy
anymore.
like 4.
No, he's not worth that much anymore.
How much is he worth now? Like 12. It'd
Like-
still be over 1,000 blue essence for disenchanting
Um,
because it's an actual unlock, not necessarily a shard. There's a difference.
Oh, okay. So it's not a shard; it's an actual unlock.
Yes. So
I don't
because it's a
think
full
Sod got-
unlock,
I don't
it
think
gives you
Sod got
more.
any of those. I don't think they gave him that.
Interesting. Because okay, has he checked his like loot tab?
I'll
'Cause it
ask
should-
him, but
okay.
we'll put a tentative yes or no on this one.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
either
yeah.
way,
I mean-
it's still shitty. It's
I know,
still
I agree,
shitty to
I
lock
agree.
an entire game mode
I
until
100% agree.
you've purchased enough characters.
Because especially if you don't have a 5 stack, basically in blind pick, you have to call your roll. And so there's a lot of times where people like spam like chat trying to call whatever
Yeah.
roll they want, and then you get stuck doing some other thing you don't want to do, or people
Yeah.
don't listen. They go in the lane anyway, and then you both are like playing
Bro,
champions that
do
belong.
you know
on a roll,
how
and
hard
it's
it
just-
is
it's so bad.
to teach a new player in blind pick? I'm like, all right,
It's
so,
awful.
all right, Corn
I've
Dog,
done it.
I'm gonna teach you ADC. All right, I've taught you ADC. Let's hop into a game. And some motherfucker's called ADC. All right,
Yeah.
you're going top lane with your ADC, which is the only character you know how to play.
I think what I would say to conclude that whole argument, in my opinion, is if it was ranked, sure, lock that shit until I have 20 characters. But casual, blind, or draft pick, who the fuck cares?
Yeah,
I think
So-
right?
the only reason I can think of is that literally if you have someone that only owns like
If
3
you banned all their champions?
if they happen to ban all the champions, then they're
But they
just
give
fucked.
you,
The odds
they
are
give you
the
more than
they're
that in
free
free
pick.
champions.
I agree.
That's
I
true,
agree.
yeah.
Honestly, the way to fix this is to one, have the free champions count towards it, and also just have them be more. Have it be the minimum for a normal draft.
No,
That way you can avoid
there's a
that.
super easy way to fix this. Riot, stop being shit cunts and just give the OG 20 characters for free.
All
Why
right,
is that
I'm gonna tell you the actual answer, and it's that they need to bring back Twisted Tree Line. Okay, we can move on to the next.
Amen, brother. Amen.
True.
Rank
Actually
3v3s,
true.
bring it back.
So fucking based.
I want ranked ARAMs. I want ranked everything.
I'd play the game
Ranked
again if they
ARAMs
brought
would be
threes back, bro.
I'd be fucking diamond in it.
Okay, we'll do an exciting one to get us back onto the subject then. Let's dive into the
off.
War Z.
Okay. Aravand, you are too young for this one. I reckon you might be too young for this one.
I'm baby.
So the War Z.
You know, have you even quickly before we even start?
Yeah.
Aravand, have you even heard of the War Z?
That was
The game.
the DayZ era, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So DayZ came out as a mod for Arma 2 as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
And then a mod on Arma 2 also created PUBG, which made a lot of people come to Arma 2, which then made people want to make DayZ a solo game, which then the competitor to that was War Z, correct?
Now, you're kind of right, but you're ahead of the timeline.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So the PUBG stuff, that was actually way later.
Yeah, way later.
Okay.
Way later. This is like
I'm too baby.
the OG.
So-
these guys invented the DayZ scam.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
we're
these
talking like
guys,
Quake
this
days?
was also prior to early access being a generally used term. So what they called it when they released into what we understand as early access in December of 2012, they called it a foundation release. There were many people commenting on how it was a DayZ clone, even by name. War Z, DayZ. DayZ was like the big game at the time, so it was an obvious, like, same fucking game style. Go out, loot, survive with your friends, kill zombies. Now, one of the first things that I noted that this game did that really ruffled a lot of feathers, I'm interested to hear your opinions on this. One of the features that the community was really looking forward to was the ability to make clans and guilds and things like that. And it kept getting pushed back and delayed until finally they added the feature to the game, but you had to pay to create one. Real money. There was no way to do it in-game. You had to, real money, purchase a title to create a clan. What do you think about
Weird and eclectic.
Yeah.
Was it like a
Everything-
support thing, or was it like
no.
DLC?
that? Paid game, early access, you also have to pay to make a clan now.
Now.
Nah. That's
No,
not
it gets worse because you got to understand what they were trying to do. So, the level of false advertising in this game was unbelievable. So on the Steam page, they had pictures. They described the game as 256 square kilometers big. Okay, to put that into perspective, DayZ's map was 112 square kilometers. So they were claiming the map was twice as big as DayZ. Which is the size of which DayZ's the size of a Russian island called Chernogorsk.
Isn't that more than twice? Because it's
DayZ
square
like
now?
legit takes an entire fucking day to walk across. Like,
So
like a real life day.
like pretty. It
Yeah.
felt like it. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It fucking
So-
felt like it.
no, to walk from one side of DayZ to the other, like corner to corner, I think it took like three and something hours.
That's with no interruptions,
Jesus.
no zombies along the way, no fear of
On
players.
top of that, they had pictures of players driving cars. There were no cars in the game. They had just full lies about like the actual gameplay and what was available. They said there was an infinite amount of customizability with guns. You couldn't customize guns at all except for put a scope on. It was just lie after lie, and they knew they were going to get found out. They knew that this was all a lie. This was their
They knew
plan
it was a
from
scam
the
for sure.
beginning.
Yeah.
So what they did is they charged for everything. Anything that you wanted to do, you had to pay real money for.
So
Want to make more than one character? Real money. Want to make a clan? Real money.
Did you say
Wanna-
more than one character?
I believe, yeah, and you could even paying. You could only
Sounds
have a
like WoW.
maximum of 5 characters. Unless, and then you
You
had
had
to buy
to-
a new copy of the game if you wanted more.
If you wanted to, so the idea was that you could get guns and store them. So like, let's say you got a good gun, you put it in your bank. Had to pay for the bank.
Yep.
$50.
So they
So-
were just straight up trying to scam people
They-
because they knew it's
yeah.
going to be a short. They had like
They were
They're
making as
psycho
much money as they could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, they were gonna take the money and run.
This is just a scam.
This
So-
was one of the first examples of early access.
Bad way to enter. Then again, NFTs are a really bad way to enter society in the blockchain. The blockchain's legit. So it's like, just because it starts bad doesn't mean it'll continue bad.
Fair. We have had some good examples, obviously, that came out of early access.
Yeah,
We've already talked about a lot of those.
I'm interested in playing this game. I like a game where I
You
can
can.
just shill money, you know? It seems like a good
It
time.
was the first ever game to be taken off the Steam Marketplace.
Yep.
Oh, it's
Understand,
taking off.
understand.
I was gonna get to that one. But yes, so on December 19th, which was a whopping 2 days after it hit Steam, the War Z was made unpurchasable by Steam, and the studio re-released the game under a new name called Infestation Survivor Stories.
I've heard of that game.
Yep.
It gets better than
It gets
this.
better. Okay, but really quick, I had a couple things before that, or two things before that. One, the clan thing, that got so much backlash at having to pay for a clan that they removed that. Now you just had to pay to unlock more slots after every 20 or so players that joined the clan. So
I want to point out that this game was not free to play either.
yeah, no, you had to buy the game.
How much was the game?
I want to say it
$30.
was 30, yeah, 30 US
Say,
or
tell me
25
it's
US.
a full 60. Tell me they
No.
AAA like released
So it gets better.
Triple A 79.
I have this
Oh, sure.
quote.
Go for it.
Again, it's another shill that you won't care about. It's just some game journalist from GameSpy. But Craig Pearson from GameSpy wrote, displays astonishing design ineptitude and some of the worst kinds of microtransactions in gaming, all in one ugly package. Beautiful, beautiful.
Turns out they didn't use any of the money they made to pay the game journalists.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
They forgot. Or
Okay.
the check bounced.
Slipped
Maybe
my mind.
it's more like
I've never made anything.
It gets better, Debbie. I don't know if you know this part. I wonder if you do.
Which part? I did exclude like three things.
Infestation didn't do well, so they made another game.
they
Yeah.
released it a third
They
time.
released a third game, and what this was a game where basically it was the same thing, except there were demons, and you would walk around town. It was like void demons, and it was the exact same scam.
So they just reskinned it.
What was it called? It was War Z.
Okay,
War Z.
Jazz
Devs
was one of the
void
few.
game.
Infestation Survivors.
Infestation, the new
It's on
Z.
Steam?
yeah, it's on
Oh,
Steam.
so the second one didn't get taken down?
So, not removed from the Steam workshop. However, I do have in my notes that it was December 15th, 2016, that the servers for Infestation Survivor Stories were officially taken offline. And I also did have it noted here that many critics still consider it one of the worst video games ever made, and it has a reserved spot on Wikipedia's list of video games notable for their negative reception.
Okay, here it is. It's called the Nether the Untold Chapter is what it was called.
I want to read some
It's-
reviews of
Dude,
Infestation
dude.
Survivor Stories.
You should look at Infestation News, the new Z, one of the ones that was linked to. Look at the first like review for it. It's just very funny to me.
First year? Okay, hold on. Let's see.
It's just like the check marks are like how to like run the game and all this stuff. It's so
Graphics. Don't look too long at
unbelievable.
it. Gameplay. Watch paint dry instead. Audio. Bad. Audience. Kids and teens. PC requirements. Check if you can run paint. Difficulty easy. Grind only if you care about leaderboards. Story, no story. Game time average. Price, it's free. Bugs, the game itself
Is
is
it?
a big terrarium for bugs. 2 out of 10.
This is so good.
I'm amazed it got a 2.
I'm surprised, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, the highest score I could find for Infestation Survivor Stories, like across all of games journalism, every score I could find, the highest one I found was a 3.
Out
Are you
of?
sure?
10.
Because
Out of?
I'm looking at it.
Three.
I've got it right here, right?
Oh yeah.
Steam has it listed as a 6 out of 10.
What?
Yeah, I'm not even kidding.
Gaben loved it. He was a big fan of that.
Gabe
game.
was a big fan. I was mostly
yeah,
looking at
weirdly
critic
rated.
reviews as
Now,
opposed to like
I've
the.
just noticed something incredible.
Okay.
And they've got a new game out called Infestation: The New Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Drew just linked in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we were looking at. It has a mixed reviews so far.
I can't believe they can't.
They're still
keep
going.
getting away with it.
Yeah.
They can't, dude. It has 33,000. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. Dude, this is the thing. This is what I've said for a long time. Gamers are so stupid. They are the most scammable people in the world.
It's one of the worst
easier
communities.
it's easier to scam gamers than it is to scam little old women out of them like money for like, you know, locking their computer.
One of the weirdest things too, hot take. I've had this take for years now, but I think one of the most exploited groups of gamers is Pokemon fans.
Oh yeah.
They're just getting fucked
they
left,
will-
right,
they
and
will
center.
not.
Every
Rightfully
game
so,
that comes
though.
out
They
is
deserve
dog
it.
shit and
Dude,
like 10 years out of date already, and they love it. They eat it up.
Actually, this pertains to early access. Those motherfuckers released an early access game that wasn't even finished, called it Legends Arceus, and charged $90, and
Yep.
the Pokemon fans applauded them.
Yep. They finished a tech. They released a tech
Great
demo for
job.
full price, and all the
This-
Pokemon fans are like, "Woo!
This
That's
is
what
the
we've been
best
waiting for."
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
To be honest, the newest game that's coming out that has like the two legendaries or whatever that are just motorcycles, and one that has the wheels doesn't even use the wheels and just
They're
hops
a-
around.
They're
makes
motorcycles.
me-
You know
it
what?
makes me angry.
I've worked it out. Yo, Aravend, you know basic game development, right?
Yeah.
All right. You want to run a scam? I reckon we can make millions.
Okay, I'm done.
I've got a marketing idea. Here's what we'll do.
Why are the Pokemon
Open world.
motorcycles?
No. Open world, 4 times as big as Fallout 4. That will literally, that'll get like 10, 50,000 pre-orders. Easy, just saying those words.
But why are they motorcycles?
Dude, but the one on the left, the red one, it literally hops. It doesn't even ride on the wheels. It just jumps, it bounces around. If you watch video of it, it makes me so fucking mad that whoever buys that game and gets that one is just getting gypped. It's not.
know what?
It makes me so angry.
Pokemon fans, I've got a great alternative. Can we pull up that game that we always talk about that we plan on playing when it releases? The Chinese one with Pokemon
yeah.
is like slave
Power
labor
World,
and
Power
guns.
World.
Fucking Power
Pokemon
World,
with guns. Don't
Yes,
worry, they'll see
boy,
plenty of
that's the
gameplay with that
game we
one.
want,
I just
boys.
thought
That's
of the-
game we want.
I just thought of the easiest way to go through with your project. If you just take Fallout 4 and you put it in Photoshop and then you just stretch it
Stretch it. Yep.
to make it 4 times and just put it back in the
Copy
game.
paste. Copy paste.
Yeah.
Copy paste. Yep.
Yeah, easy.
And then
yeah.
whoa,
Best I can do is
it's
Microsoft.
Yeah, and
I think you could have made it
prove-
easier by just taking the character model and shrinking it to a quarter size, but
It's even easier than that. I can show you how easy it is to scam gamers. You guys remember Atlas?
yeah,
Atlas,
fucking
what they
yes.
did- what they
That
did, they
stupid
didn't even make-
boat game,
Yeah,
the pirate
yeah.
game.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they,
I
didn't
hated
even,
that
they
game.
didn't even make their own game. They took Ark of all games, copied that code for code, and
could
released
tell.
it as a pirate game,
There's
and
no way.
everyone bought it.
Yeah, I couldn't
No,
stand
there's
it.
no way, dude.
Yeah.
There's no way someone went,
They made
let's copy
millions.
Ark. Ark is the one to
Dude.
copy.
Yeah, they did literally.
They literally took code. Dude, it was code for code. They
keep getting
literally
for
took
chat.
it code for code and sold it and made millions. Dude, Aravan, we could actually do this. I'm telling you. And then we'll put all the money into Otherworld. We'll become big streamers. Boom, easy clap.
We should like be
Debbie, why were
ghost
we excluded out
releasers.
of this?
We should be
Or is it
ghost
just him and
releasers,
Aravan?
and then when we make the good money, we make actual good games.
We're good boys.
Yeah,
We don't
true.
deserve to make
Even better.
scam money.
I've got a great idea.
I don't
What
want
we'll do is
scam
we'll
money.
make this,
This
we'll
is
make this
bullshit.
scam game, and we'll be ghost developers, right? We'll release it under Chunk's name.
Oh, great idea! And let's call it.
Finally, I'll
Sonic,
be famous.
we'll call it Sonic Survivors.
Yeah,
It's gonna sell like
dude.
fucking crazy.
I'm in. I've invested all my money. I sold my house, my
Sounds like
cat, my
Chunk
kids.
rips open
I
the
don't even have
Velcro
kids.
wallet.
Can I be the game dev that left halfway through the early access process, which
I
kind of
don't
had like a
protest.
shines a grim light on the game before it comes out? You know what I mean?
Yes,
That
you
dev.
can, but you have a picture
I
of you
hate when
walking
that
away
happens.
and you're wearing a Sonic hat.
So you know what
as
the
you
worst
walk
thing?
away.
You know one of the worst things you can do for a game? Right as you're about to release your character-based game, your lead character designer leaves the company about a week before it's released. Oh,
Oh, that's
wait,
a great
Overwatch
idea.
2 just fucking did that last week. The lead character designer of Overwatch 2 left last week, right as you're about to
Amazing.
release the new characters. It's like,
Oh, good.
Amazing.
oops.
All right,
That's
I've,
gonna be
I've,
Yeah, that's a good
put
idea.
down Krusky's
We'll
message
release
for
NFTs
later.
with it.
Mm.
Yep.
And they could be purchasable, but only with Bitcoin.
Oh my god, add Sonichu. Dear god.
I did want to provide an actual solution for Pokemon fans. If you wake up one day and realize how fucked you've been getting, there is a solution out there. There is salvation, and it's called Temtem.
I knew you were gonna say it.
It's good. It also was another game that was in early access and has since like very recently full released, and I think it's good. I think it's a really good game. It solves every problem I had with Pokemon.
I'm interested. Can you show me the player numbers?
Sure.
Because I know how big that game was in early access, and
There
I
are 3
laid
players.
so much money on the fact that it is not as popular as that first day.
Let's see. Yeah,
I
absolutely
think
not.
early access is the reason that game died.
Yeah.
I really do.
I don't think this game would have survived without early access because of how small the dev team was. I
actually disagree.
genuinely
I think
believe that the dev team did everything as well as they could because it's a small team. Crema, they haven't made anything before this.
I'm gonna call you. I think you have a bias because you like it.
Maybe. I do like the
I
game.
think you have a slight bias here. I think the game died because of early access. What happened was everyone came in, they finished all the content, and they just forgot about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think if this game released in a full playable state, this game could have had the opportunity to be the Pokemon toppler.
Well, again, what I'm saying, when this game fully came out, I bought in at day one, and I watched the whole process of how it transformed from what it was day one to what it is now. And the reason I'm biased for it is because I know how hard it is to make a Pokemon clone. Like Pokemon, like balancing and everything is a nightmare for those types of games, I assume, with how many Pokemon and things there are. Creating
100%.
all of those unique character models, all of the different assets that go with it, all the environments, everything, it takes some time. And I don't think that this dev team would have been able to make half the game they ended up making without early access.
Agreed.
Yep.
So I agree with I
I
definitely
still
agree with
can't kill
Debbie.
it though.
And I agree. It's weird. I agree with both of you. However, I don't think, Poppy, I don't think you really appreciate just how short term the gamer's mindset is.
I do,
Because-
which is why I know that if you release a game that's an eighth of what it's meant to be, players will finish it and go, all right, I'm on to the next thing.
Yeah. That being said, though, like the game that would have won Game of the Year if it released later in the year, Elden Ring, is not going to get Game of the Year because of how short attention span gamers are. The
I
only
disagree.
reason,
I would put money on it right now that game still wins Game of the Year.
if it does now, I'll fucking pay you whatever the money is. However, I don't think that Temtem would have been a Pokemon killer just because of how often they release Pokemon games. And
Do you want to actually
Temtem,
make a cheeky little bet on this?
a cheeky. Okay, let's do 5 gift subs.
Yeah, five
Hey,
gift
hey
subs,
guys,
five
we're not supposed to gamble on Twitch, guys.
Oh,
I raised you
This isn't
300
slots.
gift
This isn't
subs.
slots.
Shut the
It's
fuck
okay.
up.
Oh, okay, we're not doing slots. We're fine. We're fine.
5 gift subs. Elden Ring doesn't win Game of the Year because gamers' attention spans are way too short. And anyway,
Yeah. All right.
And then-
let's do it.
and then Temtem, I don't think would be the Pokemon killer because they release Pokemon like every 10 seconds. I think, however, it would have been the equivalent of Hat in Time to Mario. Like it would have been like the renowned indie,
Mhm.
like of that genre.
Okay. I argue that if the game had released in full state and been popular enough that like word of mouth spread, they could have released Temtem 2, Temtem 3. And Pokemon fans would have got more on board. I think the fact that early access stunted its growth. Because here's what happened, right? And I know this happened because I was like this. I jumped onto Temtem and I started playing. And I really enjoyed it. And then I hit a content lock because I was done everything that I could do.
I did the same
And
thing.
I went, oh, that fucking sucks. Well, I'm not going to suggest this to anyone because it's not finished. And then I forgot about the game. And so word of mouth just died.
So
Whereas if they release it in the full state and it is great, I go, dudes, hey, anyone who loves Pokemon as an influencer, by the way, like we're all influencers here. So we have like a bit of like, we do have a bit of sway. Anyone who says we don't, that's crazy.
Yeah, more
We
than
go to our
normal.
communities. We go to our communities. This game's fucking sick. You guys should absolutely pick it up, especially if you're Pokemon fans. Even if you're not Pokemon fans, this is like a more adult version. It's got that MMO part. You can just duel your friends on the spot. It's absolutely awesome. Pick it up, right? Then the game picks up traction, and they're like, okay, this is sick. Let's make some DLC. Wow, this is really popping off. Let's make another game. And then that dev team increases, right? They
Yeah.
add more people, and they're like,
I still think that
that's how
could
you become
happen.
a-
I think it's very unlikely now. But I
So-
think that
Yeah.
the state the game is currently in, if people realized that it was fully out and what all they have in the game now, I think that game would pop the fuck off. Because I can
They
tell you
can't,
right now,
because-
one thing that I really want to do in that game, but just didn't have friends that were like that far in the game to do it with me, is in fact, I don't even think I'm far enough. I think I still have a gym to beat before I can do it. But there's like late game raids, like you and a team
Yeah.
of 3 other people go into a roguelike dungeon, are given Temtem, and as you complete challenges and fights, you get upgrades and downgrades and things like that
Which
in a
is
roguelike
so
way
funny.
impacts how this dungeon plays out. And it sounds so fucking cool. I want to do it so
Which is
bad.
funny because do you know who stole that idea?
Who?
Pokemon.
Did they?
They literally
I
stole
knew
that.
it.
What'd they do?
They literally stole that. For
Sorry.
Gen 8, they have raids.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you can't really
my
complain
argument.
because Krempa
No,
stole
all
everything
my
for
arguments
Pokemon.
are it's bad because it's immoral. My argument is it's bad because it kills good games before they have a chance to breathe life.
Mm.
It's like I can't even. It's like getting Plan B for a game. It's like before it's even had a chance to go around, it's just dead.
I do like what Drew said. Drew said Temtem died from a lack of marketing pre-launch, not early access.
Early access is marketing. That's crazy. That's the whole point of it.
One of the largest cons that I wrote down for game devs, which is completely in line with what you've been saying all night, Jamie, is reduced hype for the official launch. That is one of the biggest, that's the first thing I put, because that's the most notable and most massive crutch for every early access game, is when your game officially launches, who cares? It's been out for 2 years.
Yep.
Yep.
And dude, Uncle Sawa says Temtem lost my interest during the early access.
Yep.
There you go.
It took too
That
long.
happens.
For the most part, most early access games are better advertisement for people who didn't play the early access than people who did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like like a perfect example, and exactly what happened to Temtem happened to Subnautica Below Zero, a game that just straight up was released like 6 different times in different states of early access, where they would put a little bit more story, and it was like the second you got to the end of the story, it was like, sorry, there's no more
Dead
game
end,
right
nothing
now.
to do.
There
Yeah.
would be something behind this door, it's just nothing right now. And it's like, that's literally the same game. Like Subnautica that worked with early access didn't a second time. And it's like, what did they do so differently that time? And I feel like Temtem would fall into a circle like that, but it's all speculation. We'll never know.
I think Temtem
But, like-
did early access correctly from my point of view as far as the way they did their updates. I don't feel like they did random patches here and there. Every update Temtem did was huge. It was themed. It was well contained. Like, I feel like they really nailed the way they did their updates because the game was already set up from the get-go to be a series of islands floating in the sky. And every major patch was them going, well, we're just going to completely make an entire island and then release it one at a time. And then it will be like a huge chunk of content that you can do as a reason to come back. Obviously, that is another thing that killed early access too, just because people would reach the end of the new island and quit, kind of like GTFO. But
yeah,
like,
that's what I was about to say. It's GTFO.
I think having the updates be like a themed package like that is preferable to me, at least, as opposed to just kind of sporadic random smaller updates over time. I don't know, I feel like I wouldn't have wanted them to do it differently.
That's why
think-
yo, you know what? That's why Divinity succeeded. Yo, think about this. Divinity released the early access and then just released the full game. They didn't do small little updates.
Yep.
They released the early access, play tested it, then released the full game.
Yep.
So
I was
how do you
about to say,
think it's going to fare with Baldur's Gate?
That makes it function more like a demo than it actually makes it function
That's what I was
like an
about to
early
say.
access.
I
So
think
this brings it back. This is why demos are better than early access. Think about this. I'm gonna make a hot fucking take here. Valheim will never reach the player base that it did
I agree.
during
Oh,
its
yeah, I don't
first
think it will
initial
either.
release.
I don't
Right.
doubt that at all.
The Forest, right? Dude, so many people played that when it first launched. I don't think there were trickle players for the rest of its existence. Right? I'd never, even on its full launch, I don't think anyone like really all hopped on like, oh boy, the Forest finally released. Right? I don't think those things
No one give a
happen.
shit.
Yeah.
So my
Like
question is,
Temtem's
why
$65? I thought it was like
That's
30.
insane.
Nah, they released triple. They charged AAA for that.
So
No way.
That's insane. I would say why isn't there like or why don't companies then or like indie developers do a thing where it's like a small demo of the game and
Oh,
then
no,
has
it's
like almost like a
45.
Kickstarter or It
Because
may,
they're-
or
because-
in Australia or something. Maybe.
Maybe,
because
yeah.
they're bad, they're dumb, and they want instant gratification because that's
Yeah.
the world we live in.
But it's like if you have a demo that like does the advertising and marketing for you, and then you have like a Patreon or Kickstarter kind of backing for it, where it's like prepare for this game to be released when finished. Now that we've given you a taste of what it is,
Do you
because
know what
I
game-
think.
You go. You
Okay,
make
I was just
sorry,
gonna
I
say.
thought-
No, you're good. I was just gonna say. I think I disagree with you, Debbie. Like that the way that the Tim did it is actually the worst way to do like a game in early access, because it legitimately is that. It's just like you're slowly getting to play the game, and people come back for every bit, but it's not gonna do enough to like widespread it or bring in a massive hype behind like the big release, right? Because then people are like, oh, I played the majority of the game at this point. There's just like a little bit that's changed. Like there's a small island
And it's
update or
even
whatever.
worse, right? Because there's an argument to be made for these survival games where it's like they're not story focused. So
Yeah.
small updates doesn't hurt them as bad, though it still does. Proven.
Yeah.
This isn't like speculation. I can prove without a shadow of a doubt the majority of these fucking early access games that are survival based, they all die. All right? Who the fuck is still playing Grounded? Bet none of you are. The only reason you'd even touch it is because it was on Game Pass.
I
Otherwise,
still
you
haven't
wouldn't
touched
fucking
it.
think
I'm
about
waiting for it to full release.
Right? So my whole argument is, and this is what it's always been, is that it is fucking it. The only reason people do it is because it's instant gratification. They just want their paycheck as fast as possible. So if you're putting a game into early access, instead of going to a publisher for getting the funding that you need, you are doing game design for the wrong reasons. There are a few exceptions, I will admit. There are exceptions. It is not a case by case example where the vast majority of these cases show that it is just it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and you want your money now, because that means what you can do is once you've gotten your money from the early access, you can put in less effort because you've already said, hey, just a heads up, if we never finish this fucking thing, that's on you. You bought it. So it like 90% of the time it's a scam. 5% of the time they're actually doing it the right way, and the other 5% of the time they genuinely do need the money.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, there is that last 5% where people like, again, I don't think Temtem would have existed without early access. I don't think they ever would have
I
finished the game.
disagree. They just needed their time to make a dev cycle.
So
Maybe.
if like to answer Chunk's thing from earlier, it's like pretty because I've seen the other side of the curtain. It's just easier. Like simply put, it's we're humans and it's easier.
Mhm.
Like it's the equivalent of trying to make people like, okay, you're on Twitch right now. It's not that hard to have someone who loves you subscribe to you. Like they love your content, they subscribe to you. That's the equivalent
Use
of
Prime
early
right
access.
now. If
Yeah,
you
like,
love me and Debbie
if
and
you love
Aaron and
Debbie,
Poppy.
use your Twitch Prime. Like that's not that difficult, and you get something in return from it. So you're going to do the easy thing. It's not so easy to get people on your Patreon, even though that's probably better. Probably get it better in the long term.
Mhm.
Or if people like donate directly to your PayPal or whatever, it's probably easier, and like Twitch gets less of a cut. It's harder, so people don't do it as much.
Mhm.
And it's like very simply and humanly put, it's easier to have something in early
Yeah,
access.
I mean, I agree. Like at the end of the day, and this is just a marketing thing. Like, right, less clicks is always going to be better. Like, the further you take anyone away from anything is going to be like, it's going to be worse for you. So it's like trying to get people to go to any other page is harder to do than just like click the sub button right there in front of you,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, if you
Trying
have
to get them to go to a Patreon, navigate that, and like sign up for a account or whatever takes way longer.
Yeah.
some
So-
businesses flourish simply because of the accessibility of how you can pay for things.
Yep.
Like if
I
you go
agree.
to like if you go to like the inner city of like Philadelphia or something like that, and you're going to like a cafe, 9 times out of 10 you got to pay with cash. And those places die quick. Those die real quick. The only advantage you have to cash is that you can get around taxes a bit. But for the most part, the more ways you have to pay for something, the better, and the less steps you have to take to make those things happen.
Yep.
The more money you're going to make.
Any place that survives on cash only is a front for money laundering.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that-
I've worked
I'm
for
can
one
I-
of those
serious.
places.
That-
Can I
that's
take
true.
2
I'm
minutes?
being serious. I'm being
My-
serious.
Yep.
My favorite Chinese food place in the entire city, I am 100% sure, is money laundering, but I don't care. They have really good fried ribs.
Dude,
All right.
there was
Dude,
a
if it
Chinese
lets them
restaurant around
succeed,
here
if it
that
lets
like,
them stay going.
Yeah.
dude, there's a
It's-
Chinese
it's
restaurant around
easier-
here that
it's
no
easy.
one used, and it was stayed open like for like 4 years.
Yeah,
And I was
because
like,
yeah. by taking cash only, it's easier to money launder.
I'm convinced every mattress store is a money laundering scheme.
All right,
Yeah.
so I've got to
There'll be
tell the
like
story.
6 of
I've
them
told it on
lined up.
stream a couple times now, but
I love
there
this
is
story. I
a
fucking love this burrito story. Yeah.
there is a burrito place here in town that if Riznak is still awake and listening, he knows exactly which one I'm talking about. I have a friend named Spencer who went to this burrito place. It's a 24-hour burrito restaurant, which is already really fucking weird.
I'm
And
here
they
for that.
sell
That's awesome.
not only
Yeah, I
the
wish.
cheapest burritos that I can think of outside of like a shitty Taco Bell burrito. This will be like a $4 burrito that's the full size of your forearm. Like it's a fucking fat burrito.
I'm coming.
It's
I'm
really
coming. I'm
good.
coming to live with
It's
you.
Yeah,
really
I'll be
cheap.
there, my
And
guy.
they're open 24/7. So the weird thing that's even weirder than that was my friend Spencer tells me a story, right? He was there with 2 of his friends at like 2 a.m. They're the only people there. No one else is in the restaurant. They basically have the fucking lights off. Like an Escalade rolls up, like blacked out windows. And this woman gets out in like high heels, big fur coat, carrying a cardboard box that in Sharpie has baseballs written on it. Walks inside the restaurant without a word, sets it on the counter, and just leaves.
Yeah, that's money laundering. Yeah,
Nah, dude.
dude.
Okay, first of all, I think we are jumping to conclusions. Obviously, they're baseballs for the burrito boys. And if you start thinking anything else, maybe you have a problem. All right.
That being said, if you're on Steam and you see something for early access, you click it once. If they have a demo, then you go, oh, I really like that demo. It's a lot harder for someone to go like, oh, let me go find their Kickstarter and go support that and see what tier is the best.
Well,
and oh,
that's
I
what I'm saying. Is like there shouldn't be a direct link kind of thing set up by Steam
do you know
to like
what, though?
support that, right?
No, absolutely not. Because then
You don't think so?
Steam has to partner with a specific company for fundraising, and there's 1,000 of them.
Yeah.
There's no way
Yo.
they can realistically do that.
There's a really good example of a game that like did amazingly based purely off a demo. Right? This is back in the PlayStation 1 era.
PT?
No, this is back in PlayStation 1.
PT did great because it doesn't
Actually,
exist.
no, PlayStation 2. I think it was actually PlayStation 2. Sly Cooper.
Oh,
Sly
very
Cooper
true,
had a demo that was tied to Spyro, and you accessed it by just like putting in a little code in the main menu, and it gave you the demo for Sly Cooper's like one of the levels of Sly Cooper.
I
And then
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it built up tons of popularity, and the game fucking popped off. It was really good. It's like, I don't know why Sly Cooper's not more talked about. It's
That's
like one of the
also
heavy
early
hitters of the-
access though, because
Yeah.
you had to buy a game to play it.
Well,
So-
no, you're not buying Sly
you're not
Cooper though.
buying-
You're buying
yeah,
you're buying
You're
a
buying,
True.
you
Spyro.
still have to spend money though to play it.
But
You're
that's-
buying
it's
another
not-
fully finished
If you
game and
wanted
getting
to
an
pay-
early
if you
access
wanted to
game as a
play Sly
treat.
Cooper,
Okay, but
you
here's the
had to buy
difference. If
Spyro.
I'm spending money on something that is a fully finished product and then also getting a demo for a different game, it's different.
You don't want
I
to play
agree.
Spyro though. You want to play Sly Cooper.
No, I didn't. No, I wanted to play Spyro. I bought it for
In
Spyro.
this situation where you want to play Sly Cooper, if you don't give a shit about Spyro, you'd have to spend money to play Spyro. Or
Disagree. They didn't
Yeah, I
advertise it was going to be
disagree.
on the disc. They didn't advertise
Yeah.
it was going to be on the disc.
I agree. Because there was also GameCube games
I
that
see where
did
you're
this where it was like
coming from,
a Mario Party.
Even-
Maybe it was a Mario Party. It was a Mario game that basically came out and it had a secondary disc that was full of demos for like Wind Waker, for like a couple other games as well. And it's like I played the Wind Waker demo, immediately was like all over my parents like asking to get it. Like
Easter
it was
egg
a huge
advertising.
thing.
That's legit.
Okay, I wanted to bring up another thing that it would have made a lot more sense several minutes ago. But when we were talking about the release schedules of game updates for early access, and we were like, I said that I liked how Temtem did it. Although the more I think about it, I think you guys are right. Whenever games do big updates periodically, I think it's worse in the long term for the game, even if I personally prefer the big content drop and me getting to dump a week into it and then forget it again.
One version of early access is the best way to do it, it seems like.
Yeah. So what I wanted to point out is this game, which I have pulled up, Satisfactory. This is an example of that style of early access that is doing well, I think. They have 11,000 people playing currently, which is not anything to laugh at for an early access game. That's pretty solid.
Don't look at the one to look at is the 24-hour peak. That's always the one to look at.
Okay, well then fair enough. Yeah.
Because
Then
right
within
now
the
it's
past
late in
24
America, right?
hours, we've had 25k.
Yeah, it's pretty late. It's like 2 a.m.
Yeah, so right now there's less players because it's a weekday, right? Like it's Sunday for you guys, no Monday for you guys. So like people are going to bed early to go to work. So you look at the 24-hour peak, which would have been like mid-afternoon for you guys. That's what to look at. And if you look at that, yeah, their player base is still there.
It's
So I think
lowest low. was at still about 12K, which is pretty solid for this game. But you can clearly see like big, probably content update here, content update here, content update here. There was a big one that just dropped the other day, so this number is pretty high because they just dropped Satisfactory Update 6, you know, like the big one.
There's another type of game that I think survives early access because of the way it functions, right? Which is roguelikes. I think roguelikes function well in early access because you basically get the full game, but they can continually release updates such as, yeah, I know, I want to talk about that one in a sec.
No.
Yeah, that didn't do well.
Oh,
So
no.
I was just about to say there's
All right.
2 games that I feel like are early
Who's the
access.
4? Who is it?
That's all of us.
It's
Right
fucking-
now.
It's Assassin on 4 devices.
I've been playing this entire time. I just
It's Assassin on 4 devices. He's just running 4 windows in the same game.
It's multi-boxing. I think roguelikes get away with it a little bit. Like you look at Binding of Isaac, right? What they did is they released a game, and then they released another part of it. Like they released another part of the game, which was what we're condemning. However, that other part of the game was just more items. They just added some more items.
Yeah.
And they added some more items.
I was
Then they added
But that's
a
a
story
game
which
that
they
the
never promised.
replayability is like infinite, right? That's the entire point of the game.
Correct.
Is that it's
That's the
supposed to keep
gameplay loop is
early access.
replayability.
works with games that are in 2 categories 100% of the time, and that's games with ridiculous amount of replayability and games that are in an underutilized genre. And I think Satisfactory is a perfect example of a game that has people fucking begging, like jumping, like for anything that's even kind of like Factorio. And Satisfactory was like, hey, we're kind of like Factorio. And everyone's like, give me that shit. They inject it directly in my veins. And like there's tons of genres like that are just completely untouched. And then once they're oversaturated, it no longer works anymore.
Would
MOBAs
still
and battle royales.
argue that Satisfactory would have done better if it just released full. I would still argue it.
don't know
I feel like
enough
it's
about
another one of those
Satisfactory to argue
games
this.
where they wanted this long, drawn-out development cycle.
I disagree with you, Pobby, hard as fuck, because the same company that made Satisfactory made another game which fucking annihilated in early access called Deep Rock Galactic. And that just released, and that is doing even better than it was in early access.
I agree, but I still think they both would have been fine without early access. I don't think they needed it.
But they couldn't have gotten the funding any other way. So I think it's a happy.
They could have with a publisher.
Oh, then you need a publisher.
Yeah, but then there's more like contracts and things to jump through with like hoops with the publishers.
I
that you
agree
may not be
there's an
willing to
issue.
navigate.
I agree that there has been an issue with developers in the past, with publishers in the past. I think that's time gone. When you've got companies like Annapurna, you got companies like Devolver Digital, you've got fucking
Donkey's new company.
Yeah,
Donkey,
Donkey.
Yeah.
That publisher problem is being solved. There is now a fix to that issue of shitty publishers, and that is being proven time and time and again with these. I mean, when's the last time you played a shit Devolver Digital game?
Or Annapurna.
Yeah, or Annapurna.
God, everything Annapurna
always
touches turns to gold.
Annapurna, I'm gonna fucking say this, and anyone who's a movie buff is gonna get what I'm saying. Annapurna is the A24 of video games.
Yes.
True.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
base. Holy shit,
Yeah.
that's so true.
I only know like 2 A24 movies, but one of them is Everything Everywhere All at Once, so.
Okay,
Best
so
movie I've ever seen.
I don't
24.
like that movie, but even I still recognize that what they did was good.
Yeah,
it just
you're
wasn't
allowed to
my
be-
thing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's
You have
fair.
bad taste.
Again,
That's okay.
I agree that the movie's good. It's just not my thing.
I don't
I think
blame.
it is one of the greatest movies ever made. I think
It's really
if more people looked into indie films, that would be looked at as the new like greatest movie of all time.
It's like what Saving Private Ryan is for war movies. Like that movie is for. I don't even know what you call that genre. Chaos organizing. I don't like. What do you?
It's
Chaos
non-linear.
theory?
It's what's it? It's
Yeah.
complex storytelling.
Yeah, I guess it's a complex story told in a complex way, which is one of the hardest stories to tell and do well, which they did.
But like, here's the thing, right? They told a complex story, which by itself is a tough thing to sell people on, but they made it entertaining the entire way. It's funny. It's got great choreography, great special effects, fantastic actors, wicked story. Like, it is, honest to God, I very rarely say this. It is a perfect movie.
Yeah, it's really good.
All right, I want to point out what Adby said, though. Abby said,
Okay.
I would like to point out that Satisfactory took both early access and a timed exclusivity deal with Epic Games. So you can't just say do something else, because sometimes that's not enough on its own.
Yeah, it's like if you are given multiple avenues for income and revenue, then as a business person, it'd be stupid not to take that. Because for the most part, early access does give you more things than just money.
I have a counter argument. I reckon they'd have been forced to do early access by Epic. I reckon it's stipulated in their contract. I bet they did a timed exclusive with Epic on the condition that they release early access so Epic can get some of their money back immediately. Guarantee it.
I think
possible.
Because that game is a risk for Epic. You look at games that Epic does as that game is niche, right? And there was no guarantee that it would be as popular as Factorio, right? So that is a risk that Epic is taking. And as a publisher, Epic usually sides more with AAA titles. So for them to take a risk on something smaller like Satisfactory, they would probably want to return immediately. I guarantee that in the contract, it would have stipulated that they had to release early access in order for them to be allowed to get some of their money back on an immediate return.
That, or so that they could have like more wiggle room as far as like, you know, what they're held accountable for, right? Because
Maybe.
that's how all of early access is, right?
So-
they can change anything at any point and it'd be okay. So if there's ever comes a point where it's like something's controversial or like maybe not fitting to what the public likes, Epic can be like, hey, change that.
Regardless, I still feel like Satisfactory is doing, from my perspective, everything right. They're incredibly transparent. They're very open and communicate directly with their audience. Player feedback is very frequently seen, put directly into the game. The updates are a little spread out, and they do the thing that I like, but doesn't always work out. You know, the big updates separated by several months. But I also feel like that is a game that you can kind of perpetuate long enough that those updates
absolutely.
don't feel as dragged out as something like GTFO. But yeah, I mean, from all like the fun YouTube videos I've seen of just the devs, I guess their PR guy, just talking about patch notes and updates, even the patch notes are fun. Like it's a very unique environment with Coffee Stain.
Super interesting thing brought up in chat by Drew Sun, and I'll read it out for the people that are listening only. Drew says Cult of the Lamb was a massive Monsters third non-mobile game in general, and now Cult of the Lamb was released as one of the best-selling games of the year, largely because of Devolver Digital's thick, juicy wallet. I agree, but I also want to say this. That is also this. Okay, so you know Shark Tank?
Yeah.
You guys have all seen Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Now, one of the reasons people go to Shark Tank when they go for an investor is not just because of the money that they're going to get. It's because of the stuff that comes along with what they know from the industry. And Devolver, time and time again, prove that they know what gamers like. So Devolver goes always. They're so smart with their marketing. I wonder if Devolver were the ones to tell Cult of the Lamb. I really do. I wonder if it was Devolver to make it have Twitch interactivity.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Because
I
Devolver,
think that's a lot of free
they
advertising.
understand.
So
Now
good.
that I swear on my heart, I don't think anyone will disagree with me when I say that Cult of the Lamb was as successful as it was because every Twitch streamer on the planet saw the potential in that game.
Absolutely. I think it's like how infectious it is, right? Because Twitch streamers watch other Twitch streamers, and we're like all hanging out, and like Twitch is built on community, so it is infectious. Whenever a game goes big, I mean, look at Among Us, right? Whenever Soda Pop played it, and it fucking spread everywhere.
Well, there's a reason that people go to Twitch rather than just watching YouTube. It's because of the interactivity. The ultimate way to increase interactivity is allow your community to be a part of the game in some way. Another game, and this is one that was in early access, is one of the ones that, and I can't believe this is. I'm buying so hard into this meme by accident at this point. Weed Shop 3.
Let's go, baby!
That game's success, dude. I was talking with Fox Plays the other day, who's on my side when it comes to early access games, and he's like, that game is just a shit Unity asset flip. That's all it is. They paid for nothing. They used the base tools from Unity, but they added Twitch interactivity, which made the game more popular. It's so funny to have fucking Cornelius walk into my shop, say, hey, I'm here to buy dildos, when all I can sell him is weed.
I've seen several other games
so
start
cool.
doing that, and I want to see more do Twitch interaction because it's fun for everyone. And
It's
I've
fun,
actually
and
seen
there's no reason not to do it.
I've accidentally stumbled upon a service that there's a third-party service that just says, "Hey, you pay us, we will look at your game and make it work with Twitch." So like that's a thing
Wow.
now. That game
That-
devs
that-
could
that's
just
an
pay the
entrepreneur
people.
right there. That's an entrepreneur.
Yeah, right.
for real.
So, a weird example I'm going to bring up. This is also in early access right now, and I highly recommend that you try it if you've never heard of it. It's called Plate Up. Plate Up
Oh,
is
great.
Overcooked 2, but chill and roguelike-y
Me-
instead of just chaos. But
Me,
it has
Debbie,
Twitch
and
integration.
Aravan had the best fucking little restaurant going for a while though.
Yeah, we did. It has Twitch integration, and I don't know if you've seen what it does yet, but basically, everybody in chat can type !visit, and for the remainder of that restaurant, so until you fail out or beat day 15 or whatever, every day it pulls from the people who have typed in chat, and people will walk in with their username over their
You know
head,
what?
and you serve your chat.
My next Sunday, I'm gonna play that game as my variety day.
It's fun. The other thing that there
it's
was a
so
later
fun.
add-on that I
Ultimate
really
Chicken
like. If someone in chat gives bits and they are visiting the restaurant, then in-game, when that character finishes eating, they will put down their dirty plate and leave bits on the table and then walk out and leave. It's
That's
so
so
cool.
Sick. That's
I love
so
it.
Cool. A little tip, a little tipping game. Thanks for your service, bro. Nah, that kind of shit is just like
Oh.
awesome.
And one more thing, it also shows a list of
It is
all
true.
available orders in the top left corner, and chat can type in !order 1 or order 2 to like pick what food they want to order when they come in, and you can manually change that to like everyone's allowed to come in, but only subscribers are allowed to pick their food because everyone's just going to troll or something like that. So I like all of the options that are being provided in such a simple brain dead game. And also, yes, Drew, it is 4-player co-op.
Yeah, it was awesome. Like Weed Shop 3 had like, if you dropped a sub, you'd instantly get a character that walked into the shop and was a big spender.
Huh.
And then if you have a character that walked into the shop that was a big spender, you could type /say, and your character would say something funny. You could type from in chat. You could type in my game.
So who here
say something
streamed New World?
I streamed it one
I
time.
did.
Did any of the community give you a visit?
No.
No, because they were all too busy waiting for the servers to open.
Yep.
So I made Aravan on the beta, and I lost the password for it. So when I made it, I ended up making my account. I had to make it Aravan TTV. So I knew it was they knew it was a Twitch streamer, and the Twitch integration for New World was like basically non-existent, but there was like one extension. But for the most part, people fucking hated that Twitch had anything to do with New World, that had
Yeah.
anything to do with an MMO, to the point where I was like bullied and berated.
Oh, yeah.
Same.
Even if I wasn't streaming, they'd see my
Yep.
name TTV and just roast me in
Yeah,
chat.
that confused me so much.
A lot. And apparently this is
Yeah.
very common in the MMO community. MMO community believes truly and wholeheartedly that streamers ruin games, like destroy games, to the point where all of us here being so biased towards Twitch integration being an amazing thing would be looked at as like a disgusting traitorous thing to the gaming industry. So like I think it's such a delicate thing because all of us completely agree Twitch integration is fucking awesome. It's really fun as a streamer. It's really cool to interact with a streamer as a viewer. But
Yeah.
there's a huge part of the gaming community that wants streamers to do nothing with their games.
To be
And
fair, a majority of those people are still chasing down the same rush that they got in 2006 when they played World of Warcraft and will never be happy with the MMO that they're playing.
Yeah, those
literally,
people are so dated.
Yeah.
They're so
think
old. They're like
they're-
50-year-olds.
for sure they're definitely older, and most people of this generation like want that. I just think it's really interesting that something that is basically universally agreed upon, anyone on this platform, anyone here loves, is still hated by a large part of our community, being the gaming community.
Yeah.
And like
So-
it can be looked at as a negative thing, like something that could have been a game for life. People won't even try because there's even Twitch integration.
Yeah, that's fair.
But see, that doesn't make any sense to me because, like I understand if it was like a like certain multiplayer aspects that could be affected by like, Twitch integration or whatever. But like, how does Twitch integration on stuff like Played Up or like?
Oh no, it's not the
Twitch
Twitch integration.
It's streamers playing a game.
It's just
I'm gonna-
streamers playing a
I
game
think-
as well
I think
because,
it's this,
for
and-
for content kind of
Yeah.
stuff. I guess
I might sound like I'm being like generalizing, but I think the people that don't like Twitch streamers live in a state of jealousy. And I know, like, I know how that sounds. It sounds hell like up
And I
myself,
get it.
but
Look
I
at
don't
us.
mean it to sound like that. But like, I think there's a group of, and it's not all of them. I don't mean to generalize, but I think there is a lot of them where it's like there is a group of people out there. They work like, you know, really hard hours, and they do like really tough work. They come home at the end of the day and they see this 20-something-year-old making tons of money with like thousands of viewers playing the game that they're also playing, that they're not making any money from. And that person has a lot of say in the community because they bring a lot of traffic to the game. And I think they don't like it for that reason.
And like
Here's my tip: be funnier.
Oh my god.
a more direct example of literally what happened was as you know, New World kind of like popped off in its first week, like absolutely huge on Twitch. And a lot of the servers that the streamers went to made other people want to go there. So people who like didn't know anything about the streamers showed up on a server that was then constantly with like a 10-hour long wait list to get in. None of their friends could join the server. They already invested all this time because they had no idea a streamer joined that server.
Yep.
And then like a bunch of people did join that server for the streamer. When they got bored, or when the streamer stopped streaming on that server, they all left at the same time en masse. So essentially, some streamers ruined servers by being on them. And that was like a big reason they hated that. But like,
I got really bad news for that person. Everyone left that game.
yeah. Oh, like,
Everyone left.
But
that
to be fair,
aside-
I've seen that in like World of Warcraft as well. Like whenever I think it was it Asmongold like returning to like World of Warcraft after
that
a
was
long
fucked.
break, and
was
like
fucked.
everyone was like there waiting for him, and the wait queue was like insane to like log in. It was
Yeah,
nuts.
but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The streamers are actually pretty like open about this. They understand that, like, especially Asmongold, because I was there that day that he went onto WoW Classic for the first time. So a bunch of streamers went onto every forum, and they got their mods to go onto these forums as well. And they said, these are the servers we're going to play on. If you don't want that experience, don't play on these servers, right?
Yeah.
Now, that was like, it wasn't like a hidden thing. This was everywhere, right? Look, I know that not everyone's going to check all the forums and stuff like that. And I understand that you might accidentally find yourself, but to be fair, bro, you chose the server that was a high pop, okay?
Yeah, it tells you, right? It tells you how dense like. the
I think
servers
to
are.
be
Yeah,
fair,
it
all of
does.
the servers were high pop when that game launched. But
But like
Well,
the one that Asmon was in was so high pop that no one could play.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was fucked.
So I was curious.
like,
I went to
those-
look up because you said that everyone left New World. So I was curious of exactly how dead it was. So I have some updated stats. Currently, their 24-hour peak on a weekday is 40,000. Within the past 24 hours, they peaked at 40,000 people playing it. And
Was it
for a
900,000?
reference, when it comes to MMO numbers, that is around half of what just old school RuneScape pulled in, and that's a 20-year-old game.
Yeah.
So it has half of the life currently of RuneScape, although RuneScape is kind of blowing up right now. So it's actually not dead. Yeah, and as Riznak said, New World is gaining new players right now. I want to show you just how much
That's
of
because
a gain it is.
coming out.
Hold
That's 'cause
on.
they're
You're
getting
going to
new
laugh at
expansion
this. I want to show you, Riznak, how much of a gain it is in numbers. As you can see here. Oh, sheesh. Hey, Usa, thank you for the raid. Here we are at this massive uptick, Riznak. As you can see, this huge uptick in players right here at the end. You can see it goes from 24,000 to 31. Massive uptick in plays.
Significant jump.
All right,
Yeah,
really quick,
look.
since we got such a massive raid, for everyone listening online, not watching on Twitch, we did get a bunch of new viewers who just showed up, so excuse me for a moment while I say thank you so much for the raid, Usa. I appreciate you. And for everybody who is just now showing up, welcome in. This is our bi-weekly podcast called Joysticks and Mouse Clicks. We discuss video game-related things and media. This week, we're talking about early access games. If you have anything you'd like to contribute to the conversation, we are about to shift into a question and answer segment. So we're about to just be taking all questions in a moment. Okay, anyway, we can move on.
Yeah, like look, I know a lot of people are saying, oh, the people are like coming back to New World en masse. No, they're not. They're definitely not. Like I know comparatively to what it was a couple of months ago. Do you know what it was a couple of months ago, Devi? I checked this.
Well, it depends on how many you asked a couple months ago, because in like March, when the downturn stopped happening, they hit 34,000, which is very close to where they're
I'm
at right
talking
now.
more
when
like
this
July.
uptick
I'm
started.
talking more July. Just move over to
21K,
July.
so
Yeah.
not much different.
Well, I mean, that's hugely different. It's like 18,000 there, right? That's a 24-hour peak in July, right? They had 913,000 players.
Yeah.
Those players, a lot of them still own the game. Still own the game. Because you can't return it. Because returning something to Amazon is a nightmare, right? So a lot of these guys still own the game. So I would say, let's say comfortably they have about 600,000 people that own the game. And only 39,000 are playing. That is abysmal. You don't need to be a numbers guy to like recognize that. Dead. That is a dead ass game.
By comparison to its launch, for damn sure.
No, by comparison to
played
just MMO standards.
the test beta server, but I never actually played the actual game. But I bought it forever ago. It's good to know.
I also pulled these up a while ago. If you want to take a peek at these, we can make this our last little thing before we move into Q&A. But I pulled up Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. And the reason I've done this, if you're not familiar, Divinity Original Sin 2 was a game made by Larian Studios that was incredibly successful coming out of early access. You can see when it launched into early access, only like 1,000 people were playing it. And then the day it fully launched, it jumped up to 100K. So that was a pretty big jump for a game like this, which is... I don't want to say it's an obscure genre, but it's definitely not like gonna be the game everyone's looking for, right?
Yeah.
So
You know, you're not gonna get the Call of Duty and League of Legends crowds on this one.
exactly. And then we can compare
I'm
that
coming.
to Baldur's Gate 3, which is the game being made by the same studio that is currently in early access and unfinished right now. Larry and Studios? Oh no, Larian.
Larry is separate from the studios, and he knows what he fucking did.
Yeah, he knows what he did. But so,
Yeah,
comparing
fucking-
these numbers, when this game launched, like day one, it's showing me like, I don't know why it won't let me go back further than this. It shows that there's like an uptick. But the earliest one I can see is 15,000 players.
I mean,
And
you
then we
can see
compare
what
that to
that uptick
now.
was. It was 48,000.
Oh, true. All-time peak, you're right. 48K. So 50,000 people bought it day one, the game released. 1,000 people are playing it now. Looks bad. If it has a similar launch to Divinity, it could, but the difference I think I can already see is Divinity was in early access for a year. This game has already been in it for 2.
Now, this is gonna have a bigger launch than Original Sin.
I think you're right. Yeah.
All right, no, I know I'm right because this has the D&D guys. Like, this is a D&D world game. So you got all the guys that play Dungeons and Dragons, which is now one of the most popular games in the world thanks to Critical Role and Stranger Things. People are rightfully annoyed that it went into early access because they didn't need to do it. Right? They have Wizards of the Coast money behind them. And then they have publishers as well. They did not need to go into early access. It just wasn't necessary. So people were annoyed about that.
I agree. I think that they have a lot to gain. I still think that the community feedback is massive. Although it is a little weird since they are already working with source material, how much are they actually like able to change, right? But I know that the big updates, even though I've been trying to keep my fingers out of Baldur's Gate 3 because I don't want anything about it to be spoiled until I get to play the full game. I know that the major patches are like, here's a whole new chapter of the story, or hey, this is a new class, have fun, make new characters, test this for us. So
Yeah.
I can see it being really, really good for testing exclusively, just like we agreed on Divinity. But yeah, I'm worried that this one might be dragged out too long, but maybe a giant launch will fix it, I think. Yeah.
I think, again, this is a case of the fact that it's got low players right now is really good for it.
I think you're right.
I actually think that's amazing for it. The fact that people aren't going en masse, because Debbie, there's the people that are excited for this game are like you and me. And we're both going, well, I'm not touching it until the game's fully released.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? That's what's happening. And so I think you're going to see this game's going to have 1,500 people playing it, 1,500 people play it, 500,000 people playing it.
Think it'll be that big of a launch?
Nah, maybe not that big, but I think it's going to be way bigger than 100,000.
Yeah, I would say like maybe 200,000 or 300,000. If it hits 500K, I'll be really impressed and excited because hopefully that means we get more Larian Studio games because I want this format. I want the Divinity experience just over and over again in different worlds.
Yeah.
Just keep pump them out.
It's because tabletop RPGs are the best RPGs.
Yeah. So much freedom.
And they've nailed it. They've nailed that format. Actually, if you want to play a game like that, Devi, go play Fallout 1 and 2.
Man,
No,
that
seriously,
co-op,
I
that
mean,
co-op
that's
multiplayer
serious.
online role-playing experience is going to be a little
I
sapped out
prefer
by.
Catan.
Look, I get that, but like, don't let the fact that it's not multiplayer deter you from the fact that that is one of the best RPGs ever made.
I think I will, because I don't think I would enjoy. Actually, I know I don't enjoy Divinity alone. I think tabletop role-playing games, the only reason I like them are because they're with friends. Also, are you guys having a bit war?
It does seem
This is
that
gonna
way,
scale
doesn't
out
it?
of control really quickly. You guys realize that, right?
Let's see who the first one to bitch out is.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see who the first one to bitch out is. Let's find out.
Who's gonna be the coward?
All right. Unless anyone has a specific topic you want to jump to before chat is able to derail us on whatever tangent they want, I think it's QA time.
I think.
Sure. I just want to quickly mention a few of the games we didn't get a chance to talk about.
Sure.
That I think did a fantastic job with early access and where they currently are now. Jesus, Chung.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting on you to notice. Like, what the fuck? Yeah,
What the
I've
fuck?
never seen
wins.
that gym before.
For those listening on Spotify, Big Chung
Holy shit, Chung, thank you.
5,000 bits, which is $50 for putting up his 2 middle fingers.
Yeah, literally no reason at all other than just being a homie. He's trying to,
You
he's
know-
trying to buy me.
Just sure, actually, it's not even, dude. It's out of spite. Also, fuck you guys for making up bits and not subs, which are discounted right now. How fucking dare you?
Anyway,
Yeah,
a few of the games that did fantastically in early access that we didn't mention is Don't Starve, FTL, Faster Than Light, Chivalry,
Faster Than Light's a good one.
I
Deep
forgot
Rock Galactic we
FTL was in
mentioned
early access.
like very, very quickly, Factoria, which was in early access for about 5 years, Escape from Tarkov, and Risk of Rain 2, and
I've got one more.
kind of Phasmophobia.
I also have one more.
I forgot about
Project Zomboid.
Yeah, that's a great one.
So
I had
Project
that one.
Zomboid I have listed as mixed because it's got overwhelmingly positive reviews despite being 9.5 years in early access.
It is
Because
being made.
it's one of
It
those
is
games.
very in depth. I'll give them this. The game is very in depth with a very small dev team.
It's in development. It's like that's the umbrella
Yeah.
it's in development, which is
But
like the best
also
one.
one other very successful game that came out of early access is Kerbal Space Program.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
Ooh, I
that's
didn't
one that
know
went on to go from being some guy's backyard project of making like a rocket sim into becoming like an educational video game being taught to children.
They've
Like-
got
But
a,
do
I think
you
they've got a
think
Kerbal
that
2
that
coming out, by the way.
was?
I know.
Did
I'm
they?
proud
Next
for
year.
them.
That's
Yeah.
actually incredible. But here's my thing, because I don't know much about the history of like Kerbal Space Program or how long it's been around. But do you think that took off because like Markiplier like played the shit out of it at one point?
Very possible.
Because I just remember it was like a big series of his for a while, and I don't know if that was like a thing that like made it pop off, or if it was already a thing that had become popular and he just found it.
It was a lot of creators kind of attacked at the same time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because like there was this one video on, I think it was like Reddit or like it was Twitter maybe, where someone made like a cock rocket, and then that was like a meme for a bit. So it was in like a lot of meme compilations. It got shared around a lot, and then all of a sudden all these creators who was like, "What is this from?" just started collaborating, and the game blew the fuck up. And like it's one of those games where literally no matter what country in the world you're in, no matter what language you speak, there's a content creator whose full-time job is making Kerbal Space Program content.
Straight up.
It's insane.
There's one more that I think is in the mixed category because I don't like how they went about it, but I can't deny it wasn't successful. Which is it's like it's like the neighbor game. You have to like break into your neighbor's house. I forgot
Hello
what it's
Neighbor?
called. Hello Neighbor. Yeah.
Fuck that game.
Yeah, fuck that game.
Dude, fuck that game.
Instead, like what they did to it was like really bad, but it is very
Disgusting.
successful.
But it was so, dude, I actually really enjoyed that concept of the game originally, and like the way that it was like initially portrayed and set up, and then over time just got demolished into like a second bit like Dead by Daylight shitty clone.
Yeah.
Well, it's an awful.
So-
experience.
So yeah, that was one of those examples where like they didn't finish the game and then they started franchising. It's like, how can you franchise a game that isn't finished?
You know,
Poppy's Playtime also did the same shit.
Yep. I watched you
So,
play that the second chapter and immediately was like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah.
I watched
You
you
can
play
just-
like 15 minutes of chapter 2, and I was like, no chance I'm buying this.
You can
Well,
blame,
chapter 2 was good. That's the annoying part. Like chapter 2 was the better part of the game.
like you can say that like kids are a really good like forward mover for stuff like that. Like another good example is Five Nights at Freddy's, which was like, yeah, it was a complete game, but it was also just kind of a bunch of PNGs at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it's like, if a game gets popular enough for children specifically, you'd be dumb not to franchise, because franchising works on children like 6 million times better than it does adults. That's the reason that you
Straight
can't
up.
like advertise in certain things, and there's certain laws for children, like when it specifically comes to advertisement.
And that's why these games are trying to lead into like what SCP did, right? That's what Five Nights at Freddy's did. That's what Poppy's Playtime tried to do. That's what Hello Neighbor tried to do, where they create like a lore. And what they do is they keep parts of the world like mysterious, like what is in the neighbor's basement? Who fucking knows? It's people speculate, right? And then they create a lore around it. Unfortunately for Hello Neighbor, when people started creating a lore for it, they started buying into the lore, and I think that's what killed them.
Mm-hmm.
They started changing the game to fit the lore that people were speculating on.
Isn't there like a
Yeah.
show? There's like a show now, right?
Yep, there's a
Is
show,
there?
there's 3
like a Hello Neighbor
games.
show.
What?
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
I've
cartoon.
never touched the franchise at all.
They've got a social
We see
deduction
Chunk's
game
face
now.
glow white as he opens Google.
Finally, the first time light entered his room this stream.
That's not true. I had it on earlier. Just, fuck you.
All right, since we had a bunch of people show up, I'm gonna list the games I had written down. There are a couple games we talked about that I don't have written here, but just as a general idea of the types of games we have already discussed, so that you guys can bring up any games you're interested in us talking about. Otherwise, if a game gets brought up that we've already talked about, we can just kind of briefly cover our discussion of it. But we talked about The War Z, 7 Days to Die, Project Zomboid, Star Citizen, Ark Survival Evolved, Kerbal Space Program, Divinity Original Sin 2, Subnautica, Hades, GTFO, and Halo Infinite. So quite a few options. There are many, many other early access games out there, though. Cyberpunk 2077 doesn't...
That wasn't early access.
It wasn't early
still-
access, but I feel
No,
like
it's still in early access.
is it?
No.
No.
Okay, I was like, what the fuck? No, it's not.
That
Okay.
game full release, that was the problem with it.
Can you talk about the Cyberpunk anime? I haven't watched it, so I can't.
Do you want me to? I can tell you what happened to Cyberpunk. It's super easy. Like it's one of the most like simple fucking things. It's like players bought into the hype, the stock markets increased because of it, and because of that, they were stressed to release the game to appease the stockholders. That's exactly what happened. Cyberpunk should have just had more time.
We
It
love stock.
wasn't early access.
The more and more I've thought about Cyberpunk's failure, the more I think of like every time I'm like, they needed another year. And then I'll look back at it, I'm like,
Yeah.
they needed anher 2 years. And then I'll look back at it, I'm like, I don't think it would have ever been satisfying with the hype.
Do you know the problem was they just kept like once again it's the corporate side of shit where the managers who don't make games go to the devs, okay, we've thought of this idea, put it in, and the devs are like, well, we're already not gonna make things. Like, we don't care, put it in. All right,
I think
guess
one
we
of the
can.
most-
That's my theory on like how Sonic Adventure was set up. Is literally they just released it and they're like, you glitch through the level and you like fall through and die like half the time. It's like, release it. It's Christmas time. Make it happen.
Yeah, we need that money ASAP.
We need Christmas money, yeah.
The people need Sonic. Anyway,
Debbie, Evoke says, can you talk about the pee poo poo allegations? That's on you.
Is it on me? I thought that Chunk was the
Yeah.
one who did the pee pee poo poo on stream.
Is Chung the pee poo poo guy?
Oh, I know you do the poo poo sometimes, but as far as
I do the
both,
poo-poo.
I think it's
I
Chunk.
do it right before stream.
what are we pointing at?
Oh no, that was the microphone.
Oh,
Yeah, pee pee poo poo's a pretty big thing. I'll take a look at it when it gets out of early access.
Jesus Christ.
I like Drew Sun's take here. I'm gonna be super honest. Cyberpunk 2077 would have been a bad game with a good story, even if it was flawlessly not glitchy.
No, I hard disagree with that.
If
You
you're
think so?
talking about a driving game, I agree. That game had some of
Yeah.
the worst driving I've ever experienced in a first-person shooter.
Yeah, but again, that's just due to the fact that they had a million things that they had to do that they couldn't flesh out.
I don't know.
When you
I-
when
you
you've got
can
a
ima-
million things to do, you have to half-ass everything.
You can literally download like a basic asset pack on Unity or even Unreal, honestly, and like it comes with a car physics engine. That's a billion trillion times better than whatever the fuck they tried to do.
Yeah, but then they would have been criticized for doing that. What they tried to do was build something from the ground up, and then their management kept dumping shit on top
I
of it.
disagree.
I
I
don't
think
think people
I don't
would
think
have
anyone would have
noticed.
mentioned it. I think it would have
No,
been
I
like,
don't
yeah,
think so.
like the driving was like uninspired. That's the word I said. Not like abysmally awful and not even worth. Doing.
Yeah, but again, let's say they have time enough to do a bunch of things, like driving there to do just Unity, right? If the rest of the game acts and functions really well, but the driving is shit, that's the thing that everyone's going to criticize. People are functionally going to criticize the worst part of any game, right? That's just what they'll do.
I don't know.
Even if the game is really good, they'll find a way to criticize it.
Because like you can there's a lot of games where like because everything is kind of mid, you don't really mention anything. Like no one talks about how awful the inventory management is in Minecraft, but it's like probably the worst part of the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's like
I truly think Cyberpunk could have been something really special had they had.
yeah,
the time.
it's like
Minecraft
it's
is
one of
a
those
starting
games that
screen.
needed maybe instead of double the budget, double the staff for the amount of time they needed.
Yeah.
Because
I think what happened as well is I don't think they realized how big that game was going to be. I don't think they realized that like people were really excited for it, especially the hype they built up around it, right? And so I think at first they probably didn't have that big of a team working on it, which is why it was in development for so long. They probably just had people dawdling around, like, which is their big title. So like they're focusing on that. And then they were like, oh, fuck, people are really excited for this game. Wait, this game's super popular. Holy shit. Quick, everybody work on it. And it was too late.
And what's weird is it isn't even they fucked up the scale. They just categorically did not have the ability to fix the most base level parts of the game.
Oh, Drew says they didn't need double the staff, they need double the management. The management was the issue. The management just kept dumping new ideas on them. It's been talked about. The management was like, they would be working on something that they were meant to be working on. Management come in and go, all right, we need this in the game. And they're like, okay, I guess. And then they'll start working on that and they'll go, but now we need this in the game. And it's like the management just kept adding shit. And so the devs inevitably got put into crunch because they've got a million fucking things that they're trying to finish.
Mm-hmm.
None of them get finished. And then everyone's like, wow, these devs suck. They don't suck. They just weren't given the time to work on it.
I'm curious if which would have been better, like because it's not like the management were asking for bad things; they were just asking for unrealistic things in the amount of time they were given. Because like if you walk into the room, you say, "Hey, the character should have the ability to eat many types of food." They're like, "Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair." But if you only have 2 weeks to do that, and you have to make like 400 foods, that's super unrealistic. So I wonder if better management would be better than just more staff. Because like as I said, like they weren't implementing bad things; they just didn't have enough time.
No, the key that we're missing here is it's not about. I don't think it's about adding stuff. I don't think it's about adding management. It's adding time. You know, if you're like, we're gonna make the most ambitious title in history, you've got to have time to make the most ambitious title in history.
Right.
You can't expect to do that on
In
like
a normal
shoestring
game
timeline.
cycle. Time.
That's when you get rid of the release cycle and you start adding a roadmap. Because
Yeah.
roadmaps are important for goals, but not for release.
And see, I have two things that I remember distinctively from the age of Cyberpunk, right? I was one of the people who, from the first trailer back in 2013, bought into the hype. And
Same.
when the game was approaching release, I remember the horrifying, chilling feeling that I would get whenever someone linked me a bright yellow image with black text on it. I didn't even have to read it. It was already bad news, and I hated it every time, and it just felt like monthly leading up to the launch. They had a new "we're sorry" thing to talk about. The second thing I remember is actually getting to play the game, and I played it on stream. I had a pretty decent time with it. Made like 30 hours of progress into the game, and then I got to this side quest where my objective was to carry this unconscious person and jump off a second-story balcony into an alleyway where a car was waiting, and I would put that body in a trunk, and they would drive off. What happened was, I grabbed the body, jump off the balcony, I fall, the body stayed up at the balcony, floating in midair where I fell, and I couldn't put the body in the trunk because it was up in the air, and I couldn't leave the alleyway to go climb back up to the balcony because the car was there. So the only option I had was to lose about 7 hours of progress to load a different save and just come back and do it again.
I had something similar happen. I was doing one of the hunts. You know how you can hunt down bounties?
Mm-hmm.
I killed the person, which was a massive fight and very, very difficult. And that body fell through the floor, so I couldn't loot them for the object I needed.
Yep.
And there was no way to get the body back.
I feel like everybody has these stories.
Dude, that's what made people not like it. Have you guys heard about Cyberpunk recently?
No.
Did you know it recently just beat Witcher 3 for most concurrent players?
Really?
It is insanely popular
Across
right now.
all platforms, or like Steam or
Steam.
Interesting. I got a free week.
Let's check out the Steam charts.
100% because of edge runners? Yes and no. It's not 100%.
I thought it was because of the Cyberpunk
reason-
anime.
No, that's what edge runners is.
That's edge runners, yeah.
It's partially that, but it's also because they've put in a bunch of work and they have fixed things up. The way it's been described at the moment is now functional.
For
Hell
all those
yeah.
listening at home,
It's not everything that they said it would be, but it's now functional.
I have pulled up the charts for those of you who have no visuals and cannot see. The all-time peak is at 830,000. However, within the last 24 hours, 105,000 were playing again. And if you weren't keeping up with numbers, that is more than triple the amount of people currently playing New World. So, given that this is a single-player experience, I feel like that's pretty substantial to hold that over an MMORPG.
Whether you like people, I don't think people are ready to admit it, but whether you like to admit it or not, the devs are doing the right thing. They're trying to fix the mess.
It looked worrisome for about a full year.
Feels like No Man's Sky around 2, is what, except for like literally.
Yeah, but
just
No
like
Man's Sky is good now. Like, there's the thing.
That's what I'm saying though. Is that like it's going through like development hell and it's like overpromised and didn't like fulfill anything.
Yeah.
And now it's slowly getting better. And like the dev team is sticking with it and trying to
So,
finish out the project.
There's one other issue, and I think a lot of people don't talk about this one. I think one of the biggest issues that I had was, I think you can talk to pretty much everyone who played it on PS5, Xbox One, or Steam, and they'll go, "Oh, I didn't think it was that bad." But then you talk to everyone who bought it on PS4 and Xbox X, but Xbox One, PS4 and Xbox One, right? Yep. Everyone who bought it on that said, "Worst game I've ever played, unplayable." I think what happened was that because of the chip shortage that led to the console shortages, they were due to release their game because of their fucking dumb cunt management, right? They were being forced to release. The devs they knew the game wasn't ready, and then the management was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, there's a shortage on consoles. We need you to rush this to be able to be played on PS4 and Xbox One, because if you don't, no one's gonna buy it because no one can play it." And so they're like, "Well, fuck, this is barely gonna run on a PlayStation 5. The fuck are we gonna run this on PS4?" So they probably rushed hard as fuck to get a playable version of this on the old gen consoles,
which were not prepared to handle the game.
Which would not, no way could they handle it.
This is why Nintendo's built different, because their storage systems have always been subpar, and they made it work.
It's because Nintendo releases games that are 10 years out of date and have no problem running on their 10-year-old software or hardware.
Fuck you, Debbie. So
I really think that's another big example of what made this game hurt so bad.
I think you're right.
Nintendo?
I wonder how differently Cyberpunk would have went if it released in early access. Like if it like literally released in early access and then they fucked it up and they were like, "Wow, this is really glitchy and bad," and everyone was like, "It's in early access." And then now it's released and good, and people
I think
were like,
they would have been criticized very heavily for releasing in early access because none of the Witcher games did that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The criticizing for sure, but I'm saying I wonder what the modern mentality would be, because like think about your opinion on Baldur's Gate, right? Where it's like, I know it's gonna be good. I'm not going to play it right now, because I want to wait for it to be full released. Like, what if it's a glitchy fuck right now? Like, what if it's an awful spaghetti code mess right now? You would have no idea. Same thing with Cyberpunk, where it's like, I'll play it when it's full released. Then the people who really give a shit come in.
No, we would know because people would be reporting on it. That's like the whole point of game journalists.
And for a game as popular as Cyberpunk, I do think it would have had a lot more focus drawn on it than something like Baldur's Gate 3.
We're talking an FPS, cyberpunk, like neon cyber, stylized, like futuristic game. Like, there's no way that's not going to be popular.
I agree, it's going to be talked about a lot. However, the words that are spoken aren't speaking in permanence. Like, everyone was saying Cyberpunk is bad, is a bad glitch, is always going to be a bad glitchy mess. It's awful. it released this way. But if it was early access, maybe the mentality would have been a lot softer. Because even though we're supposed to be harder on the game, that's because we want it to improve. When a game gets full released and we're hard on it, it's because we're shitting on someone who fucked up. So it's like, I think just the
I actually don't
mentality
disagree with
there.
him there. I'm not saying that early access is always good, and I think that early access should be like probably a more limited release whenever it does do that stuff, so it has like a player base to test it, but not over spoil things and over like saturate the crowds where it's like they get used to the game and then nobody cares.
Right.
But it's like I agree with Airvan in this case. I think it would have been a very different opening day basically for it had it been under early access.
I think the perspective of it would be very different if it was released on early
Yeah.
access. It wouldn't be necessarily more positive. That's where the debate is, I think.
That's what I was saying earlier when I mentioned very, very early in this discussion that whether or not you like it, and it is like a double-edged sword, when a game releases in early access, people are much gentler on it with reviews, and there's not really there's not much that can be done about that. Like when a game isn't finished, it isn't finished. There's no reason reviewing it in its current state.
I guess
unless
at least
it's like
if the game's in
but...
early access, you're admitting it's not finished.
Yeah, but also think about the GTA 6 leaks and stuff like recently, right?
That kind of sucks for them.
It's getting it does suck, but it's getting pretty hard shit on, even though it's not even early access. And it's getting absolutely demolished.
That's just idiots.
Early access.
That is just idiots.
What's crazy about this, dude? It's not even in playable state, and people are like, "Wow, this game looks shit." Bro, I looked at that shit and I was like, "Wow, this is their 0.001 build. This looks insanely good."
Yeah, for like
people don't understand development cycles.
Literally,
because once again, I think it's a lack of intelligence from the average gamer.
It's children. It's like there's no way it's not, because like I've spoken to like 100 million people about this, and everyone's in the exact same mentality of people being like, "Why were people complaining? It's an early build." So I'm convinced it's like 10-year-olds.
That's because people naturally surround themselves with people similar to them, right? Arvin, you're not going to hang around with people whose opinions you think are moronic. You don't like these people, they're just shitheads, right?
He hangs out with me.
You don't hang around with those people, so you are only gonna you're only gonna talk with people that share similar opinions, and you're an intelligent dude, right? Like you're smart, so you're gonna hang around with people like me who are smart as well. So but you go to Twitter, like when those leaks happen, go to Twitter and see the fucking 40-year-old man children who sit there still. Oh man!
The funniest thing to me,
it was like, I do not advocate violence, but there's like 50 people in there. I was like, you deserve to lose your knees.
I don't know if I could find the exact tweet, but I did see people that were complaining because there were like weird things floating in the air that said debug, and people were like, "What's debug mean? Is that going to be in the actual game?" And it's just like.
It's like,
have you ever played a video game? Why are you looking at this image?
Just setting up a D's nuts joke.
That's like walking into a kitchen, seeing like a full uncooked chicken, just not even defeathered, just a dead chicken on the table, and being like, "I'm not eating that." Why would you do that?
Who would do this to me?
That is the best comparison for this that I think they could have
walking into a room,
that was beautiful.
Right? Walking into a room and seeing a loaf of bread, and then some ham. And you go, that's the worst sandwich I've ever seen.
Man, fuck these people not understanding like where they came from, their roots. I had ham and bread. That's all I need for a sandwich.
But like, I really do think that I think it's a societal problem. I think people are getting so much stupider, and I think it's social media that's making them that dumb. But however many years ago, right? Like when we didn't even get like early access games, you basically just got your game would get released and you'd get it on your disc and you'd be like, all right, yeah, that's the game, fucking sick, right? You didn't have people bitching like this, or maybe you did, they just couldn't get heard. I don't know what it is.
There wasn't no one had a megaphone. That's what social media is. Is it just it's like, here you go, here's a speaker. Talk to everyone all the time about whatever you want.
I think less about people have found an echo chamber online.
I was gonna say, I think it's less about people becoming more stupid and more about the raw amount of information that's thrown at people that people have started to not appreciate it as much, and so it's just become kind of pushed to the wayside, and people don't value information or certain things like we do.
Yeah.
Whereas we didn't have everything at our fingertips.
I was just
not just sound like old folky and be like, "Oh, back in my day."
Dude, long since realized that we've hit that generation. now.
Yeah.
I know.
I've long since realized. I'm embracing it at this point.
You won't always have a calculator on you. You need.
I
to
started
know stuff.
gauging how old people are on which
God.
Elder Scrolls they played first. If
Oh my
their
God.
favorite Elder
Oblivion.
Scrolls game is Skyrim, they might be an infant.
Oblivion through and through, baby.
No, yeah. If you don't, I was kind of a weird one. I played Oblivion, then I went back and played Morrowind.
Same.
But yeah, like those two games. Anyone who says that Skyrim is better than Oblivion and Morrowind
They're
has
psychopaths.
never played Oblivion and Morrowind. They just
It's
haven't.
easy. That's
It's
the difference.
day
Oblivion and
and
Morrowind
night.
were RPGs.
Hard, they
Skyrim
were
is
hard.
like, hey, look at that dragon. Isn't that neat? Oh, look. There's a fort over there. Isn't that cool, huh?
Did you hear about that? There's some stupid motherfucker on YouTube who said that Dark Souls should not exist because it's a hard game.
I have seen. I've not seen that from a specific person, but I've actually seen that sentiment a lot.
I
Of
think
people saying
Aravan said
Dark
that
Souls
exact
shouldn't-
thing about
no
GTFO.
one- So this guy's opinion is that if a game is not accessible for everybody,
Yep.
it's a game that should not exist.
Yep.
Mhm.
I've seen that sentiment going around.
How ridiculous of a statement is
I
that?
don't know.
I will actually, okay, as much of a joke as I made about Aravan saying that GTFO was too hard earlier, I think Aravan did take that stance last week. Or 2 weeks ago, because we were discussing, I think we were talking about Gamescom announcements, and you said that you were like, why are there so many RTS games? Like, we don't need all these RTS games. And it's like, well, the people who play RTS games want all these RTS. Why do we need so many shooters? That was my counter argument. So
yeah,
I
you
feel
did
like,
actually bring this up.
yeah, I feel
But
like that
don't
guy
think
is just,
Aravan said. I don't think Aravan said that they don't deserve to exist. Just questioning why there's so many.
Yeah, like why? in
Because
this
the idea of it,
announcement, like,
of it is that I would say that RTSs are very niche, especially this day and age, are very niche.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
So
like,
it's like,
if they're a niche thing that like isn't very popular to begin, yeah, it's not my thing, but they aren't popular to begin with. Why was there 20 announced at the last game comments? It was so random. man.
whereas to say that Souls games should not exist because a couple of people are not good enough at games to play them,
Dude,
like what?
it's such a
He
weird,
was,
like,
dude, he was being 100% serious, by the way.
No, I
this is
believe
not
that.
like a
a
this is
meanie,
not like some-
jokey boy. Yeah.
yeah.
I think my thing was that, like, I didn't understand that sentiment at all, because I was like, at least the way I think about things is that, like, the developer had a game in mind to make, even if it's not, like, suited to me. Why would I think it shouldn't exist, right?
Yeah.
Like, in any facet of that, there's a ton of, like, those, like, farming sim, like, Stardew Valley kind of games that, like, I get
Mhm.
bored to death playing, but I understand that there's an audience for it, right?
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
wouldn't go up to that and be like, this shouldn't exist because it's boring and it's like real life and all I'm
Yeah.
doing is growing fucking carrots every day and this
Right.
one girl
True.
won't talk to me. Like, if I wanted to do that, just walk outside. All right?
Yeah, if I wanted to farm and get rejected by women, I would just exist, like as I am, you know. I could go
Bro.
outside and plant some fucking fruit or
But that's
whatever,
what
and then
Stardew Valley is. I do that every day. I think I am Stardew
Yeah.
Valley.
yeah, dude, true.
I am
Yeah.
sorry.
so
Stardew
I
Valley
missed
is
the
the
dude.
life sim.
I'm going to shift us over. Drew brought up another interesting thing. Drew said, I would like to point out something that is really cool and is in relation to game difficulty. Hades is a hard game. I think we can all agree on that, but it's a roguelike game after all. And in its settings, it has an easy mode that makes the game easier the more you die until you succeed. I think that's a really cool way to make the game easier for people, and semi applies to Dark Souls. So one thing I have to say on that is, even if you don't turn on an easy mode setting, the game still gets easier every time, because that's how roguelites work. You upgrade yourself out of game, and no matter what, the game gets easier every time you play it. At least that's how it feels to me.
Unless you literally walk in and die.
Because I was dog shit at that game, but like 10 runs in, I'd make it pretty far pretty much every run, right? But I think having that option is interesting. But
I'm so
I
far
worry
against
about
this.
like making it a choice. Like, obviously it needs to be a choice because you don't want to punish like people who don't want that on, right? But also making someone who doesn't play a lot of video games out, like internally acknowledge I need help and click the button. I feel like a lot of people just won't.
Yeah, it's like the Oblivion slider, right? Do you remember when you can go in that and like look at the difficulty, and there's just a bar slider where you could like crank it all the way down and make the enemies die in one hit?
All
Yeah.
right,
Like
so
that was a thing.
here's my thoughts on it. This is just
I feel like you're gonna say the exact same thing I'm thinking, but go for it.
Stop telling people how to make their games. Like,
Yep,
just
there we go.
shut
Yep.
the fuck up. Sit
at the
down.
end
If
of
you
the
don't
day,
want to
it's up
play
to
it,
the
don't play it.
developer.
Fuck off.
Yep.
Yeah. Game is art, and the moment you like people start thinking they have a say on art is the day they can go fuck themselves. Like, if you don't like it, don't engage with it. Like, fuck off.
As someone who has been developing,
That's not at you, by the way, Drew. Sorry, never been. I'm not saying that you, Drew.
It's all good.
But also, no, I'm just kidding.
As someone who's been developing, I can confidently say that I want my game to be played at the difficulty I make it.
Yeah.
Like, if I want a jump to be this level of difficulty, I'm going to consistently like keep that up. And if I want it to get harder as I go up, a perfect example is Jump King. I think Jump King is a perfect example of a game that like genuinely gets harder as you go up, and you cannot add an accessibility slider so you can touch the woman at the end. So I don't know. Accessibility sliders are weird because I get there's people with disabilities and whatnot that want to enjoy certain aspects of life, but they also want to play basketball and they can't do that either. So why would they be able to do it like?
Well, they can. They can play wheelchair basketball.
Oh yeah. Okay, so someone with no arms and no legs. If you are realistically expected to make a game that they can play in the same difficulty as someone who is fully enabled, because like that's the biggest thing, right? It's like anyone can beat Dark Souls. Literally anyone on Earth can beat Dark Souls until you are physically unable to do so. So it's like,
so I've seen a guy that was quadriplegic beat Dark Souls and
Yep.
Jump King.
Yep. I was gonna
So
say that
if
too.
you are-
Also, to
If you
clarify
are-
for
if
chat,
you are so
the
bad
woman at the
game-
end is the goal of Jump King. You jump up a
Yeah.
tower and there's a woman, you touch her, and once you have
Finally!
contacted
The whole point of
that
Jump
character
King is that
model,
there's-
it goes, yay, and you beat the game.
and then you
Yeah,
jump,
the whole
then
point
you
of
jump
getting-
off the tower and use the woman as an umbrella to Mary Poppins down.
It's
Yeah.
actually a wrestling move. You just put her between your legs and just go to like, just drop her from the top rope, you know?
Yeah. No, it's
Sorry, I can't
like-
touch women. I'm a gamer.
because that was one of the arguments that I saw people bring, like that guy bring up. He's like, oh, this game, not everyone can beat this game. I was like, bro, a guy that was quadriplegic beat Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Like, so what you're admitting right now is that you are so shit. You are so shit. Your brain is so weak that a guy that has no function over his arms or legs is a better player than you.
Yeah, there was literally a quadriplegic.
Like, that's what you're openly admitting on YouTube.
Warzone? That was like
Yeah,
playing with,
Warzone.
like,
We talked about
like,
that a few weeks
whistles
back,
and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah. And it was like a dude
Um,
who was getting like headshots and killing people and dropping them in Warzone. I'm like,
As much
Yeah,
as
I don't
I don't like the mentality of get good, like the whole idea of like, well, if you're bad, don't play the game. That's kind of what it feels like in a lot of these situations of Dark Souls, where
Yeah,
I
but
feel like
that's how-
that's the approach of the community is more the worst thing. Is like when
Yeah.
even in like Elden Ring, I think did a fantastic job of making its difficulty like modular without sliders. You just
That game is as
choose
hard as
which
you want it to
mechanics
be.
you want to use. Yeah, it's as hard as you want it to be.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
if you like even as streamers, if you made use of the summoning system within the first couple of days, people were shit talking you all the time because you're a bad player. You can't beat the game without the summons, right?
Yeah, because physical is the only kind of disability. When did I say that?
Well, I mean,
This guy doesn't have a mental disability. I'm not saying that there is such thing as there's no such thing. That's a huge thing to like throw in my mouth, Advi. I'm really not okay that you said that. You really paraboled me there. That's really fucked up thing to insinuate that I was saying. I never mentioned mental disabilities.
I don't know,
Not
gave it-
once.
Just
disability,
gave an example. Of
disability is weird because like it doesn't have a direct definition, which is what accessibility things are for. You know, you have like
Yeah.
color blindness and just like
My-
like all the things are typically there that are fine, but like
My-
changing the straight difficulty of a game does not. I don't think that's
My-
justified.
Yeah, my point that I was trying to make was that if you can't, like, let's say you play Dark Souls and the game's too hard for you, right? That's not a problem. Don't play it. That's okay. No one's saying you have to be Dark Souls.
Mhm.
It's okay to be like, this game's too tough for me. I'm gonna put it aside.
Yeah.
This
Or I just
guy
don't
doesn't
like, I don't
have
like
this guy doesn't have any like this guy is a completely neurotypical person who is claiming that we're not allowed to enjoy a game because he can't beat it. Right? That is what this guy was stating. And my argument to that is I saw a guy who has the only way he can play a game is using his nose for the control and breathing through a tube. I saw him beat that game. right? So you're saying that like he's not allowed to enjoy that because he found a way to do it? What is the argument that like is being made by this creator? That's what I'm failing to understand.
It's
not,
really,
not discussing accessibility as a whole, specifically discussing the viewpoint of that content creator and their argument that they made is all that was being discussed there.
100%.
like the inability to beat a game is such a human experience that it's been monetized. Like if you can't, like most apps these days, like if you fail, you can pay to continue.
And a lot of
I feel
those
like that's
rely
the
on you
1980s.
having an issue with addiction.
Yeah.
A lot of those things want you to have a mental struggle to not spend money on it.
100%.
So a lot of them even abuse
If you're
mental
in the
issues.
1980s and you're a teenager, the better you are at the game, the less you have to spend. Simply put.
Yep.
So
100%.
literally, being good at games was a profit margin, and that has continued in modern day gaming, where the better you are at a game, the more you get.
There was a massive lawsuit that actually ended in 4 people getting a job off of this. So what happened was eventually some people got so good at Pac-Man that they found a way that they could just beat it every time without a challenge. And so some guys made a mod for the Pac-Man arcades, a non-legal mod, that made the games more difficult. And so what the creators of Pac-Man did is they approached these guys, said, hey, we're going to sue the fuck out of you, or you can take a job and work for us. And they're like, I guess we'll take the $100,000 a year job. Yeah, sure.
We'll take
Yeah,
that.
so
An interesting way to get
yeah,
hired.
no, Advi, I think it's just clear to say I never once implied anything about like physical disabilities or neurotypical, diverse or neurotypical people. Man, that was
At least that wasn't the
from that.
intention for sure.
But I'm willing to walk past that, and I accept your apology. And likewise, if you took anything from that, or I accidentally implied something, it was not my intention. So I also apologize, homie.
Wholesome.
But yeah, I straight. Well, I mean, look, shit happens. Right?
Well, I'm
not gonna be upset at somebody for like misinterpreting my statement.
Yeah,
because we
I mean,
all
it
have unique
happens.
minds.
It happens.
There's also a little bit of delay between Twitch and chat anyway, so they may not understand our explanation for,
Really wanted to bring up, I've been watching this YouTuber for a couple weeks now. He is completely blind. And when I say completely blind, I mean, I saw in a YouTube video once, he took his glasses off and there's just nothing there. It's like empty sockets. So like he is as blind as you can get. But despite that, I found this guy by watching one of his Dragon Ball Fighter Z Let's Plays. And his whole YouTube channel is he is a gamer and an action figure collector. And that's all he does. And he'll make unboxing videos about his action figures and talking about like how he feels the quality and whatnot is, which is really interesting. And he'll also do full unedited Let's Plays of dozens of games and talk about like, wow, I really can't play this very well because there's just not anything to help me play. And then he like I watched his the most interesting thing that I would recommend, if I can find, I'll need to look up his YouTube channel so I can link it. It was really interesting. Him playing The Last of Us Part 2 was incredible because that game's accessibility options are insane. If nothing else, The Last of Us Part 2 killed it in accessibility.
So now, I want to point out something as well. When I'm talking about Dark Souls, I'm talking when I'm talking about like the ability to play it, I'm not talking accessibility. We were focusing entirely on a discussion of difficulty level. If you want to talk accessibility, I'm all for that. One of my favorite things that Fortnite has done recently, if you can't tell, I've been playing Fortnite a bit. For deaf players, players that can't hear, that are hearing impaired, they've got all kinds, and these are just there's some that are like ingrained into the game. There are some that you can turn on. They've got like little wave patterns that tell you where sounds are occurring, so you can find the chests or hear where players are running.
Oh yeah, true.
It's absolutely awesome. Accessibility is a great thing to have, but when I'm talking difficulty in a game, I'm saying the developers made the game the way they wanted to make it, and that's not up to anyone else to dictate that. If you can't play Dark Souls, don't play Dark Souls, but don't try and take it away from people that can and enjoy it.
Yep.
I just thought it was relevant at the time. I wanted to bring up that guy's channel. I'm trying to find it now.
There should be like as you were saying, there should always be either one set difficulty or multiple set difficulties that developers sets, because that's how the game should be played. However, the way you go about beating the game you know, if it be done in multiple ways, that's where the accessibility should be, not in the
Yeah.
actual ability of the game. Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Like,
Yeah,
like Dark Souls would be utterly ruined if you made it so like all the bosses could be killed in 1 or 2 shots.
Yeah, it would. Like, there'd be no like feeling of reward. Like, man, the people that beat Melania, can you imagine? Like, the feeling of beating Melania in Elden Ring is just like,
There he is.
it's god tier, bro. It's such a good feeling. You
But you know
spend hours and hours bashing your head against a wall to beat a boss. You finally beat it. The fucking serotonin release is like busting a nut.
He is over 100 subs. Why
Yeah.
hasn't he changed his YouTube link?
I don't know.
Because
I don't even know if he knows
I
that.
gotta,
to be honest.
gotta pull back. I gotta pull back. I can't.
You should give him. You should comment. Wait, how does he read? I always wonder how blind people read. They probably have text to speech, right?
Yeah, text to speech, I'm
they
sure.
have TTS, yeah.
But yeah,
So they
to
push
be
tab and it
honest,
reads
I don't
everything.
give half a shit about all the action figure stuff. I've just been going through watching this guy's opinions on, like, he played Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, Street
That's
Fighter
what I'm looking at right
5, Fighter Z, Blaze Blue. Like, he plays a bunch of fighting games, and then The Last of Us. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool to see his perspective on the games. They're so different.
I subscribed. I wanna check this out later.
Mm.
Because it's very unique and it's like a different perspective that you don't usually get when you like watch Let's Plays. So
Yeah.
I feel like it'll be a different experience. Because while I may not necessarily care for The Last of Us 2, having someone who
Experiences it in an
experience this-
entirely different way.
yeah. Exactly, right? Without like, especially without like my biases and stuff of like the things that I've seen in like the first one or any of that stuff. I don't know if he's played the first one or not, but it's interesting either way.
I
think
will
it's
never
really
forget
cool
beating
that
the Orphan
games-
of Cost after 600
know-
plus try. Bro, fucking Orphan.
Oh,
I don't want to
man,
think
what
about
a
that boss, man.
One of the most, I think, interesting accessibility options I've ever seen that I think was really, really good was in Grounded, which brings us back to early access games. They had the arachnophobia.
There's been a lot of
Slider.
games with that recently that have been
So-
adding that.
Yeah, they were the first game I ever saw
like
do
that.
it. So every time you turn it down, it just turns the spiders into these amorphous blobs. that
Yeah,
just don't
Devour
feel-
has that too. Because there's
Yeah,
an
I think
entire
that's
level
such
that's
a-
like
I think that's really good. I know there's a lot of people that really wanted to play Grounded, but they were terrified of spiders, and it turns the spiders into big goofballs.
yeah.
It's made them really funny.
Satisfactory also has that button, and it replaces. They're not even spiders in the game. They just kind of look like spiders at first glance. So they just went ahead. They were like, yeah, arachnophobia slider. It's just a checkbox. If you click this, it replaces the 3D character model with a 2D PNG of a cute kitten.
That's awesome.
I can't
actually.
remember what indie game I was playing, but during that one stream, I came back as the concierge. I was playing a bunch of really cheap indie games, and one of them was Arachnophobia's like checkbox thing, but the box was like matte, and I had everything turned off. I didn't know that. I thought I had everything turned on, so I clicked on the Arachnophobia slider, or turned it off, and I realized that the people, like the little anime girls I'd been fighting for like the last half hour, were all spiders, and I was like, why are they little anime girls by default? So I just made a bunch of like lollies.
There's another
with
button that just
spiders.
says "scared of anime girls." He turns it off and turns the spider. Oh, thank God! It's
Okay.
better now.
I have a question for chat, specifically regarding the DLC for the Outer Wilds. I'm not going to go into detail, and I would prefer your answer to be as spoiler-free as possible for obvious reasons. But
I haven't played it, so I'm out.
Yeah. No spoilers if you can. I just know that there is a checkbox when you launch with the DLC purchased that says, do you want to disable spooks? And I didn't,
I know
and
about
I don't
this.
know what difference that makes. I have no clue what difference that makes.
Isn't there ghosts?
I don't want to answer.
No, I know. No, it's okay. There's ghosts, right?
Kind of. There's
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'm gonna play it tonight.
Oh, let's go. It just
it
gets
gets rid of
rid
jump
of the
scares.
jump scares. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
There you go.
interesting. I'm curious of how that looks because I'm trying to picture. I know what situation that it would change. I just don't know how it's handled. I
See,
guess.
I think those kind of options are great for those kind of games.
I agree. I think
I
that,
really
as
do.
far as
I
an
think that's-
accessibility option, is beautiful. Obviously, again,
Especially
changing
for, like,
difficulty is it not.
Story-based games. I think story-based games deserve those
Mhm.
because, like, they're story-based games have a reason to play them past just gameplay,
Yeah.
right? So you can experience a story-based game for just the story, right? Aravan is having an earthquake right now. It's crazy.
Oh,
It was really funny just watching.
hold up.
He's got to turn
Like,
off the earthquake machine.
No, I have this. Okay, I have this cute little pillow that sits at the bottom of my desk, and it was rubbing up against my desk. I just had to move it. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, there's plenty of reason to just like, let's say you want to experience the story of Outer Worlds, right? But like, you know, for some reason you can't play it. Whether there's a whole list of reasons like someone might not be able to play Outer Worlds. It's a pretty complex game. Now, if you want to just experience that story, like having accessibility options that make it easier is great. Like that's awesome. However, if even still, like I firmly believe this. I don't think everything in the world is doable for everybody. Right? There are things that some people just can't do, and that's always going to be the thing in the world. I mean, if you want to experience it, there's still like Let's Plays and stuff.
Like
you
thank
know?
you. Like
Okay.
the amount of people who complain about not being able to complete a part and they don't want to go to a Let's Play. Like I will
Yeah.
never in a million years have the
I'll never
care
understand it.
or want to be even 10% as good as Devi is at rhythm games. Like he is a god amongst rhythm gamers. However, every now and again I'll be like, wow, that dude is really good at Through the Fire and the Flames. He just got 100%.
Yeah.
Let me go watch that real quick. Like, and I
Yeah.
enjoy it, and I still get the experience. But I'm not sitting there angry, arms crossed, being they need to make Through the Fire and the Flames easier. I am having too hard of a time. I want to see the hardest difficulty buttons go by on my
I
screen,
am.
not theirs.
Literally.
I'm pissed
Like-
whenever I play Rushy and I'm like, wow, I can't even get past 3%. And they go watch Devi, and Devi gets like, however, like 50% of the way
Devi
through
will
it. I'm just
play-
like,
Devi
okay,
will
well,
play an
fuck
8
you then.
What the fuck's that one eight key piano game called or whatever?
There's several.
Well, whatever. He'll be playing it, and he's just staring at the screen like this, just fucking. And I'm
Yeah,
like, how do you
wasn't
do
that
that?
the
And
game that
goes,
he said it was too easy, and he was like,
Yeah,
he
he said
didn't
it was-
like it?
And he's like doing all this crazy shit, and I'm like, how do you do that? And he goes, oh, my brain just kind of autopilots most of it. What the fuck do you mean autopilots most of it? The amount
It's
of thought I have to
flow
put into a
state. It's
single
you know what flow state is.
Yes, I know what flow state is, but not the 600 like fucking intro
Well,
points
the
a minute.
Avatar state.
The
Regardless,
difference,
I'm not-
the difference
I'm
of
not
flow
pissed at
state
the
in like
game.
Overwatch and in a rhythm game is in Overwatch, you are processing way more information than I am. I am sitting here thinking, man, I've listened to so many songs. I bet the next part goes but, and then it goes but. I'm like, wow, I was right.
and like him doing
That's how
that,
every rhythm game feels to me.
like he earned that. But
Yeah.
and in my opinion, I'm never mad at the game when that happens. I'm never thinking, wow, that game is
I'm
way
mad
too
at
hard.
Devi.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm mad at me for not like being good enough. And I think the accessibility section kind of ruins that. Like kind of ruins the whole being able to respect the game type
So
thing.
I have a thing that I think would be fun to discuss on this topic. God of War. How many of us have played the reboot of God of War?
I
I
have.
played a bit of it, but I haven't finished it.
Okay,
I love
so
it.
the difficulty options, I'm only gonna say like 2 of them. The bottom one is story, and the top one is God of War. There are 3
Okay.
in
Kinda
between
like that.
those, but how do you feel on that in regards to the difficulty shouldn't be changed to accommodate people? I feel like that's a perfectly fine way to do it.
Yeah, no, I agree
That's-
with
it's-
that, but that's also God of War, which is meant to have a story, and it's a way
Yeah.
to experience the game,
Mhm.
right? That's what the developer wanted. So having that option for those kinds of games, like Last of Us, if you want to do the same thing,
Yeah.
having a slider that went all the way to story would be a great.
So
would be
is
a
it
great way to do
specifically with
But-
games like Elden Ring where the story is
Well,
there
yeah.
but not direct?
It's what
The story
intention
is like maybe like 1% of the story is
If you
in
want to
Elden Ring.
experience the
You
story,
go
just go look up a lore. There's a
and-
million
yeah,
lore
on
videos
YouTube, because it's like that's how it works. Because I didn't get any of the
I mean,
story every time I played any of the Dark Souls
I
games.
did, but I spent hours reading like items and stuff like that.
I did.
Like
yeah,
every time
was
I
not
found an
even-
item, I spent time reading it. You know,
And if,
I
and
did
if that's
every
what you want to
quest
do, you
line.
can just collect the items and then just read them.
Drowsy?
You get the story- you get the story that way.
Wikipedia.
Drowsy's on fucking fire. If I ever make a game, my lowest difficulty level will be game journalist. Absolutely killing it tonight,
Have
Drowsy.
you seen the difficulty options for the fuck, what are they called? What's the one where you play the in the
Wolfenstein?
dystopian future where the Nazis won?
Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein. The difficulty options for Wolfenstein are so fucking.
That's literally what I was doing right now.
They're so funny. It's like the easiest option has BJ Blazkowicz in like a little baby bonnet in a pacifier in his mouth.
I got
And
it.
it's called like
Joysticks
bitch mode or
mouth.
something like that. It's really condescending.
It's
Oh
in
my
our
God.
I was literally looking for that picture as you were saying it.
It's so low quality, but I'll pull it up on stream anyway.
Can I play Daddy?
Yeah, that's the one. Can I play Daddy? Don't
Yeah.
hurt me. Bring him on.
And
I
he's
am
like
Dead
wearing a
Incarnate Uber.
binky.
Yeah, dude, it's so funny, man. He's wearing a
Because
bonnet and a pacifier.
nothing is harder than trying to order an Uber. Let me tell you.
So, okay, what about Metal Gear Solid 5, the chicken hat?
I haven't played it.
So in Metal Gear Solid 5, if you die too many times within a certain amount of time, a little box will pop up on your screen. It'll be like, it seems like you're having trouble. Do you want to make the game easier? And if you click yes, it puts a like rubber chicken hat on your character's head for the rest of the game until you manually go make the game harder. And it just makes the game like stupid fucking easy. You just run around with the chicken hat. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's fine. It's the developers.
I think that's how devs are fighting back against people that are like trying to tell them like how to make their games.
Yeah.
And I really don't think it's anyone's business how someone makes their piece of
Here
art.
we go.
I think we're past the generation. We're far past the generation that needs a difficulty slider. Because
Why
I think
does it keep
made
hitting my stream in
sense.
Discord? There you go.
It made sense in the early 2000s when people were getting brand new. Like most people were
Yeah.
brand new to everything. Because that shit didn't exist with arcades. Like you played at the difficulty that game was made in until suddenly everyone was like new to video games. It was getting really popular and it was blowing up and spreading across the nation. And then everyone was like, these games are too hard. So it's like, okay, let's make them a little easier to introduce society to how video games should be. And then because all games were made so similarly and there wasn't much you could do, they had to make them that way. But now the games are so diverse, there's always a subsection for you to go to. If you're someone who has only ever played Stardew Valley your entire life, it's the only game you've ever played, and you want to play Dark Souls, it's probably not going to transfer over too well, like for the most part. So it's like, if you're not the type of person to do that or want that, then you shouldn't blame the developers.
I actually just like Drew put it, I think, just perfectly.
Yeah, I don't think I could phrase that better.
I think Drew wrote it just perfectly. I'm going to read it out for everyone. Video games are art. Everyone experiences art differently. This is what I think I was trying to say. I just wasn't wording it as eloquently as this. Everyone experiences art differently, and not everyone enjoys different kinds of art. Not all art is made for every person, but even beyond that, not all people can experience all kinds of art. I think that all game developers should aim for accessible video games, but once again, do not think that the difficulty difficulty is in that equation. I think difficulty has to do with creative vision. Correct. I think if difficulty options were in the Dark Souls games, those games. Here's the thing. Here's how I'm going to describe Dark Souls. If you've ever picked up a sword, right? A good sword is made with perfect balance, right? The hilt and the blade should be equal. If you put your finger where the blade and the hilt meet, it should balance perfectly, right? That's how a good sword is made. And that is kind of how Dark Souls works, where the game is intricately made, very intricately made, that you can beat the game at any level, right? And I would argue that the sheer fact in Dark Souls that you can just grind up levels for as long as you want, you can just get as many levels as you like, right? That is the difficulty. That is your difficulty slider right there. All right, I can beat Dark Souls on level 1. Do I think everyone should beat Dark Souls on level 1?
God, no. Don't torture yourself.
So, for those that want to experience Dark Souls, just go grind some levels. Go get a little bit stronger, and then go kill that boss that you've been bashing out against.
I will
Wait, so
say,
Pretty much
can
every
do
Dark
that?
Souls games. What's that?
You can do that. The only experience I've had with any Dark Souls or Souls-like is Elden Ring.
yeah, you can just
Yeah,
go
it has-
grind
it has
mobs
levels. But-
endlessly, yeah.
No, but I mean, in Elden Ring, that's what I did. Like, one boss was too hard for me,
Yeah.
so I said, fuck it, and I went and found a new weapon.
Yeah.
Every
Like,
single Dark Souls game
That's
has
the
that.
intended way to
Dark
play,
Souls
yeah.
has-
There are some
Why the fuck do people complain?
because people just
Dark Souls isn't as open as Elden Ring, so you can't really just be like, this boss is hard, there's a weapon 3/4 of the way through the game that
Yeah.
would make it easier, I'm gonna go get that.
It's
That's unique to
usually, like,
Elden Ring,
3
but
paths
But
instead
still,
of like
you
an
can-
open
you can
world.
level up,
so-
right?
yeah, still you
Yeah.
can back out of a boss fight and go do something else for forever and then just come back to the boss fight and make it trivial. Yeah.
literally every single Soulsborne game has that.
Yeah.
I will say that's why I actually don't like Final
Sad.
Fantasy VIII. I know this is a little bit off topic, but as far as like difficulty goes, Final Fantasy VIII does a thing where it's like no matter what area of the game that you are in, everything scales with you.
Mhm.
I hate
And
scale.
so I hate it too because
Which
it doesn't give you a good sense of like where you've come from or how you've leveled, especially on a game that like
There's no feeling of progression. That's why Skyrim feels awful.
Yeah, it
Witcher
feels
3 has that, but it has the ability to turn it off.
interesting. I didn't know that, but I've
The
also
Witcher
never
3 also
played Witcher 3.
it's much more gentle about it. It's not like Skyrim. I feel like every monster you fight, no matter what it is the same level as you. It's just that monster's harder. But in The Witcher, it really does feel like you can stumble into the wrong fucking neighborhood and get fucked up, but like they're still not as strong as they could be, right? So
I like the way
The Witcher did it.
does it. Like,
I feel like
weirdly
Jazz is
enough,
gonna get mad at me because I'm saying shit about Final Fantasy VIII.
where Genshin has world levels. So like everything in the world, let's say your world level 1 will be between level 1 and 20. And then like so there'll be some areas where they're level 20 and they're really scary because you're only level 5, and there's some areas where they're still level 1 and you're level 5, so it's scary. And then as you progress and level 20, like the highest level becomes too early, you upgrade to world level 2, which then again you're at the bottom. But there's still a level of progression because there's hard shit and it's constantly moving up. And the harder it gets, the more loot you get, depending on what world level it is. I think that's a pretty good way to do it.
Similar to how Bloodborne did it. Bloodborne had the whole world set, and once you have progressed up to a certain point, there is like a choke point that the game will funnel you to, and it will be a boss. And once you beat that boss, like I think the first one is Vicar Amelia. Once you beat her, the game transitions from dusk into nighttime, and all of the spawns change. All of the enemies throughout the world you've explored are a little stronger and a little different, and you gain access to new areas. So not only do you get new stuff, all the stuff behind you changed too and is now fresh and unique, and that happens like 3 times throughout the game. So
certainly does.
Same thing with Genshin, but 8 times.
I think that's very useful, especially for a game that has backtracking that you like kind of have to go through.
Exactly, yeah, that's huge.
I have not gonna spoil it, don't worry, Drowsy. I have one comment that I saw in chat. It wasn't highlighted or anything, but I did want to point it out. Advi said, I honest to God hate it when games make fun of lowering the difficulty. I believe that's when we were discussing the chicken hat and Wolfenstein. And honestly, I'm a little conflicted on how I feel about that. I feel like,
hilarious.
As someone who's been a gamer for like my entire life, every video game feels easy to me when I jump into it for the most part. So the idea of having that thing pop up for me is funny. But at the same time, I also know many, many, many people who either just didn't grow up playing video games and just now are getting into them, or people who just, I mean, they play video games, but they just don't really care about getting good.
You think they're fucking tied to a chair with a gun at their head saying, play the game.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like...
No.
Yep.
Okay, my girlfriend doesn't play a lot of video games, but maybe I said, you know what? I know what type of books you read. I think you would like the story that Metal Gear Solid 5 has to tell. Yeah. But she dies to one particularly difficult part. Maybe there's like a fucking helicopter and she's never had to like take cover from a helicopter before. She doesn't have the instincts for that, so she dies a lot. Suddenly the game's making fun of her and offering to put a chicken hat on her head and make the game easy. So I get both sides that it's coming from, and I think it's obviously going to affect everyone differently. Like Drew said, you know, everyone experiences art in a different way, but I think a game really needs to know its target audience and know that with that choice of like making fun of people picking easier difficulties, you're gonna have some people that are just like, okay, not for me then. Bye. Which is fine.
You're gonna alienate some of the audience, and that's their choice. But at the same time, I think it's like, as a game developer, it's kind of your choice of like how you want your art piece to be like perceived and like enjoyed and whatnot. But I think as a community, there is some like level of like, we just do that by ourselves, of like, we see somebody play on easy and like a lot of people tend to make fun of them or like belittle them for having to play on an easier difficulty, which that could be misconstrued.
I will never make fun of someone having to play on an easier difficulty. I don't care if you want to play.
Yeah, play the game. If you're having fun, play it. Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? If you log into a game, right, and it's like, let's say you hop on a Wolfenstein and you put it on easy mode and Wolfenstein lasts you a little bit. You don't like it, just turn it off. Go play Doom. Doom doesn't have that.
I'll say one counter to that is like, they bought the game, and if they bought the game, yeah, I mean, that's fair. But also, I mean,
we have consumer laws.
I think it should be reserved for very specific situations if you're going to make fun of difficulty options. Like if you're going to put a chicken hat in the game and like verbally abuse the player for dying too many times too quickly, make that something that only happens to the people who were brave enough to pick the hardest difficulty. Those are the people that like are going to laugh at it, right?
True. Yeah, that's fair.
Advi says, if you'll never make fun of people playing on easy, then why are you okay with games making fun of people playing on easy? Because I'm okay with people making fun of me. I like, it's a different, I guess it's a difference in like who we are, right?
Yeah.
I laugh at people and I'm okay with people laughing at me. However, if someone's enjoyment comes from a game being played on easy, I'm not going to tell them that they're not allowed to. But if the game in its base state and the way the developer wanted to make it has that, just ride with the hits, bro. Go, yeah, I'm playing it on easy. I'm a bit of a goofball. Like, who cares?
My respect changes depending on what you do. Like, honestly, like I don't really care what you do, but my respect of your opinion will change 100% of the time. Like I finished Doom Eternal on the hardest difficulty 100% twice now. That is really, really fucking hard. So I feel like my opinions, like of how I feel about the game, are as thorough as they could be with how much I played the game. And someone who played the game once and beat it on the easiest difficulty that has a contrasting opinion to me, I can't really respect it. Like, for the most part, because I just know what I'm talking about.
For me, I say this again. I have no problem with people playing on easy. However, I won't take your opinion on what game I'm going to enjoy.
Yeah, like hard, like for instance, okay, everyone here has played a game competitively. For me, the furthest I went is Overwatch. For Chunks, probably League of Legends, the rest, etc. You guys fully have an opinion on how you feel about the game that matches your rank, and it's like, would you respect the opinion of someone at the lowest rank that contrasts yours? It's like you'd listen to them, but just because someone like isn't at your same level, there's like a disconnect there.
I think
an immediate disconnect.
I would say by default, if I saw someone with top 500 spouting their opinion, and next to them there's someone in silver spouting their opinion, I instinctively will listen to both sides, and I think generally I tend to lean more towards the person who's able to articulate their argument better, as opposed to just experience and skill level. But there is an inherent, like, immediate reaction of they have played the game way fucking more. By default, I lean their way.
I don't agree with that. Now,
you don't?
Just because someone's played just because someone's silver doesn't mean they haven't played the game as much. They just might not be as good at it.
But here's the thing: just because they played the game a lot doesn't mean they're good either. So if they're silver,
I agree. However,
there's two different time played. They're talking about top 5 time.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I should not have said they have played longer. I should have said they have more experience with the game.
Yeah, there you go. I knew what you meant.
So, here's my take on this one. In League of Legends, and I'm going to talk for League of Legends because that's just the game that I know the most, right? Here's where the difference comes from. You look at the S ranked, like the best ADC to play at the moment, right? That is going to differ based on where you are at in like rankings, right? So let's say we're talking pro play. The best ADC in pro play would probably be, I don't know the new one, so I'm gonna just leave them out. I don't know, but I'd say one of the best would be Kaiser, right? Kaiser is like Kaiser and Callisto are two of the best like ADCs in pro play. However, they have one of the lowest win rates in competitive ranked because the lower tier players don't know how to actually utilize those, and a character like Callista requires like intricate intricate work with your support to understand how you're meant to play it. Like her ult can disrupt your team and fuck you over, or it can be the ult that saves the game. So like that's when like these differences lie. So like let's say I know that I want to play Fortnite, but I'm not a top Fortnite player. So I'm going to listen to people's opinions who are on a similar skill level as I am to Fortnite. I play Fortnite casually, so I'm going to listen to casual players who play Fortnite and hear what their experiences are with the game. However, in League of Legends, if I want to get an opinion on a new character, I play at a higher level, so I'm going to listen to a higher level player's opinion on the game or the character. That's just where I see that. Multiplayers are a different beast for that reason.
I will say there is some nuance to that like, I've definitely been in situations where I've been talking to people and been trying to explain things, and because someone has been higher ranked or is higher ranked, they tend to be set in their ways and more oblivious to things that change, or like certain nuances that maybe they haven't experienced or don't know, because there's also just a lot of information. You won't always know everything. And I've heard silver or bronze players say something that's technically correct, get corrected by like a plat player, and the plat player is wrong. It's not necessarily like, so it's a very weird like comparison in that aspect, but like in my opinion, just listen to what each person's saying. Whoever's right's right at the end of the day, and just take it from there. Because I think you can argue like semantics of like. I think respect is a poor way for me to say it, because I think for me it's not a respect thing. Because if someone's like a lower rank than me, I'll still respect them and how they talk about the game, as long as it's not coming from a commanding position. And they're sitting here and saying, "You're doing it wrong. This is how it should be done." That's whenever I take issue.
Yeah.
But if they are saying something like trying to express their opinions on like their experiences, I will be like, okay, well, like that's your experience, and if it's worked for you, it's worked for you. I can't deny that because you're in a different place than me.
So
I think that's kind of where I'm from.
I guess what I was trying to say, because it's now Valk also has said.
I do need to start looking. I need.
Yeah, I know. We need to. This will be the last thing I'm gonna say. Valk said, I don't think they have more experience for being a top player. I think they have a skewed experience. They know what the game is like during top tier play. They don't know the experience of struggling at a lower skill level. Personally, I guess that's fair. I think about it from the perspective of I started in silver and was bad at the game and had opinions about it then. And I alone, single player, grinded out the multiplayer game until I was high diamond, low master. So I feel like I got a really good spread of all of it, and I feel like instinctively the high-ranked players most likely also do know what it's like down in like bronze, silver, gold. For the most part, there's probably some people who are just inherently that good that they never see the lower ranks and they just stay they place master and stay there.
Good enough to be mid tier, right?
Yeah,
like, they
right.
Never experienced the low.
So I think what I was trying to articulate, and now I'm starting to question it, is like, I think players who are closer to the high end of a ranked ladder understand the ins and outs of a game significantly more than players at the low tiers, to such an extent that I feel like the low tiers are missing information that's required for them to build their opinions. That's not always true. That is a generalization. And now I'm wondering if that's even a good thing. Like, if there's a massive divide and the entire low skill player base says this character's broken and they make the game not fun, but all the high skill players are like, that character's worthless and no one plays them, who do the devs listen to, right? Like who is in the right there?
That's a hard one. The devs like of most competitive games are going to lean towards where their money comes from.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's all
so
about
like
money.
you talk like games like Overwatch. I guarantee that because Overwatch isn't as big of a pro game, and I know that it is a big pro game, but it's not on the same level as like League of Legends when it comes to like mad support for it, right? Like the prize pools for League of Legends are absurd. So like games like even Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 is a good example, because I would say the majority of Team Fortress 2 players are not playing for pro play, they're playing for just casual enjoyment, right? So the devs are going to likely listen to the casual player for Team Fortress 2 over a pro player for Team Fortress 2, and they're going to adjust it for who the casual players are.
There's pro players in TF2?
Yeah, there were. Yeah, TF2 was
actually one of the Overwatch Season 1's most popular like gamers in general was a professional Genji player named Siegel, who was one of the best TF2 players of all time. So like, not only were they TF2 pros, but they're now in Overwatch League.
It's because a lot of people don't realize this, but TF2 was the first Overwatch.
I think I agree with Drew. I think Aravan would also, maybe you can confirm or deny, but it feels to me that they balanced Overwatch around the pro scene, not the casual scene. For
Thank
sure.
God. Like, because a game has to pick one.
Yeah.
If you balance the game to the casual, that's great. If you balance the game to the pro, that's great. If you try to do both, like what Overwatch did in the beginning, bad.
Realistically, what
right.
devs are thinking about, and the correct answer was, the reason Overwatch picked the pro scene is, will we make more money from these casual players buying a loot box every couple of weeks, or are we going to make millions of dollars on the esports scene by catering to the small niche professional players that like our game? So I think that's ultimately the decision they made.
Do you know what's funny? Do you know something that's really fucking weird? Apex Legends does the opposite. I don't know why. So a lot of the pro players are really upset with Apex Legends at the moment.
You don't know why. It's a battle royale.
Well, because Apex Legends has a huge pro platform.
Well, I would
say the majority of people that are like into Apex Legends are massively into its pro scene, right? And it's so weird to see like one of the coolest parts about watching Pro Apex is the movement text, right? The movements in Apex is insane.
It's like Titanfall.
Right? They're removing them all. Yep, they're actively working right now to remove all the text that low-level players can't do.
I mean, that's understandable why they would do that. It just kind of sucks.
Yeah,
like, you
closing in
cannot
the skill
compare
gap a
Battle
little bit,
Royale
right?
to
But-
anything else.
Apex has like a like skill-based matchmaking, doesn't it? So then there should be no reason to remove
You
that.
need 100 play, or you need a lot of players to start a game in the
50.
Battle Royale.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you need to have a lot of players. Fortnite does a great strategy where they just don't balance anything, and that gets tons of people through the door. PUBG does the amazing thing where they start to balance towards China. Tons of people in China want to play that game, and they do. Apex has always done the thing where they try to make as many people play as possible, because if you don't have 50 people to start a match, the match doesn't start. In Overwatch, you just need 12. In CSGO, you just need 10. So they can balance a lot more of the pro scene.
And in Fortnite, you just need one because they'll fill the lobby with bots.
So,
In
correct
fact,
me
there are
if-
players.
yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Yeah,
serious.
I know what
So
you mean, but
it's
so
crazy
true
in
to say.
Fortnite, right? Like there are like one of the cool things about Fortnite, and I actually really, but some people don't like it, some people do. So what happened was that game was made for kids, right? But then a bunch of grown-ass adults like came in and just like ruined it because it was like, hey, look, we're really good at the game. Now you kids can't play. So they introduced skill-based matchmaking, and people that are really low on the skill-based matchmaking, they just get put into a lobby with bots, but they hide the fact they're bots. And so these kids who don't know any better are still having a great time.
Dude, the first two
playing,
rounds we
they're
played
getting
were so
kills.
fun. We were demolishing those bots.
Oh, dude, I've gotten... Dude, that game is so good now because they got rid of build mode.
I've heard that it's
actually
better
fun
now.
as fuck.
And
It's the only game that I've ever seen that removes its major
And what
mechanic
did
and
they
gets better.
do?
Yep.
What did they do to make their game more popular? They took away a way to be better. They took away a pro mechanic, because that's what you have to do about Battle Royales. You cannot balance them like any other game, because
No,
you
they
need
didn't take it away. It's
want to
still
play.
there.
Well, yeah, it's in a different game mode, but the main whole point of Fortnite is that you need a lot of people to play it. And how do you get a lot of people to play it? You make it more casual.
I guess so. You got me playing it.
It's so hard for me to imagine what a professional battle royale tournament would look like the stage. Until Apex released its arena mode, where it's like a 1v1 with two teams. Trying to imagine like 30 teams of 3, like.
So you can look that up right now and you can see it.
Sure.
Google the Fortnite Fortnite solo tournaments and just have a look what they look like. Basically, what they did is they hired out a stadium. They filled it with computers on the floor level, and they had everyone sit around it, and they had the screens up on the top that showed the commentators' angles.
It was very well done, honestly.
Oh my god, what the fuck are these?
But like the only way you can have esports tournaments like this is if you do this. If you get 50 or 100 people in the same room to do it, because like if you do it like tournament style, like I was trying to do for Super Animal Royale, or what they do for Warzone a lot of the time, which is usually just hop into a lobby and get as many kills as you can. People will take advantage of it. People will start playing on different servers at 3 a.m. With certain groups that like will make sure you get like a fuck ton amount of kills, because they'll like capture people but not finish them off. There's really shitty ways around it if you don't do exactly this. This is so expensive.
Yeah, this looks so pricey.
I've pushed this for as long as I can.
We gotta go. It is a little after. We went 15 minutes over we normally do. Jamie's got stuff to do. I have someone who's staying up late to play games.
I've got to piss and sleep.
Yeah, chat. Have a wonderful night. It will be 2 weeks from now before we have our next podcast, although we do actually already have something a little different and exciting planned, but the boys are gonna have to put in some extra work this week. We'll get some notifications on that on the Twitter, !Twitter if you want to follow that, !Discord if you want to drop in. I asked Chunk to select who we're raiding tonight, and he has sent me our raid target. So if you had a good time, chat, I really appreciate you all for coming by. If you have ideas for future topics, please let me know. My DMs are always open. If you have an idea or you want to be a guest on the show, my DMs are open for that as well. Have a lovely day. For those of you who are here for me, I'll see you tomorrow on my normal stream. Night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Later, bitches.
I put... All right, you heard me, Valk. What I was saying is I thought that Drew's message was such a good summary of the podcast that I just threw it up here for the ending stream. Okay, good night, everyone.